Chapter 66. The mercenaries of the Green Wolf gang used their weapons to quickly dissect the pangolin beast's corpse. Dozens of pieces of beast armor were piled up in front of the Golden Wolf, as well as a jaw that was as sharp as a sword. These were the most valuable parts of the pangolin beast. The Golden Wolf's eyes were filled with joy as he looked at the armor. It was as if he was looking at a huge fortune before him. "Captain Jean, look over there." A high-grade cultivator pointed in the direction Ling Xiao and the others had come from. The Golden Wolf came back to his senses and looked in the direction the high-grade profound practitioner was pointing. His heart trembled. It's actually that kid. How could he possibly have a spirit beast descend? I wonder if Lone Eagle is here? Solitary Eagle was stronger than him, and although he had the advantage in numbers, he didn't necessarily have the upper hand. That kid's methods were endless. When the Azure Wolf mercenaries saw Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King approaching, they immediately gathered around the Golden Wolf and waited for him to give the order. At the same time they pointed at the man and the wolf. What kind of wolf is that? Why does it look like a wind wolf? It's just that it's gold instead of gray. It should be a mutated wind wolf. It looks like it's at least stage 2 and it's so strong. Are you stupid? How could a wind wolf above stage 2 be tamed by a youth? Maybe it's just a wild wolf that was raised since it was young. Have you seen such a big wild wolf before? It must be a spirit beast. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King arrived in front of them and smiled. It's a small world. We meet again, Golden Wolf. The Golden Wolf snorted. Brat, I didn't go look for you, but you still dared to come here. Do you really think my Azure Wolf mercenaries are vegetarians? He couldn't tell if Solitary Eagle was nearby, and the Golden Wolf King in front of him made him feel an oppressive fear. He couldn't believe that the youth in front of him could tame a stage 2 spirit beast. Ling Xiao looked at the Golden Wolf and the group behind him with disdain. I don't know if the Azure Wolves mercenaries are vegetarian, but I do know that you will die today. The rest of you should be tactful and leave, otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. Ling Xiao noticed with a single glance that besides the Golden Wolf, all the others were at the Profounder realm, and they weren't a threat to him. So what if there were many of them? It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill them one by one with his speed. However, he felt that it was better for him not to kill too much. Heaven was a place that cherished all living things. If these words were to be heard by the people he killed, they would probably vomit blood on the road to the Yellow Springs. Where did this wild kid come from? He's so arrogant. I'll kill you first. A high-level Profounder shouted with displeasure, and then he raised his spear and stabbed it towards Ling Xiao. Old Yang, come back. Jin Lang stopped him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before Ling Xiao could give the order, the Golden Wolf King leaped up and bit down on the high-ranking Profounder's head with its huge mouth. In an instant, the head exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The Golden Wolf King seemed to be extremely hungry, and it actually swallowed the high-ranking Profounder in a few bites. When Ling Xiao saw this, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. He heavily punched the wolf's head and scolded, "Disgusting fellow, you're not allowed to eat people in the future, you're only allowed to kill, do you hear me?" The Golden Wolf King swallowed a mouthful of blood and transmitted a message. "Master, I'm too hungry, there's nothing I can do." Hungry? Hungry my ass. Once we get rid of this guy, there'll be a mountain piercer to eat. That big guy is enough to fill our stomachs. Ling Xiao said angrily. The Golden Wolf and the mercenaries behind him looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but be shocked. A high-level Shenqi practitioner was eaten in a single move. At this time, they were sure that this was a second-rank spirit beast, or else it wouldn't be so powerful. However, they really couldn't understand how a young man could defeat it. Could it be a spirit beast that had been raised since it was young? Was that even possible? Have you guys thought it over? I only have enmity with Jin Lang. If you guys stand on his side, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance to escape. My little Golden Wolf is very hungry. Ling Xiao lightly patted the Golden Wolf King's head as he spoke with a smile on his face. Those who didn't know Ling Xiao only thought that he was a kind and easygoing young man. Stop trying to incite people. We're all good brothers of the Azure Wolf group and we'll live and die together. Everyone, don't be afraid of him, he's only a high-ranking Profounder. I'll deal with this wolf. Let's see if this Golden Wolf is stronger or if the Golden Wolf, is stronger. Jin Lang coldly snorted and then brandished his golden sword towards the Golden Wolf King. Go Xiaojin. Get rid of this fellow who dares to steal your name and then we'll eat. Ling Xiao jumped off the Golden Wolf King, allowing it to face the Golden Wolf King. A few days ago, the Golden Wolf King had used up all of its energy and was beaten half to death by Ling Xiao. However, the Golden Wolf King had eaten the dew-returning pill that Ling Xiao had given it, and its injuries had mostly recovered. Spirit Beast's recovery abilities were much faster than humans, and although the Golden Wolf King's strength hadn't recovered to its peak, it was more than enough to deal with the Golden Wolf King that was one rank lower than it. Even if they were at the same rank, Spirit Beasts were stronger than humans, with the exception of Spirit Beasts that weren't good at attacking. Let's attack together and get rid of that brat. Once he's dead, that Spirit Beast won't listen to him anymore. A high-ranking profounder shouted as he raised his sword and charged towards Ling Xiao. The moment he attacked, a few other mercenaries also attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. The others all focused their attention on the battle between their captain and the Golden Wolf King, because they all believed that the arrogant brat was dead for sure. The youth was only a high-ranking profounder, so how could he survive facing off against a high-ranking profounder and a few mid-ranking profounders? However, Ling Xiao had the same thoughts as them. In his eyes, these people were already dead. Ling Xiao snorted coldly, "Do you think I'm easy to bully? You just had to force this young master to start a massacre. What a sin." When the high-ranking profounder's sword slashed down, Ling Xiao's blue crystal sword was unsheathed, and with a flash of blue light, the sword fell. The body of the high-ranking profounder who had attacked Ling Xiao was immediately split into two, and blood splattered everywhere. The people who had followed behind immediately stopped in their tracks. They hadn't expected this youth to be so terrifying, and he had killed one of their high-ranking profounders with a single strike. Ling Xiao didn't stop after killing one person. His figure flashed, and the afterimages of his sword sped towards the others. They all brandished their weapons to resist and counterattack. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to waste any time here. He raised his speed to the extreme, and after a few strikes, none of the mercenaries survived. After killing these people, Ling Xiao didn't attack the mercenaries. Instead, he watched with interest as the Golden Wolf King killed the Golden Wolf. At this moment, the Golden Wolf waved his golden sword, and rays of golden light that resembled snakes and dragons continuously shot towards the Golden Wolf King. Boom! Boom! Countless dust flew up from the ground, and deep pits appeared one after another. Unfortunately, the Golden Wolf King's speed was as fast as lightning, and it dodged one after another. At the same time, it spat out balls of golden light towards the Golden Wolf. This light was even more dazzling than the Golden Wolf's profound energy, and the Golden Wolf dodged in an extremely sorry state. The Golden Wolf King took the opportunity to pounce, and its two front claws heavily smashed towards the Golden Wolf. The Golden Wolf King couldn't dodge in time, and its chest was scratched by the claws, leaving several bloody wounds. This time he finally realized that this was definitely a Wolf King with the strength of a high stage 2 second order. Otherwise it wouldn't be so terrifying. There was only one word in his mind: run. He didn't care about his stunned companions and turned around to dash into the dense forest. "Xiao Jin, if you let him escape, you're not allowed to eat for a day," Ling Xiao immediately ordered. The Golden Wolf King howled angrily, "Oh whoa!" Its huge body flashed and a golden shadow disappeared on the spot, and chased after the Golden Wolf. The mercenaries at the scene all came back to their senses. The only Mystic Knight among them, their current leader, actually ran away without them, and they were extremely disappointed in the Golden Wolf. "Scram while this young master is in a good mood," Ling Xiao impatiently shouted at the dozens of mercenaries. The mercenaries looked at the corpses around Ling Xiao, and some of them who were afraid of death started to retreat. In the end, fear won over everything and they turned and ran without hesitation. Out of the dozens of mercenaries, only a dozen of them still didn't run. "While his spirit beast hasn't returned, let's kill him together, and then we'll split the beast armor and run." A high-stage profound practitioner took the lead and shouted. The beast armor of the mountain pangolin was a good thing, and the dozens of mercenaries all revealed greedy expressions, and raised their weapons to attack Ling Xiao. Stubborn. A fierce light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his body moved again, the blue crystal sword in his hand once again blossoming with demonic sword light. Every time the sword light streaked across, a mercenary would lose his life. One sword, one life. He was like a god of death, reaping the lives of these mercenaries who didn't know when to advance or retreat. When he reached the last one, that mercenary was so scared that his legs trembled, and he couldn't help but kneel down and beg for mercy. "Young master, spare me. Young master, spare." Before he could finish his second sentence, the heads were already separated. "Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself," Ling Xiao said indifferently as he sheathed the blue crystal sword. At this time, the Golden Wolf King also ran back with a corpse in its mouth. The Green Wolves mercenary group's leader, Golden Wolf, had fallen. Ling Xiao noticed that the Golden Wolf King's golden sword had disappeared, and immediately ordered the Golden Wolf King to bring it back. Thus he began to inspect the spoils of war. These dead mercenaries would more or less have due returning pills and chi-nourishing pills, and he didn't have many left, so of course he had to treasure them. Other than collecting the pills, he also gathered the gold coins and weapons they had brought with them. If he brought them back to the city and sold them, it would be quite a bit of wealth. If he was alone, he might have to consider whether or not to bring these things. After all, it would be inconvenient to move around. But now that he had the Golden Wolf King as a mount, carrying these things wasn't a problem. The biggest harvest this time was the Golden Wolf King's low second-level gold sword, and the mountain pangolin's beast armor and sharp beak. These were the most valuable things. In order to make a great contribution to the Golden Wolf King, Ling Xiao decided to barbecue meat for it to eat, and not let it eat raw meat. Bursts of fragrant barbecued meat made the Golden Wolf King salivate non-stop. More than half of the several hundred kilograms of meat entered the Golden Wolf King's mouth. Ling Xiao also ate about 10 kilograms, and waves of powerful profound energy kept flowing into his dantian. As expected, the higher the level of the spirit beast's meat, the more profound energy was absorbed. Ling Xiao looked at the little mountain pangolin meat and couldn't help but feel pained. "You glutton, don't you know how to save more for me?" The Golden Wolf King felt wronged. With such a big body it must have eaten a lot, but it seemed like it was only 70% full. After drying the remaining mountain pangolin meat, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King began to advance towards the illusion valley in front of them. Chapter 67. The illusion valley was covered in layers of fog all year round, and even the sunlight could not disperse the layers of white fog. This was the most mysterious valley in the outer area of the desolate mountain range, and no one had ever dug out how this valley was formed. There was once an adventurer who had broken through to the Spirit Master level and relied on his strength to pass through the illusion valley and enter the inner area of the desolate mountain range. Unfortunately, that adventurer never returned. Since then, very few people dared to step into the illusion valley, even if they were powerful Spirit Masters. However, not long ago the Green Wolves group and the Cold Snakes group, two large mercenary groups, accidentally entered the illusion valley. The last person escaped and drew a map that showed that there was a secret realm behind the illusion valley. As long as they passed through the illusion valley, they would be able to find the secret realm. This incident caused a war between the two large mercenary groups. The Green Wolves group destroyed the Cold Snakes group and chased after the leader and vice-leader of the Cold Snakes group into the illusion valley. In the illusion valley, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer had finished the clean water and dried meat that they brought. The two of them were still holding rags in the valley, looking for a way out. They looked very anxious. If they could not find water and food, they would definitely starve to death in less than 5 days. Wei Dyer lost her usual charming demeanor and said to Leng Shi with a gloomy expression, "Big brother, we can't go on like this. What can we do? Are we just going to wait for death here?" Leng Shi roared impatiently. He began to regret coming to the secret realm. Could this secret realm map be a prank made by someone else? Wei Dyer knew that her big brother was in a bad mood and did not dare to speak anymore. Leng Shi looked at Wei Dyer's aggrieved expression and sighed. He patted her shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, little sister. Big brother is in a bad mood, don't take it to heart." Wei Dyer said, "Why would little sister blame big brother? If it wasn't for little sister snatching this map back, we wouldn't have ended up like this. I'm the one who should say sorry." Leng Shi's expression was mournful as he said, "Don't blame yourself. If we don't die this time, after we destroy the Green Wolf Regiment, we'll find an aristocratic family to rely on. We won't have to live these days of fighting and killing anymore. It's also time for you to find a good family to marry." At the mention of marriage, a smiling face appeared in Wei Dyer's mind. It was her good brother whom she had only met once. She said sadly in her heart, "Good brother, do you still remember me? I'm afraid you won't be able to eat me in this lifetime." "What? Thinking of Frenzied Blade?" Leng Shi guessed. Frenzied Blade was the most capable person in Meteorite City who was pursuing Wei Dyer. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very powerful. Everyone thought that he was the only one who was worthy of Wei Dyer. It was a pity that Wei Dyer did not express anything. At this point, Leng Shi had misunderstood that Wei Dyer was thinking about Frenzied Blade. Wei Dyer shook her head. "No. Little sister, I know that you are very strong, but Frenzied Blade is not a bad person. He is just a little arrogant. I think the two of you are quite compatible," Leng Shi said lightly. "Big brother, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's think about how to leave this place." Wei Dyer was not willing to discuss this matter anymore, so she changed the topic. The two of them continued to walk forward, but they did not know that they were gradually walking into an even more dangerous place. Another group of people in the illusory valley. Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains were also in the same predicament. Damn it, just how big is this valley? We have been walking for a few days, but we still haven't reached the end, Green Wolf cursed. Their team was considered strong, and some of the spirit beasts that came to attack them had died under their swords. This allowed them to at least have food to eat, unlike Leng Shi and his sister who did not have any dry rations. However, they also did not have clean water, and this was the same for everyone. At the side, Fire Wolf and the two captains also had ugly expressions. They regretted following Green Wolf here. They knew that once they entered the illusory valley, they would most likely die. If they continued to walk like this, they would probably suffocate to death. What do you guys think we should do? Green Wolf asked with a frown when he saw that the others were not saying anything. Fire Wolf muttered, "We can only continue walking in this direction. There is no other way. We can't distinguish north from south here, and even if we want to go back, it will be too late." "Isn't that as good as not saying anything?" Green Wolf said unhappily. Fire Wolf's face twitched and he did not say anything else. "Captain, we all understand your feelings. I believe that under the captain's leadership, we will definitely be able to quickly walk out of the illusory valley," one of the captains said respectfully. "Damn it, I don't believe that this valley of yours is endless." Green Wolf cursed and he moved forward at full speed. Fire Wolf and the two captains did not dare to delay and hurriedly chased after him. If they were also separated, then they would definitely die. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had just entered the illusory valley. Facing the layers of fog, they were also at a loss and did not know where to go. This ghost valley really is strange. Perhaps it's hiding some sort of secret. Otherwise, why would sunlight be unable to disperse the fog? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he sat on the wolf's back. "Xiao Jin, run in that direction." Ling Xiao pointed in a direction and sent a message to the Golden Wolf King. After eating the mountain pangolin's meat, the Golden Wolf King's strength had recovered quite a bit. Without any delay, it ran in the direction Ling Xiao had pointed, its speed as fast as lightning. Half a day later, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King entered the illusory valley and were attacked by a high-tier first-tier bloodthirsty bat. The bloodthirsty bats and the mountain pangolin were both spirit beasts that could move about in the illusory valley. Although they could not burrow underground like the mountain pangolin, they could use sound waves to distinguish directions and objects. They could freely hunt in the illusory valley. There were a total of 8 bloodthirsty bats attacking Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. Every one of them was quite large. Their wings were estimated to be about 1.5 meters wide. Don't look down on their low level, the 2 fangs in their bloody mouths that contained deadly poison were quite terrifying. As long as the skin was bitten, even a mystic knight would find it difficult to survive. Ling Xiao ordered the Golden Wolf King to run as he attacked with both hands. With his sharp senses and fast reactions, he used the shadows of his swords to protect himself from being bitten by the bloodthirsty bats. "Damn it, why are these fellows chasing us all the way?" Ling Xiao couldn't help cursing. He used his swords to force the 8 bloodthirsty bats to not dare approach, but these bats kept chasing them, making him extremely vexed. "Master, they're calling for their companions," warned the Golden Wolf King. "Damn, Xiaojin, stop. I'll get rid of these bats." Ling Xiao stopped the Golden Wolf King, and then with a shout, he jumped off its back and swung his blade at one of the bloodthirsty bats. The blade's light drowned out the bat that couldn't react in time, and a bloody mist exploded in the air. Ling Xiao only killed one before his body began to fall. At this time, the other 7 bloodthirsty bats saw that Ling Xiao had lost his balance and actually tried to bite at Ling Xiao at the same time. 7 black shadows covered the sky, their 7 pairs of fangs terrifying. "Don't think that this young master is easy to bully," Ling Xiao shouted. He waved his sword around to form a protective circle, preventing these bats from getting close. Just as Ling Xiao was about to hit the ground, the Golden Wolf King saw an opportunity and spat out a golden ball of light. The bloodthirsty bats seemed to be very afraid of light, and they all cried out and fled in all directions. But 2 of them weren't able to escape that quickly and were directly blown to pieces by the golden ball of light. "Good job, Xiaojin," Ling Xiao praised after landing. "Master, I'm hungry," the Golden Wolf King said very honestly. "Fuck, are you a pig? It's only been half a day and you're already hungry?" Ling Xiao was speechless. This Golden Wolf King had eaten too much. "Master, I'm a wolf, not a lowly pig. You glutton, do as you see fit here." "I don't even know where to get food," scolded Ling Xiao. "Master, more bats are coming." warned the Golden Wolf King. This time there were almost 20 bats. 2 of them were especially large, with a wingspan of 2.5 meters. They looked to be at least at the second stage. Whoa. The Golden Wolf King quickly entered battle mode. It bared its fangs as it looked at the approaching black shadow. Damn, these guys are really annoying. Xiao Jin, run. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless in the face of so many bloodthirsty bats. He jumped onto the Golden Wolf King's back and ordered. The Golden Wolf King started running again, and the bloodthirsty bats followed it like a shadow. Although the Golden Wolf King was fast, flying spiritual beasts had an advantage in this aspect. The Golden Wolf King couldn't shake off the bloodthirsty bat's pursuit and had no choice but to stop again. As soon as it stopped, one of the leading bloodthirsty bats attacked. The Golden Wolf King spat out another elemental attack, scaring the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats into fleeing. Only the 2 leading bloodthirsty bats weren't afraid of the golden light. Seeing this, Ling Xiao put away his blade and sword and picked up the low-tier second-stage golden sword from the Golden Wolf King. In the Misty Valley, the golden sword was exceptionally dazzling. Some of the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats that wanted to attack Ling Xiao didn't dare to get close. Ling Xiao couldn't help but rejoice. At the same time, he circulated the Vajra 5 transformation technique and a faint yellow halo covered his body. He then sent a message to the Golden Wolf King, telling it to circulate its defensive force as well. A layer of golden light rose from the golden fur of the Golden Wolf King. The glittering light made it look especially noble and unusual. In a moment, all the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats had fled. Only the 2 Class 2 bloodthirsty bats didn't give up and continued to attack with sound waves. Ling Xiao's mind was in a mess and his ears were ringing non-stop. He felt like fainting. Oh, whoa. The Golden Wolf King howled repeatedly, its voice shaking the ground and scattering the bloodthirsty bats' sound waves. Damn it. Ling Xiao regained his clarity of mind and was extremely angry. With a roar, he jumped off the Golden Wolf King's back and slashed at one of the bloodthirsty bats with his golden sword. The Golden Wolf King wasn't slow either. 3 golden beams shot out at the other bloodthirsty bat. The Class 2 bloodthirsty bat's reaction was much faster than the Class 1 bloodthirsty bats, but it was still injured by Ling Xiao's sword. The other bloodthirsty bat dodged 2 golden beams, but the last one injured one of its wings. The 2 bloodthirsty bats let out a strange cry and didn't dare to stay any longer. They disappeared into the fog. Chapter 68. Seeing the bats retreat, Ling Xiao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Although the attacks of these bats weren't that great, they were too difficult to deal with. There were too many of them and they were poisonous. Once touched, it would be quite troublesome. After walking for another half a day, the Golden Wolf King didn't even need to hunt for food. A mid-tier second-grade specter leopard came to his door. The specter leopard had a pair of night vision eyes, so it wasn't a problem for it in the Misty Valley. Ling Xiao was much calmer when he encountered the specter leopard again. He didn't try to ambush it like he did when they first entered the mountain range. He didn't even need to do anything. The Golden Wolf King had already killed the specter leopard. Ling Xiao took the leopard's skin and fangs and gave the rest to the Golden Wolf King. He also ate quite a bit himself and dried one of the 3 portions. In this valley where visibility was only a few meters, Ling Xiao didn't know how long he would have to walk. He had to be careful and preserve the food first. If he couldn't find any spirit beasts, it would be terrible. He could hold on for a while, but the Golden Wolf King couldn't. Just as he described, it was a glutton and couldn't do without food. It was impossible to tell when it was day and night. In short, it was a vast expanse of whiteness throughout the day and night. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King didn't know how long they had walked. They only felt tired and found a place to rest. Ling Xiao scratched his head as he thought of a solution. This can't go on. I have to think of something. Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, have you been here before? Do you know how long it will take to pass through? Ling Xiao didn't know about the Psychedelic Valley's notoriety, or else he wouldn't have barged in. The Golden Wolf King played with its 2 front paws and said, I haven't been here before. Almost every valley in the mountain range has a powerful spirit beast guarding their territory. Other than some free areas, we won't take the risk of intruding into other people's territory. If that's the case, then it looks like we can only keep going. Ling Xiao sighed. Master, as far as I know, once we pass through here, we'll reach the depths of the mountain range. There are many powerful existences there, and even I'm afraid of them. The Golden Wolf King revealed a human-like expression of fear. Of course, Ling Xiao knew that there were even more powerful spirit beasts in the deeper parts of the mountain range. Any one of them was much stronger than the Golden Wolf King, so it was normal for it to be afraid. Do you have any way to get me through here? Ling Xiao could only ask the Golden Wolf King. He knew that spirit beasts lived in nature and had the ability to distinguish directions that humans didn't. Perhaps the Golden Wolf King could take him away from here as soon as possible. I don't know where to go from here, the Golden Wolf King said. Just as Ling Xiao was about to go crazy, it said, but I have a way. What is it? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask in delight. I'll open my third eye. I should be able to see through the fog, said the Golden Wolf King. Fuck, why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry up and open it now, urged Ling Xiao. The Golden Wolf King continued, but I can only open my third eye once a month. I've already opened it once this month, so I can only open it again next month. Hearing that, Ling Xiao completely fainted. Fuck you, useless glutton. Ling Xiao jumped up and viciously kicked the Golden Wolf King's butt. The Golden Wolf King felt wronged. It didn't even know how it had angered its master. After resting for 4 hours, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King continued on their way. Ling Xiao lay on the Golden Wolf King's back, allowing it to run as it pleased. If it was a normal day, anyone would feel that this was a very carefree and leisurely life and would definitely yearn for it. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem happy at all. Instead, he seemed to be at a loss. He felt like he had been running for 2 days. With the Golden Wolf King's speed, who knew how many mountains they could run through in 2 days? But this Illusion Valley seemed to have no end. Aside from the occasional spirit beasts that would come to attack them, they were passing their time in solitude. How could he be happy? Sigh, even with the map, I'm afraid we won't be able to get out of here unless an old horse leads the way. Ling Xiao muttered to himself in distress. Suddenly Ling Xiao had an idea. That's right, an old horse knows the way. Why don't I find an old horse to lead the way? Really, haha, this young master is really smart. After thinking of this idea, Ling Xiao immediately said to the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, don't bite a spirit beast to death next time. Let it lead the way for us. It turned out that Ling Xiao was planning to use the spirit beasts that lived in the Illusion Valley to lead the way for him. This idea seemed to be quite good, as the spirit beasts that lived in the Illusion Valley were very familiar with this place. Not long after, a large, snow-white spider appeared. Its long claws were like sickles, and its body was like a small mountain. It made Ling Xiao and the 3-meter-long Golden Wolf King feel insignificant. Ling Xiao thought that apart from its large size, this spider's strength shouldn't be that great. It would be a good idea to let it lead the way, so he immediately ordered the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, deal with it but don't kill it. The Golden Wolf King roared at the spider that was waving its sickle claws and continuously retreated. It then sent a message to Ling Xiao, Master, it's stronger than me. I'm not its match. What? Ling Xiao turned pale with fright. At this moment, the white spider spat out something that attacked them. Fortunately, the Golden Wolf King's reaction was fast enough and it managed to dodge. It turned out that what it spat out was a white net-like object. This was the silk in its mouth. As long as it touched them, even the Golden Wolf King wouldn't be able to escape. What are you waiting for? Run. Ling Xiao immediately ordered the Golden Wolf King. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Wolf King raised its speed to its maximum and instantly ran away. Damn, that was a peak tier 2 snow spider just now. No wonder even Xiao Jin was afraid of it. Ling Xiao realized that the white spider didn't follow them and couldn't help but pat his chest as he thought about the origins of spiders. 4 hours later, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King finally caught a low tier 2 3-tailed demon fox to lead the way. Under the threat of the Golden Wolf King, the 3-tailed demon fox obediently led Ling Xiao and the others into the depths of the Illusion Valley. There were already 2 people who had arrived at the depths of the Illusion Valley. It was Leng Shi and Wei Dai. By the time they got here, they were already exhausted. Unfortunately, what awaited them was not the end of the illusory valley, but a gigantic tree that towered into the sky. This tree was several times larger than any of the other trees in the mountain range. The trunk of this tree would probably require a dozen or so people to wrap their arms around it. From the looks of it, this was an old demon tree that was at least 10,000 years old. Is this the end? Wei Dai asked weakly. I don't know either. But this tree looks a little strange. Leng Shi shook his head and replied. At this time, the 2 of them placed their attention on the tree. They kept sizing up this rare giant tree to see if there were any fruits to eat to quench their thirst. When they saw the 2 spots of green light on the tree, their expressions froze. Then they saw that both of their eyes were red with anger. Damn Green Wolf, hand over your life. You killed all the brothers of my Leng Shi group. I will make you pay with your life. Lung Shi looked at the empty space in front of him, but the image of Green Wolf appeared in his eyes. He pulled out his sword and swung it. Black Wolf, you're not dead? Wei Dai's situation was similar to her brother's, but the image of Black Wolf appeared in her eyes. Black Wolf seemed to have come back to life and was looking for her to take revenge. Then, the two of them seemed to have lost their minds as they slashed and attacked their surroundings. Near the siblings, Green Wolf, Fire Wolf and the two captains seemed to have heard the commotion. Over there. Green Wolf's senses were the strongest. He immediately dashed over. The others followed closely behind him. The four of them came to the front of the tree. When they saw the siblings, they could not help but be delighted. I finally found the two of you. I'm going to kill the two of you to take revenge for my brother. Green Wolf shouted when he saw Lung Shi and Wei Dai. He wanted to kill the two of them. Captain, please wait. They seem to be in trouble. Fire Wolf pulled Green Wolf's hand in time and said, Are they cultivating? One of the captains sneered. At this time Green Wolf calmed down. Looking at the siblings who were waving their swords, he also felt that something was wrong with them. They might be under some kind of sorcery. Everyone be careful. Fire Wolf's brain worked quickly and he quickly reminded everyone. For a moment the four of them were on their guard. They kept looking around. Other than the fog there was only the giant tree. They did not find anything at all. They could not help but put their attention on the giant tree. Suddenly they saw a green light at the same time. Just like the siblings, they entered the image of revenge. Wei Dai, you stinking brat. How dare you kill my brother? I'll let you die a horrible death. Green Wolf saw the sexy look of Wei Dai. She seemed to be provoking him. This made him angry. He took out his dragon-slaying blade and swung it. In Fire Wolf's eyes, an adventurer whom he had ambushed and killed before appeared. The other party's strength was above his. He was so scared that he threw his long spear on the ground and knelt down to beg for mercy. The other two captains of the Green Wolf clan also appeared in different images. They were also waving their weapons like madmen. For a moment, the surroundings were bombarded with powerful Mystic Knight-level Shen energy attacks. The scene was unbelievable. Could they be under some kind of sorcery? With the three-tailed fox leading the way, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King quickly arrived in front of the giant tree. Looking at the mess in front of them and the people who were waving their weapons, they were stunned. What the hell is going on? Are they holding a martial arts show here? Ling Xiao muttered to himself in confusion. Suddenly he saw Wei Dai. He smiled happily and said, Good sister, I finally found you. Unfortunately Wei Dai did not respond to him. She was still waving her long sword. Rays of fire shot out and turned the ground into a few big pits. What's going on? Ling Xiao seemed to have realized something and his expression became serious. At this moment, Green Wolf waved the dragon-slaying blade and slashed at Wei Dai's back. She was about to die. Ling Xiao screamed and threw the golden sword in his hand. Clang. Just as the dragon-slaying blade was about to hit Wei Dai, the golden sword deflected the blade and Wei Dai was not injured. Damn it, who can tell me what's going on? Ling Xiao cursed. However, the crowd did not react at all and continued to hack and attack randomly. Something must be wrong. Ling Xiao was confused and became alert. Just as Ling Xiao was about to look at the giant tree, the Golden Wolf King roared angrily, "Oh whoa!" Chapter 69. Xiao Jin, what's wrong? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. There's a sinister fellow over there that can confuse the minds of you humans. They should have been bewitched by that fellow, the Golden Wolf King said as it blocked Ling Xiao and bared its fangs at the giant tree. Ling Xiao asked worriedly, is that fellow very strong? Can you take care of it? It shouldn't be very strong, but I can't get it to come down from the tree, the Golden Wolf King replied. Idiot, can't you use an elemental attack to knock it down? Ling Xiao shouted as he knocked on the Golden Wolf King's head. He then looked at Wei Dai and saw that she was in danger of being accidentally injured again. Xiao Jin, hurry up and deal with that fellow on the tree, I'll go and save her, he shouted. Ling Xiao shot out from the wolf's back and rushed towards Wei Dai. Seeing that Wei Dai was hit by another leader of the Green Wolf Gang, Ling Xiao slashed at the space between the two of them. Boom. Ling Xiao's attack deflected the two's attacks, then he flashed behind Wei Dai and slashed at the back of her neck, knocking her out. Ling Xiao caught Wei Dai's body and smelled the faint virgin fragrance coming from her. He looked at the majestic bulge in front of her chest and was intoxicated. He couldn't help but praise in his heart, sister smells so good. At this moment Lung Shi, who had lost his mind, swung his sword at Ling Xiao. Hey brother, calm down, Ling Xiao said as he quickly carried Wei Dyer away from the group of people who had lost their minds. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King had already arrived in front of the giant tree, and a few golden rays of light shot towards the trunk of the giant tree. Boom boom boom. A shadow let out a strange cry and jumped up the tree. The Golden Wolf King didn't know how to climb trees, and its elemental attack wasn't that high either, so it could only howl from below. At this moment, the group of people who were attacking randomly relaxed and fell to the ground. What's going on? Lung Shi sat on the ground, panting heavily. Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains were also panting heavily, sweat continuously flowing down their faces. Their minds were filled with unknown question marks just like Lung Shui. Qing Lang Hua Lang. Lung Shi was the first to see Qing Lang and the others. He immediately got up and charged at them. Unfortunately, he fell down before he could steady himself. Cold Snake. Green Wolf, Fire Wolf, and the two captains reacted at the same time. Everyone did not have the strength to continue fighting, so they took out dew returning pills and qi nourishing pills and swallowed them, then began to sit cross-legged to recover their profound energy. At this moment, Lung Shi also wanted to meditate, but he suddenly thought of Wei Dyer. Little sister, where are you? Lung Shi looked around in panic. He was extremely anxious. Wei Dyer was his only relative. If anything were to happen to her, he would definitely feel terrible. Suddenly, he saw a young man dressed in animal skin holding a woman in his arms. Wasn't that his little sister, Wei Dyer? Who are you? Quickly put my little sister down. Lung Shi stabbed his sword into the ground, slowly stood up and shouted at Ling Xiao. She's your sister? Ling Xiao was stunned. He pointed at Wei Dyer in his arms and asked. Lung Shi took the qi nourishing pill, and his profound energy was gradually recovering. He nodded and slowly walked towards Ling Xiao. Sir, please put my sister down, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. So it's Big Brother. Don't be angry, we're all family. You should sit down and recover your profound energy, they'll recover very soon. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. He smiled and said to Lung Shi. Lung Shi was not in the mood to care about this. He said to Ling Xiao, whose family with you? What did you do to my little sister? Don't worry, she's fine, she just fainted, I'll help you wake her up. Ling Xiao comforted him, then grabbed Wei Dyer's smooth and slender hand and transferred his profound energy to her. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, how smooth and soft. Wei Dyer, who was unconscious, let out a soft cry and woke up. Good sister, you're awake, do you still remember your good little brother? Ling Xiao asked, still hugging Wei Dyer's delicate body. Wei Dyer looked at the handsome face in front of her, her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. Am I dreaming? Little brother, why are you here? Wei Dyer's delicate hand touched Ling Xiao's face. She thought she was dreaming, because she didn't believe that Ling Xiao would appear in the Illusion Valley. However, when she touched Ling Xiao's face, her delicate hand trembled, her body bounced up and she asked loudly, why are you here? Wei Dyer had just used up all her profound energy, and before she could stand up, her body went limp and she was about to fall down. Ling Xiao pulled Wei Dyer into his arms again and said, don't be too excited, sister. I came all the way here to find you of my own free will. Please don't be too touched, just give me a kiss or two as a reward. When Wei Dyer heard Ling Xiao's shameless words, her heart felt like it was flowing into a sweet spring. She finally believed that the young man in front of her was the young master of the Ling family that she had met once before. At this moment, Lung Shi came to Ling Xiao's side and said to Wei Dyer, little sister, quickly take the pill, Qing Lang and the rest are here. Since you know that we are here, just accept your death. Qing Lang suddenly stood up, his aura had already recovered by 80%. Then Hua Lang and the other two team leaders also stood up. They were all confused and used up a lot of their profound energy. If not for the appearance of Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King, they would have continued to attack until they died of exhaustion. Ling Xiao had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. He didn't know who Green Wolf and the others were. If he knew that the people in front of him were the leaders of the Green Wolf gang, he would have killed them first before thinking of a way to save Wei Dyer. If the opportunity was missed, it would not come again. Qing Lang and the rest had recovered their profound energy. Lung Shi and Wei Dyer were in trouble, and Ling Xiao could not stay out of this. Wei Dyer broke free from Ling Xiao's embrace and swallowed 2 pills, hoping to recover her profound energy as soon as possible. Lung Shi had also taken the pills, but it was a pity that he did not meditate in time, and his speed of absorption was not as fast as Qing Lang and the rest. He had only recovered 30 to 40% of his profound energy, and it would be dangerous for him to fight against a low-level mystic cultivator, let alone a high-level mystic cultivator like Qing Lang. I didn't expect that you, Qing Lang, would dare to enter the Illusion Valley. Even if you can kill us, I'm afraid you won't be able to live for long, Leng Shi said with a sullen face. He wanted to buy some time to recover his profound energy. Haha, we'll naturally be able to find a way out after we kill all of you, Green Wolf said as he laughed maniacally. He then looked at Wei Dyer with a lustful gaze. However, before that, I'll let you enjoy a good show, hee hee. After he finished laughing, he dashed towards Wei Dyer at an astonishing speed. Not good, little sister, run. Leng Shi sensed something and his expression changed. He immediately shouted and tried to block with his sword. Unfortunately, Hua Lang blocked in front of Leng Shi. Leng Shi, your opponent is me. Seeing that Wei Dyer was about to be caught by Qing Lang, someone else was faster than Qing Lang and grabbed Wei Dyer to the side, causing Qing Lang to pounce on empty air. Little brat, you're courting death. Qing Lang finally noticed Ling Xiao, but when he saw that Ling Xiao was only a high-level mystic cultivator, he was furious. A mere mystic cultivator dared to ruin his plans, he was simply courting death. Hee hee, how old are you, sir? You actually dare to have designs on my sister? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? You should know your place. Ling Xiao held Wei Dyer with one hand as he sneered at Green Wolf. You have a sharp tongue, I'll send you on your way first. Qing Lang's face turned cold, and his body sped up again towards Ling Xiao. His palm turned into a claw and he clawed at Ling Xiao's face. Wei Dyer cried out nervously, hurry up and leave, don't bother about me. Even though she had only met Ling Xiao once, Ling Xiao had left a deep impression on her. Don't be fooled by his playful appearance. Who would have thought that he was actually pretending to be stupid to lure others into his trap? She had a deep understanding of this point. Furthermore, she still couldn't forget his shocking methods. She didn't know when he had quietly left his shadow in her heart. Qing Lang's claw was about to reach Ling Xiao's face, but he still did not move. In the eyes of others, it was as if he had been scared stiff by Qing Lang and could not move at all. At this moment, a golden light sped towards Qing Lang. Qing Lang did not expect that there would be a sneak attack from the side, and he was caught off guard. His entire body was hit hard. Boom. Ah. Qing Lang screamed as he flew more than 10 meters away. Everyone looked at this sudden scene in confusion. A golden shadow appeared beside Ling Xiao. Xiao Jin, well done. Ling Xiao smiled and caressed the head of the Golden Wolf King with one hand. The Golden Wolf King had a fawning look on its face as it kept rubbing its body against Ling Xiao. Wei Dyer, who was in Ling Xiao's arms, was frightened by the appearance of the Golden Wolf King. However, when she saw that Ling Xiao was actually kissing and caressing its head, and the Golden Wolf King was acting like a pet trying to please its master, she could not think straight. Qing Lang crawled up with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took a few more pills and sat down cross-legged. He did not have time to be surprised by the sudden appearance of the Golden Wolf King, because if he did not treat his injuries soon, he would die here. The two captains of the Green Wolf clan quickly stood beside Qing Lang to protect him. Hua Lang did not dare to continue to cause trouble for Leng Shi and also retreated to Qing Lang's side to protect him. Their expressions became more solemn, as if the situation was already beyond their expectations. Ling Xiao patted Wei Dyer's shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid, sister. This is brother's mount, Xiao Jin. Sit down and recover your profound energy. With brother here, no one can hurt sister." Wei Dyer's body trembled slightly as she looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated look in her eyes. Then a flirtatious smile appeared on her face and she said, "Then I'll have to trouble brother to protect sister." After saying that, Wei Dyer nodded at her brother and the two of them sat down to recover their profound energy. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to ask the Golden Wolf King, "Did you kill the guy on the tree?" The Golden Wolf King said, "It escaped to the tree, I couldn't blast it down. Useless guy." Ling Xiao kicked the Golden Wolf King, then frowned and muttered to himself, "There must be something strange here." While both sides were on guard against each other, an astonishing change happened to the giant tree. When everyone realized it, everyone was in a desperate situation. Chapter 70. On the towering tree, a pair of green eyes were looking down at the people below. This pair of green eyes belonged to a spirit beast that was only half a meter tall. This spirit beast had the appearance of a human infant, and its head was extremely large. Its green eyes took up half of its entire face. It didn't have a nose, only a large mouth and a pair of pointy elf-like ears. Its weak body was covered in long green fur, and its overall appearance was very strange and ugly. This spirit beast kept jumping on the tree for a while and revealed a fierce look. It opened its big mouth and chirped something. Both of its hands patted the tree as if it was giving some instructions. In the next moment, the giant tree actually responded. The branches on the tree trunk were like vines and they actually began to spread and grow. The speed of their growth was so fast that it was astounding. In an instant, they had grown to 1/2 meter long. Under the tree, Lung Shi and Wei Dyer recovered. "Big brother, do you want some?" Ling Xiao had a fawning smile on his face as he passed the dried meat in his hand to Lung Shi. Lung Shi looked at Ling Xiao and Wei Dyer and said, "If you have water, give me a few mouthfuls." "Yes, yes." Ling Xiao quickly nodded and took out a water bag from his waist and passed it to Lung Shi. Lung Shi drank a few mouthfuls and passed the water bag to Wei Dyer. Wei Dyer also drank it without hesitation. Both of them had not drunk water for 2 to 3 days and the water bag was emptied in a short while. On the other side, Qing Lang had also finished his meditation. However, his Xian energy was not fully recovered. The attack from the Golden Wolf King had caused him quite a bit of internal injury. Although he had taken the due returning pill, it could not be instantly effective. Right now, he could only use 70% of his Xian energy. However, he was not afraid of Lung Shi and the others. He and Huo Lang were both high-level Xian cultivators while Lung Shi was the only high-level Xian cultivator. As long as one of them could keep Lung Shi busy, the others and the Golden Wolf King would not be a threat. Moreover, he still had a trump card that he had not used. "Leader, are you alright?" Huo Lang asked with concern. That damned bastard, I'll definitely make him die a horrible death." Qing Lang ignored Huo Lang and furiously cursed at the nearby Ling Xiao. "Big brother, they're coming over." Wei Dyer looked at Qing Lang and the others who were walking over and reminded them. At the same time, she clenched the thin face in her hand and became alert. "It's time to end this." Lung Shi narrowed his eyes at Green Wolf and the others, making a decision in his heart. He then stood in front of Wei Dyer and said to Ling Xiao, "Brat, I don't care who you are, but I hope that you can take my little sister and leave immediately. In the future, please take good care of her for me." As soon as Lung Shi finished speaking, Wei Dyer immediately objected, "No, I want to fight with Big Brother to the end. Little sister, listen to me. Ride the Wind Wolf with this brat. That way you might have a chance to live. Otherwise, we'll all die here," Lung Shi said indifferently. The current situation was clear. With their current strength, it was impossible to stop 2 high-level mystic cultivators. Moreover, there were 2 low-level mystic cultivators. Even if they did not fight, they knew that they would lose this battle. Thus, Lung Shi decided to sacrifice himself and let Wei Dyer leave. It was clear how much he cared for and loved his little sister. "So be it. Even if I die, I'll die with Big Brother." Wei Dyer held the thin sword in her hand and said firmly, "Don't worry, you will definitely meet in the underworld today." Qing Lang said coldly when he was 2 meters away from them. He then waved his hand and Huo Lang and the 2 low-level mystic cultivators started to move. "If that's the case, then let me drag 2 more of you down with me." Now that things had come to this, Lung Shi couldn't care less anymore. He shouted loudly, and the long sword in his hand charged towards the 2 low-level mystic cultivators. "Don't worry, your opponent is me." Huo Lang waved his long spear in front of Lung Shi. The 2 of them immediately started fighting and sparks flew everywhere. The 2 leaders of the Green Wolf Regiment went straight for Wei Dyer. 2 against 1. Wei Dyer was in a bad situation. Ling Xiao wanted to help, but unfortunately, Qing Lang and his heavy dragon-slaying saber were blocking his way. "Damned beast, how dare you hurt me!" Die. Qing Lang waved his heavy saber and slashed at the Golden Wolf King. In his eyes, this second-level Wind Wolf was more threatening than Ling Xiao. Thus, he decided to kill this Wind Wolf first before getting rid of the low-level mystic cultivator. "Xiaojin, hold him back. It would be best if you can kill him. If you are not his opponent, then protect yourself and don't get hurt. I'll come and help you later," Ling Xiao instructed. "Yes, master." The Golden Wolf King replied and went to face Qing Lang. The man and beast started fighting. At this time, Ling Xiao's expression became serious. With a saber and a sword in his hand, he walked towards the 2 leaders of the Green Wolf Regiment with Cloud Shadow. The 2 leaders of the Green Wolf Regiment had been closing in on Wei Dyer, but they did not expect someone to launch a sneak attack on them. Just as one of them was about to slash at Wei Dyer's waist, an ominous feeling came over him. That person reacted quickly and quickly pulled out his saber to defend himself. Clang. Ling Xiao's sneak attack was blocked by that person. "Damn, you dare to trick me? I'll kill you first." The captain was furious at Ling Xiao who had ambushed him. He changed the direction of his heavy sword and swung it towards Ling Xiao. It's hard to say who will be the one to kill who. Ling Xiao snorted and swung his powerful attack. Shadowless saber, scar left by the sword. Ling Xiao used his full strength from the start and caught his opponent off guard. That leader thought that Ling Xiao was just a high-level Shenqi practitioner and that his strength was far inferior to his. He did not use any powerful moves that could release his Shen energy from the start and only used simple attacks to slash at Ling Xiao. However, when he felt the moves that Ling Xiao used, a suffocating feeling caused his hair to stand on end. He had no choice but to quickly pull out his saber to defend himself. His heavy saber continuously blocked the saber shadows and sword rays. However, the saber shadows and sword rays were too numerous and too dense. He was unable to defend himself and his body was riddled with wounds. "I'll fight you to the death." That leader felt extremely sullen. His opponent was clearly weaker than him, but he was unable to retaliate at all. He could not help but grit his teeth and made up his mind to kill this brat even if both of them were to be injured. He gathered all the Shen energy in his body on his heavy saber and once again slashed at the center of the countless saber shadows and sword rays. Boom! As the powerful moves collided, all the saber shadows and sword rays disappeared, leaving only a cloud of dust on the ground. Phew! That leader could not help but heave a sigh of relief when he managed to break through Ling Xiao's saber and sword techniques. However, in just a moment of carelessness, a blue sword ray pierced through his body from the back like a poisonous snake. That leader stared blankly at the long sword that had pierced through his abdomen. His eyes bulged out as he fell into a pool of blood, never to get up again. "I've already said that it's hard to say who will die first. You don't believe me again?" Ling Xiao said indifferently as he pulled out his blue crystal sword. He then charged towards the other leader of the Green Wolves clan who was fighting with Wei Dyer. "Sister, brother will help you." Ling Xiao shouted loudly as he slashed his silver ghost blood blade towards that leader. While that leader was distracted to defend himself, Wei Dyer's thin sword pierced his arm. That leader screamed in pain as he took a few steps back. "Let's kill him together." Ling Xiao took another step forward and charged towards that injured leader. Wei Dyer had a faint smile on her face as she replied, "Okay." She waved her thin sword and shot out many fiery snakes towards that leader. That leader was already injured. Under the entanglement of Wei Dyer, Ling Xiao took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Unsurprisingly, that leader did not last long before he died under the fierce attacks of the two of them. Phew! Wei Dyer's mind was completely relaxed as she wiped away the sweat on her forehead. "Sister, your hand is bleeding. Let me help you stop the bleeding." Ling Xiao looked at the bleeding wound on Wei Dyer's arm and said softly. Without a word, he grabbed Wei Dyer's arm and kissed it. He planned to stop the bleeding like this. As he kissed that delicate skin, Ling Xiao's mind swayed. He laughed lewdly in his heart as he thought, "Hee, this time I'm going to get intimate with you. How dare you take advantage of me? Do you want to die?" Wei Dyer retracted her arm and rebuked him with a red face. She cursed in her heart, "This guy really knows how to take advantage of me. Even if you want to stop the bleeding, this is not the way to stop it." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. "Brother, aren't you worried about me? Really?" Well, at this moment, the Golden Wolf King's cries could be heard. "Not good, I have to go and help Xiao Jin." Ling Xiao's expression changed as he shouted and rushed towards the Golden Wolf King. Wei Dyer looked at Ling Xiao's graceful figure and her heart was stirred by something. She muttered to herself, "If I survive this, maybe I will allow you to take advantage of me once." After that, she consumed a dew-returning pill and went to help her brother. On the other side, the Golden Wolf King was slashed by Green Wolf's profound saber, and it also used its claws to slash Green Wolf's chest. Could be said that both sides were injured. "Damn beast, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive." Green Wolf was infuriated to the extreme. He did not expect that this Golden Wolf King would actually have the strength of a Tier 2 advanced martial artist. At first, he thought that it was only a Tier 2 or Tier 2 advanced martial artist. If he was in peak condition, he would naturally not be afraid of the Golden Wolf King. However, he could only use 70% of his profound strength and could only fight to a draw with the Golden Wolf King. This made him very unhappy. Just as he was about to attack the Golden Wolf King again, he felt a gust of wind behind him and blocked it without thinking. Clang! The two sabers collided, and Ling Xiao was sent flying a few meters back before he stopped. The web between his thumb and index finger that was holding the saber was split open, and blood slowly flowed out. The difference in strength between the two was obvious at a glance. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King quickly scurried to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao looked at the hideous wound on the Golden Wolf King's body and said with great heartache, "Xiao Jin, let's work together to kill this old dog and avenge you." Whoa. The Golden Wolf King let out a long howl filled with battle intent. Green Wolf looked at the two corpses not far away, and his expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King with murderous eyes and said, "Damn bastards, I want you to die a horrible death. Good buddy, it's time for you to drink human blood." Green Wolf cursed as he touched the jade bracer on his arm. The jade bracer flashed and a shadow appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It was actually a spiritual wolf beast, but this spiritual wolf beast was very different from the Golden Wolf King. This was because this spiritual wolf beast was green in color, and its fur was like lush green grass. It was extremely soft and there was a tuft of white fur in the middle of its head, making it look very handsome and demonic. This was a mid-tier 2 cyan flame wolf. Chapter 71. The blue flame wolf was a fire-attributed spirit beast. It was a spirit beast of the same rank as the wind wolf, and it mostly lived in barren hills that faced the sun. This cyan flame wolf was saved by Cyan Wolf in the mountains when he was young. The green flame wolf's original name was Zhu Dalan. He had inadvertently discovered this green flame wolf fighting a tier 2 middle stage python in the mountain range. The green flame wolf was no match for the python, and just as the green flame wolf was about to be devoured by the python, Zhu Dalan launched a sneak attack and killed the python, saving the green flame wolf. At that time, the blue flame wolf was already on the verge of death. Zhu Dalan had wasted a lot of spirit herbs and pills to save it. This green wolf felt that Zhu Dalan had saved it, so it followed Zhu Dalan. From then on, Zhu Dalan's good luck kept on coming. He felt that it was this blue fire wolf that brought him good luck. Not long after, he founded a mercenary group and named it the Green Wolves Mercenary Group. Outsiders didn't know Zhu Dalan's real name. Everyone just called Zhu Dalan the Green Wolves Mercenary Group. Zhu Dalan gladly accepted this nickname, and it was also at that time that the Green Wolves Mercenary Group's prestige was established in Meteor City. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Dalan wouldn't let others know that he had a second-rank spirit beast. This was because it would bring him a lot of trouble, so he always kept the cyan flame wolf in his wrist guard. That jade wrist guard was an accessory similar to a spatial storage ring. It was extremely rare and precious. Zhu Dalan had obtained it by chance in the trading market. At that time, the seller didn't know that it was a wrist guard used to store spirit beasts. He just thought it was an ordinary accessory and sold it to Zhu Dalan, which made Zhu Dalan earn a lot. Now, in order to kill this golden wind wolf and Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to summon the cyan fire wolf. As soon as the blue flame wolf appeared, it met the gaze of the golden wind wolf. With just a glance, it revealed a timid expression, and its huge body involuntarily took a step back. The cyan fire wolf and the wind wolf were different kinds of wolves, but they were both spiritual wolves. The cyan fire wolf could naturally sense the superior aura of the Golden Wolf King. This was the unique domineering aura of the Golden Wolf King. It made the cyan fire wolf feel a sense of oppression, so its first reaction was stage fright. Zhu Dalan frowned and immediately shouted, "Don't be afraid, I'll deal with this wind wolf." "You deal with him." "How?" The golden wind wolf howled at the cyan fire wolf, as though it was transmitting some sort of message. The blue flame wolf couldn't help but take a few steps back. "I'll kill you, you beast." Zhu Dalan saw that the cyan fire wolf was afraid, which was unexpected. He immediately swung his dragon-slaying heavy blade at the Gold Wolf King, and a few dazzling cyan lights shot out. The Golden Wolf King spat out a few beams of golden light to neutralize the green light. Its body flashed to the side and pounced towards Zhu Dalan. It bared its fangs and bit at Zhu Dalan's head. The cyan fire wolf hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it still revealed an ominous glint towards Ling Xiao and pounced towards Ling Xiao. "Oh no, this fellow seems to be very strong," Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly. At this moment he had no way out. He could only brace himself and charge forward. He hurriedly spread out his footwork and brandished his sword and saber to meet the blue flame wolf. On the other side, Lung Shi and Wei Dyer had forced Fire Wolf into a sorry state. He was already injured in many places, and if this continued he would definitely be killed by the Lung Shi siblings. Fire Wolf had the intention to retreat. Now that he was in the Illusion Valley, as long as he had enough speed he could shake off the two of them and hide in the fog. He believed that no one would be able to find him, but doing so would be equivalent to betraying the Green Wolf Regiment. For a moment, Fire Wolf hesitated. In his moment of absent-mindedness, Wei Dyer struck him on the back, causing him to fly backwards and spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, I don't even know if I can leave the Illusion Valley alive. If I betray you, then so be it. Fire Wolf gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He had to escape or he would die here. If he escaped, he might still have a chance of survival. Just as he was about to turn around and escape, his lower body seemed to be entangled by something. What's that? Fire Wolf looked down in confusion. He saw something that looked like a green vine binding his feet, and the green vine was still spreading towards his body to bind him. Get lost. Fire Wolf did not even think as he raised the dagger axe in his hand and waved it at the vine. The flames grew brighter and instantly burned the green vines. However, just as Fire Wolf thought that he could escape, the green vines actually spread towards him again. Furthermore, it had consciously entangled his hand, causing him to be unable to move. Damn it! Fire Wolf cursed. He wanted to use his other hand to get rid of the green vines, but the speed at which the green vines spread was too fast. In an instant, his 4 limbs were bound and he was unable to break free. Bastard, what is this thing? Fire Wolf's mind was shocked. His entire body was wrapped by the green vines, and what was even more strange was that after the green vines wrapped around Fire Wolf, they hung him on the giant tree. Lung Shi and Wei Dyer watched as Fire Wolf disappeared right in front of their eyes. They were extremely shocked and their bodies kept retreating. Little sister, run. This giant tree is strange. Lung Shi grabbed Wei Dyer's hand and turned around to escape. Unfortunately, the two of them were one step too late. The green vines had already entangled their legs. The two of them did not even have the chance to resist. Like Fire Wolf, they were once again entangled by the green vines in mid-air. On the other side, Zhu Dalan was still fighting with the Golden Wolf King, while Ling Xiao was being chased around by the Green Fire Wolf. If the Green Fire Wolf was only at the lower tier of the second level, Ling Xiao would not be afraid. However, this was a middle-tier Green Fire Wolf, and its speed was not any slower than his. He could only choose to fight while moving around. He did not want to kill the enemy, but he could not let the Green Fire Wolf hurt him either. He was hoping that Leng Shi and Wei Dyer would finish off the Fire Wolf quickly and come to help him. However, while he was moving around, he heard the exclamation of the two of them. When he looked over, he saw that the two of them had been tied up by the green vines of the giant tree. Ling Xiao stopped moving and revealed a look of disbelief. He had forgotten that there was a green fire wolf chasing after him. A ray of fire blasted on his body and sent him flying a few meters away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was obviously seriously injured. Ling Xiao got up and ignored the green fire wolf. He ordered the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, run. Unfortunately, it was too late. The green vines were like a spider's web, covering them in a frenzy. Damn it, is this an illusion? Ling Xiao cursed as he looked at the green vines wrapped around his feet. He kept slashing with the sword in his hand. However, it was all in vain. The green vines broke and regrew, and they grew again, binding Ling Xiao in an instant. On the other side, Zhu Dalan, the Golden Wolf King, and the Green Fire Wolf were not spared. None of them could escape, and they were all hanging in the air. The Fire Wolf, Leng Shi and Leng Shi, Ling Xiao, Zhu Dalan, and the two spirit beasts made up a total of 7 green vine cocoons. They were hanging in the middle of the giant tree like human-shaped fruits, and it was very surprising to see. Everyone was tied up, and even their mouths were stuffed with green vines, making it difficult for them to speak. Fortunately, they could still breathe through their nostrils, or else they would all suffocate to death. The tied-up Ling Xiao's heart was cold to the extreme. The more he struggled, the tighter the vines became. Could this be a man-eating tree? Ling Xiao forced himself to calm down, but in the face of life and death, he couldn't calm down. He was very worried about the origins of this giant tree. Xiao Jin, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King said, Master, I'm not good. I have a fear of heights. I'm about to faint. When Ling Xiao heard this, he almost fainted. Damn acrophobia. What kind of ghost wolf king is this? It's so timid. Is there any way to escape? Ling Xiao asked. Master, I don't know either, the Golden Wolf King replied. Looks like I can only rely on myself, Ling Xiao thought to himself. But now that he couldn't move his entire body, how could he save himself? At this moment, Ling Xiao noticed that a large cocoon in front of him was emitting green smoke. The green smoke grew larger and larger, and gradually the green vines began to burn. A moment later, the green vines were actually burned. That works too. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. The human cocoon was the first trapped fire wolf. He used all of his attributes to force his body to his surroundings, and the fiery energy ignited the green vines, allowing him to escape. This move of his was indeed effective. The green vines were burned apart in a short while, and his entire body began to fall. Just as Fire Wolf thought that he was saved, a giant shadow came from behind him. Pah! Fire Wolf suffered a heavy blow from the back. He let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a mouthful of dazzling blood. Boom! Fire Wolf's entire body was smashed to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but he was once again tied up by the spreading green vines. When everyone saw this scene, no one dared to act rashly. Even Leng Shi and Wei Dai'er, who were of the fire attribute, didn't dare to save themselves like Fire Wolf. Damn, this tree can even attack people. Ling Zhao's heart felt even colder. Just now he had personally seen the tree ruthlessly hit Fire Wolf's body. He felt that this tree seemed to have a mind of its own and would automatically attack people. At this moment, a small figure jumped down from the giant tree. It was a strange spirit beast that looked like a human baby, and its green eyes were frighteningly big. Xiao Jin, is this a sinister fellow? Ling Xiao hurriedly transmitted a message to the Golden Wolf King. Yes, master. It is that sinister fellow. Its attack power isn't strong, but it can make you humans hallucinate, the Golden Wolf King replied. Hallucinate, hallucinate. That's right, this is an illusory demon. Ling Xiao muttered a few words and finally knew what kind of spirit beast this was. Illusory demons were low-tier second-rank spirit beasts. They weren't very aggressive, but they were listed as one of the most dangerous spirit beasts by humans. This was because their green eyes could make people hallucinate, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves. They wouldn't even know what had happened until the moment they died. The illusory demon looked at the 7 big cocoons with interest, and its mouth kept making GG sounds as if it was very happy. After a while, it walked towards Fire Wolf from the green vines. When it arrived in front of Fire Wolf that had already fainted, the pair of green eyes shot 2 illusory green rays at Fire Wolf's head. Immediately after, he heard the Fire Wolf struggle non-stop. Its expression became horrified and its mouth kept emitting woo, woo, woo. It looked like it was in pain and it wanted to cry out, but its mouth was stuffed with green vines and it couldn't even make a sound. The more Fire Wolf struggled, the tighter the green vines wrapped around it. That illusory demon seemed to be very happy, and it kept jumping on the green vines and clapping its hands. After a while, Fire Wolf's body stopped shaking, as if it had been strangled to death by the green vines, or killed by the illusory demon's illusions. The death of Fire Wolf wasn't scary, but the illusory demon actually did something disgusting that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Chapter 72. The illusory demon patted the vines on the tree. Those vines seemed to have received some sort of instruction, and in an instant, the majority of the vines on the Fire Wolf's body retreated. Only a few vines were still wrapped around him, preventing him from falling. Everyone saw the Fire Wolf's miserable state. His expression before death had been one of terror, fear, and despair. It was as if he had seen something horrifying right before his death. Following that, a scene that no one would ever forget happened. The illusory demon opened its mouth and directly bit down on the Fire Wolf's head. Having its head bitten through, the illusory demon revealed a joyful expression and increased its suction force. In the next moment, everyone knew what it was doing. It was actually sucking the Fire Wolf's brain. According to the books, illusory demons like to eat human brains. So that was true. When everyone saw this, they immediately felt a wave of nausea. Their stomachs instantly had the urge to vomit. Whoa! Including Ling Xiao, everyone wanted to vomit, but the vines were tightly wrapped around them, making it impossible for them to vomit. Fuck. This little monster is really disgusting. Ling Xiao's entire body was covered in cold sweat. It wasn't hard for him to imagine that when it was his turn, his fate would be the same as the Fire Wolf's. Master, I'm hungry. At this time, the Golden Wolf King sent Ling Xiao a message. The Golden Wolf King was a spirit beast, and it didn't feel anything about what the illusory demon was doing. Instead, it was the illusory demon's actions that had aroused its appetite. If you keep barking, I'll make you a vegetarian and starve you to death, cursed Ling Xiao. His stomach was in terrible pain, but this fellow still wanted to eat. He couldn't vent his anger without cursing. After a while, the illusory demon seemed to have finished sucking. It straightened its body and revealed a satisfied smile. Those rows of sharp teeth in its mouth were extremely frightening. It glanced at everyone and then began to walk again. Everyone began to struggle in panic. Everyone was afraid that they would be the next one to fall. The illusory demon chose the closest human cocoon. It was unknown who that human cocoon belonged to. That was because it was wrapped up by the vines. In any case, Ling Xiao knew that it wasn't him because he was still perfectly fine. Just as the illusory demon was about to use its illusion technique, Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry, He recognized who the human cocoon was, because he saw a piece of red gauze through the cracks of the green vines. Among these people, only Wei Dyer was wearing a red martial robe. Ling Xiao was 100% sure that the human cocoon was Wei Dyer, who was trapped inside. Even though he called Wei Dyer affectionately, his feelings for her were not that deep. At the very most, he was only interested in her. However, he was a man who cherished flowers. How could he bear to see Wei Dyer being tortured to death by the illusory demons? Of demon of death anyway, but luck. To survive of demon of life as. To was. He was. As Ling Xiao thought in his heart, he continued to struggle free, hoping to attract the attention of the illusory demon and find him first. Of course, he wasn't hell-bent on seeking death, because he had thought of a way to come back from the dead. As expected, Ling Xiao's struggle attracted the attention of the illusory demon. The illusory demon hesitated for a moment before giving up on casting the illusion on Wei Dyer. Instead, it walked towards Ling Xiao. The illusory demon arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Its pair of green eyes flashed again, and an illusory green light shot towards Ling Xiao, who was in the green vines. Ling Xiao's mind seemed to be invaded by something. His expression suddenly froze, and then he revealed a look of disbelief. Because a person had appeared in front of him, an old man that he would never be able to forget for the rest of his life. This old man wasn't tall, and he wore a long blue robe that covered his body. His silver-white hair was shining, and his eyebrows were so long that they reached his chin. He always had a warm smile on his face and he looked like a sage-like immortal. He also looked like the old man of the Lin clan, making people want to get close to him. This was Ling Xiao's previous incarnation's old ghost master. "Old fart, is that you?" Ling Xiao asked that person with surprise and joy. The smile on the old man's face suddenly disappeared, and his eyes became fierce. He shouted, "Unfilial disciple, how dare you be disrespectful to me? I will cripple your martial arts and expel you from the sect." "Old fart, what kind of joke is this? If you expel me from the sect, who will go down the mountain to buy wine for you? Seriously?" Ling Xiao laughed disapprovingly. The old man didn't say anything else. Instead, he flashed towards Ling Xiao, raised his palm and pressed it towards Ling Xiao's chest. "Are you serious?" Ling Xiao replied in disbelief. However, just when he wanted to dodge, he realized that he couldn't move at all. The old man's palm contained all the inner force in his body, and it caused Ling Xiao's chest to cave in. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out in pain. He tasted something sweet in his mouth and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. "You're so disgraceful. I have raised you for more than 20 years. Today I will let you suffer all kinds of torture, cripple your martial arts, and expel you from the sect." The benevolent old man became ferocious and frightening. As he spoke, he slammed his palm against Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao's body was like a sandbag, and every part of his body was deformed from the beating. He couldn't stop screaming. He had never imagined that his most respected master would treat him so cruelly. The feeling of being betrayed by the person closest to him made him feel a heart-wrenching pain. The pain seeped into his bones and he would never be able to forget it. Forget it? Since his martial arts were given to him by his master, he would just let him take it back. Finally, the old man raised his palm again, and just as he was about to slam it against his dantian, a cool feeling assaulted Ling Xiao's heart. "No, he's not an old man and he's not my master. This is an illusion. Yes, this is an illusion. This is an illusion." Ling Xiao woke up from a dream, and realized that what was in front of him was an illusion. He hurriedly guarded his mind, and the 3 parts returning to origin chi had already started to circulate. In an instant, the old man that was slamming against Ling Xiao's abdomen instantly disappeared before his eyes. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he had almost gone mad and died in the illusion. Luckily, the 3 parts returning to origin chi could automatically circulate, and protected the top of his head, allowing him to regain clarity at the last moment. However, he knew that this matter wasn't over yet. He immediately struggled a few more times and then held his breath. He was like a dead man and didn't move an inch. The illusory demon at the side saw that Ling Xiao wasn't struggling anymore, and just like before, it slapped the green vines again. In an instant, most of the green vines gradually retreated, and only a few vines were still hanging on Ling Xiao's body. GG. The illusory demon saw that Ling Xiao was really dead, and it couldn't help but clap its hands happily. Wei Dyer, who was not far away, saw Ling Xiao and tears flowed out of her beautiful eyes. He had died for her, and her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, and it caused her unbearable pain. Seeing that the illusory demon was about to bite Ling Xiao's head, the Golden Wolf King anxiously transmitted a message, "Master, wake up. If Ling Xiao died, it wouldn't be able to live anymore. How could it not be anxious? What's with the noise?" Ling Xiao replied. He opened his eyes and with one hand, he forcefully broke free from the green vine's entanglement. The illusory demon at the side was shocked. It didn't think that this damned human was pretending to be dead, and it quickly turned around to escape. "If I let you escape, then I wouldn't be Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His other hand also broke free from the green vine, and then he slapped the arm of the other hand. Shoo! A cold arrow was shot out at an incomparably fast speed. The illusory demon's body was hit by the arrow, and it let out a blood-curdling scream. Then it lost its balance and fell from the tree trunk. The illusory demon landed heavily on the ground, and a pool of ink-like blood flowed out. The illusory demon was finally dead. Without the illusory demon's instructions, the green vine that was entangling Ling Xiao did not grow again. Phew! I can't believe I'm still alive. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead with one hand, and smiled as if he had just survived a disaster. It was truly dangerous just now. Fortunately, he cultivated the 3 portions origin returning technique and saved his life. Furthermore, he had the concealed sleeve arrow that he obtained from the Aardwolf hidden in his arm. Otherwise, if that illusory demon had escaped, he would still have been dead. Ling Xiao tore off the remaining green vines on his body, and then he grabbed one of the green vines that was entangling him. With a swing of his body he jumped to Wei Dyer's side. Although the illusory demon was already dead, the green vines of the giant tree still entangled Wei Dyer, Leng Shi Zhu Dalan, and the 2 spirit beasts. "Good sister, don't be afraid. Your brother will get you out of here." Ling Xiao went to Wei Dyer's side and comforted her. Then, he started to tear off the green vines that were entangling Wei Dyer with his bare hands. Why did he have to tear off the green vines with his bare hands? This was something that could not be helped. When Ling Xiao was entangled by the green vines, the blue crystal sword and the silver ghost blood blade had fallen under the tree. At this moment he could only use his bare hands to slowly tear off the green vines. "Master, quickly come and save me." At this moment the Golden Wolf King transmitted a telepathic message to Ling Xiao. "What's the hurry? Can't you see that I'm busy?" Ling Xiao replied in a bad mood. This time Ling Xiao had profited greatly. When he was tearing off the green vines, his hands kept wandering around Wei Dyer's graceful body. This made him exclaim in pleasure, especially when he was tearing off the green vines on Wei Dyer's chest. His perverted hands could not help but touch the majestic virgin peaks a few times. He could not help but exclaim in his heart, "So big, so elastic." Ling Xiao reluctantly rescued Wei Dyer. His face had a very gloomy expression because his lower body was too uncomfortable. In his heart he really wanted to eat Wei Dyer on the spot. Wei Dyer was successfully rescued. She jumped onto the tree pole and looked at Ling Xiao's aggrieved expression. She could not help but blush and spat, "Good brother, you are really shameless. If I was really shameless, I would have eaten you just now." Ling Xiao replied gloomily as he bowed down to prevent Wei Dyer from discovering the little tent below him. Since you saved me, I won't argue with you." Wei Dyer snorted lightly and then turned her pretty face away. There was a happy smile on her face that Ling Xiao could not see. Then she jumped in the direction of her brother. Just as Ling Xiao went to release the Golden Wolf King, Zhu Dalan actually shook off the green vines on his own. "Keep your lives for now. One day I will make you all die a horrible death." Zhu Dalan did not even bother with the blue flame wolf. He left behind some harsh words and disappeared into the fog. However, he did not know that he had dropped a precious thing when he broke free from the green vines. Chapter 73. In the depths of the illusory valley, 2 men and a woman sat cross-legged in front of a towering tree. Beside them were 2 spirit beasts, one gold and one green. One stood majestically, while the other lay obediently on the ground. They seemed to be very respectful towards the gold spirit beast. These people were Ling Xiao, Leng Shi, Wei Dyer, and the 2 spirit beasts, the Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Flame Wolf. Ling Xiao had put himself in danger. First, he had been affected by the illusory demon's illusion technique. After surviving it, he had pretended to be dead to trick the illusory demon. Finally, he had used the hidden sleeve arrow to kill the illusory demon, saving everyone. Otherwise, everyone would have been tortured to death by the illusory demon. However, even though everyone had been saved, Zhu Dalan had also escaped. 2 hours later, Ling Xiao was the first to recover. Before he had been entangled by the green vines, he had been attacked by the cyan flame wolf and suffered quite a bit of internal injuries. He had only recovered after consuming some pills and meditating. Leng Shi and Wei Dyer had expended a lot of energy, and their pills had long since been used up. If not for Ling Zhao's abundant pills, their recovery would have been very slow, and if they had encountered another spirit beast, it would have been terrible. Ling Xiao saw that the two were still meditating, so he walked over to the illusory demon's corpse. Tiske, such a small thing almost killed me. It was really dangerous, Ling Xiao said as he looked at the illusory demon's body with lingering fear. He then called out to the Golden Wolf King, Xiao Jin, aren't you hungry? Here, fill your stomach. The Golden Wolf King ran over and said with a downcast expression, Master, this is too small. Are you going to eat it or not? If not, I won't let you eat for 3 days, Ling Xiao ordered. The Golden Wolf King did not dare to disobey Ling Xiao's orders. It bit the illusory demon's corpse and directly swallowed it into its stomach. Ling Xiao was just about to turn and leave when the Golden Wolf King let out a strange cry and swallowed a mouthful of remains. Ling Xiao did not want to look at those disgusting things, but 2 flashes of green light attracted his attention. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao curiously looked at the 3 things that the Golden Wolf King had spat out. These 3 items were like crystals, shining brightly, and were about the size of half a fist. 2 of them were the pair of green eyes of the illusory demon at a glance. Those eyes were as clear and sparkling as an imperial jadeite, and they looked extremely noble. Beside the pair of green eyes was a diamond-shaped crystal that was about the same size. This crystal was as transparent and sparkling as a pure crystal, and Ling Zhao's reflection could be clearly seen within it. It was not like the green eyes that were emitting a green glow, but it gave off an extremely pure and flawless feeling of perfection. Ling Xiao picked up the 3 things. The green eyes gave off a warm feeling in his hand, but the white crystal gave off a cold feeling just like a block of ice. The illusory demon is already dead, but these eyes still give off life energy. There must be something special about them. Ling Xiao looked at the pair of eyes in his right hand and weighed them in his heart. He felt that they were definitely not ordinary, so he put them away. He then looked at the diamond-shaped crystal in his left hand. Other than being transparent, he didn't feel that there was anything special about it. Could this be a beast core? Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder. Who cares, I'll put it away first. I'll go back and look up some information to see what use it has, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He then put away the diamond-shaped crystal as well. Ling Xiao turned around to see if there was anything special about this tree, but then he saw the blue flame wolf walk over with something in its mouth. Ling Xiao didn't know what the blue flame wolf wanted to do and couldn't help taking a step back. You still want to fight me? Xiaojin, you take care of it. The Golden Wolf King instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and was about to pounce on the blue flame wolf. The blue flame wolf quickly crawled out and whimpered in a low voice. The Golden Wolf King stopped and sent a message to Ling Xiao, Master, it has something for you. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before looking at the blue flame wolf's paw. Sure enough, there was something in front of it. It was Zhu Dalan's jade wrist guard. This jade wrist guard had been accidentally dropped by Zhu Dalan when he was trying to break free from the green vines, but now it had been discovered by the blue flame wolf. Ling Xiao reached out and picked it up. The color of the jade wrist guard was very plain, similar to the wrist guard Shi had used. If Ling Xiao hadn't seen Zhu Dalan use this wrist guard to release the blue flame wolf, he wouldn't have thought that it was something rare. Although wrist guards that could store spirit beasts weren't as rare as spatial rings, their value was still quite high. In a remote city like Meteor City, it would be difficult to sell them even if one had the money. It could be said that Ling Xiao had picked up a treasure. But how was he supposed to use this wrist guard? Ling Xiao fiddled with the wrist guard, but he didn't know how to use it. Don't tell me I have to drip my blood to recognize it as its owner? Ling Xiao was puzzled for a moment before he bit his finger and dripped his blood. This wrist guard doesn't recognize its owner like this, Leng Shi's voice sounded. Leng Shi and Wei Dyer had already finished meditating and walked towards Ling Xiao. Big brother, big sister, are you alright? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Thank you for saving me, young Master Ling. You can call me Leng Shi from now on. Leng Shi cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. He had heard Wei Dyer mention Ling Xiao's identity just now. What do you mean by, young master? Based on my relationship with Big Sister, you are treating me like an outsider. You can just call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. He thought to himself, if your sister follows me in the future, you will be my Ping-yi big brother. It won't be a loss for me to call you big brother. Wei Dyer snorted, who has anything to do with you? Ling Xiao didn't mind and smiled, then said to Leng Shi, Big brother, how do you think I should use this thing? Leng Shi looked at the wrist guard in Ling Xiao's hand, and his eyes were burning with passion. This is a spirit beast wrist guard. I didn't expect the green wolf to have such a precious thing. Is this wrist guard very precious? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Leng Shi said, it's hard to get even with money. So valuable? Ling Xiao's heart shook. He didn't know that this little thing was so precious. He couldn't help but feel proud, thinking that this little green wolf was quite tactful. It seemed that if Xiao Jin took it in as a little brother, it would be a great help in the future. This wrist guard and the legendary space ring are both used to store things, but the wrist guard can only be used to store spirit beasts, while the space ring can only be used to store non-living things. Both of them are rare and precious. It's just that the spirit beast wrist guard is easier to make, and its value is slightly lower than the space ring, but it is still very precious. In Meteor City, I have never heard of anyone having a spirit beast wrist guard or a space ring. As for whether the three great clans have them, I don't know, Leng Shi explained. Then quickly tell me, how can I use this wrist guard? Ling Xiao asked urgently. Now that he had subdued the Golden Wolf King, he wanted to subdue the Green Fire Wolf as well. Having two spirit beasts by his side was a very cool thing, but he knew that if others knew that he had two spirit beasts at the same time, he was afraid that others would be jealous. It wouldn't matter if his opponent was weaker than him, but if he met a powerful spirit master, then he would be killed in a matter of minutes. Moreover, with the wrist guard, if he kept the Golden Wolf King and the Green Fire Wolf in the wrist guard, he could catch his opponent off guard if he met with any troublesome matters in the future. In short, there were many benefits to using this wrist guard, and it was very convenient. According to the records, the spirit beast wrist guard doesn't need to be bound by blood. You only need to use your consciousness to enter the wrist guard and erase the previous owner's consciousness. Then the wrist guard will belong to you, Leng Shi replied. I see, then I'll try. Ling Xiao was delighted. He didn't think it would be so easy and immediately wanted to try it. I advise you not to try. You can't erase the Green Fire Wolf's consciousness. His level is much higher than yours. You need to find someone stronger than him to erase his consciousness. But if that's the case, I'm afraid this wrist guard won't belong to you. So you should at least try it when you're a high-level mystic scholar, Leng Shi reminded him. When Ling Xiao heard this, it was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him, making him very depressed. Is there no other way? Ling Xiao asked, not giving up. He didn't know how long it would take for him to become a high-level mystic scholar. He didn't have the time to wait, so he wanted to use it now. Leng Shi shook his head helplessly, indicating that there was no other way. Since Leng Shi was so sure, Ling Xiao could only accept the reality and put on the wrist guard. He would think about it later. At this time, Leng Shi looked at Ling Xiao's other arm and asked, Young Master Ling, what hidden weapon are you hiding in your sleeve? Ling Xiao didn't beat around the bush and answered directly, hidden sleeve arrow holster. When they heard this, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer's expression turned cold. It seemed that they were very afraid of the hidden sleeve arrow holster. This arrow holster is barely passable. If it wasn't for it, we'd be dead. Ling Xiao said as he patted his arm. Looking at Ling Xiao's action, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer couldn't help but take a step back. They were speechless after hearing Ling Xiao's words. The concealment quiver was a concealed weapon of the second rank. If any mystic disciple rank expert was slightly careless, they might die under this concealment quiver. Its value was self-evident, but Ling Xiao actually said it was only barely used. This guy wasn't afraid of biting his tongue when he spoke. However, when they thought of Ling Xiao's identity, they felt that he had the right to say such words. After all, he was the young master of the Ling clan and the successor disciple of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao untied some dried meat from the Golden Wolf King and gave it to Leng Shi and Wei Dyer. They hadn't eaten for half a day and were hungry. Especially Leng Shi and Wei Dyer, they were especially hungry because they hadn't had a proper meal for the past few days. Fortunately, Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had captured a few spirit beasts in the Illusion Valley. Most of them were eaten by the Golden Wolf King and there was still some dried meat left. Now they could be put to good use. After eating the dried meat, Leng Shi thanked Ling Xiao again. If it wasn't for young Master Ling's timely arrival, I'm afraid that both of us would have died here. From now on, Both of us will listen to young Master Ling's orders without any objections. Lung Shi was a man who could clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. Moreover, the Lung Shi group was no longer around. Even if he didn't think for himself, he would think for his sister, Wei Dyer. If they could get close to Ling Xiao, it would be equivalent to getting close to the Ling clan. Their lives would be considered stable. This might be the best choice for them. Big brother, you don't have to be so polite. If big brother is willing, you will be my big brother from now on. Of course, big sister will still be my big sister. Let's not talk about anything else. If anyone dares to disrespect big brother and big sister in Meteor City, I will be the first to not let them go. Ling Xiao patted his chest and said proudly. His eyes kept glancing at Wei Dyer. Of course, his words were said to give Wei Dyer face. How happy would it be to have a god sister and a god sister? In the future, he would also have a sister to fuck. Ling Xiao looked forward to this very much. Lung Shi glanced at Wei Dyer and said seriously, since young Master Ling has said so, then I will not be unreasonable. From now on we will call each other brothers. You call me big brother and I will call you little brother Xiao. Ah, that's good. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. He then said to Wei Dyer, big sister, you are my big sister now. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you, I will cut off his dog head and drink with it. Wei Dyer blushed slightly and said, okay, then little brother must protect big sister well in the future. Don't worry. As long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, I will not let anyone bully you. Ling Xiao promised solemnly. Chapter 74. In the depths of the psychedelic valley, there were layers of fog day and night. Gusts of cold wind blew, and the temperature dropped significantly. It was estimated that it was already night time. Under a towering tree, a bonfire was lit, warming up the people nearby. Only Ling Xiao, Lung Shi, and Wei Dyer were left under the tree. Ling Xiao had sent the Golden Wolf King and the Cyanfire Wolf out to capture spirit beasts. Ling Xiao was not worried that the Golden Wolf King and the Cyanfire Wolf would lose their way. Spirit beast senses were much stronger than humans, and they could use their sense of smell to find their way back. Ling Xiao, Lung Shi, and Wei Dyer chatted as they warmed up by the fire. Ling Xiao looked at Lung Shi and asked, big brother, are you here to look for the secret territory? Lung Shi did not deny it and nodded. The temptation of the secret territory is too great, and we can't avoid it either. If it wasn't for the secret territory, my mercenary group wouldn't have. Sai, it doesn't matter whether we can find the secret territory or not as long as we can leave the psychedelic valley alive. Anyway, the Cyanfire Wolf group is no longer a threat. As long as we kill the Cyanfire Wolf group, we can take revenge for our brothers. Big brother is right, we don't know whether the secret territory exists or not. Moreover, the psychedelic valley is full of killing intent, and we don't know if we can survive, Wei Dyer replied. Big brother, big sister, you don't have to be so pessimistic. There's always a way out, and I believe that it won't be difficult to leave this place, Ling Xiao said disapprovingly. Lung Shi and Wei Dyer were stunned for a moment, and then they looked at Ling Xiao nervously and asked, do you know how to get out? Ling Xiao shrugged, I don't know either, but it won't be difficult for us to get out. Quickly tell us what we can do. Lung Shi and Wei Dyer had stayed in this place for many days. Both of them were bored to death by the environment here. If they could really get out of this place, they would not expect to find any Arcana land. It would be best if they could survive. Haha, I just need to ask Xiao Jin to catch a spirit beast and he will be able to take us out, Ling Xiao said with a relaxed smile. After all, the reason why he was able to come here was because a spirit beast was leading the way. So, if he wanted to leave, all he had to do was capture another spirit beast and he would be able to get out of the Mystic Illusion Valley. Little brother, you're really good. Wei Dyer was delighted and praised. Then she leaned forward and tapped lightly on Ling Xiao's forehead. Then she returned to her seat and turned her pretty face away. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one stunned. Even Lung Shi was stunned. Ling Xiao was stunned by the sudden reward, while Lung Shi was seeing his sister being so affectionate towards a man for the first time. Wei Dyer usually behaved passionately, but in reality Cold Snake knew that she had higher standards than anyone else. Furthermore, she had never been so intimate with any man before, even Frenzied Blade who had been pursuing her. For a moment, Lung Shi understood a lot of things and he was happy for his sister. It wouldn't be bad if Ling Xiao was his brother-in-law. Even though Ling Xiao's current strength wasn't high, his methods and background were really shocking. His future would definitely be bright. If Wei Dyer were to be with him, it would be her fortune. Sister, can we do it again? It was too fast just now, I don't even know what it felt like, Ling Xiao said as he touched the forehead that was kissed by Wei Dyer. I'm ignoring you, Wei Dyer said and then trotted to the side. Seeing that Wei Dyer had left, Ling Shi said to Ling Xiao solemnly, little brother Xiao, treat Dyer well in the future. Ling Xiao stopped smiling and nodded heavily. Big brother, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of my sister and not let any harm come to her. Alright, go and see her. I believe she has a lot to say to you. Ling Shi patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said. Ling Xiao grunted and then walked to Wei Dyer who was standing under the tree and said softly, Sister, are you angry with me? Wei Dyer snorted and turned her pretty face to the side ignoring Ling Xiao. Seeing that Wei Dyer was ignoring him, Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but he hesitated for a moment and closed his mouth. He stood side by side with Wei Dyer and no longer said a word. It was extremely quiet and peaceful under the giant tree. After a while, Wei Dyer was the first to break the silence and said lightly, Why did you come? Is it also for the secret realm? Ling Xiao said faintly, If I said that I came for my sister, would you believe me? Wei Dyer said angrily, Of course not, I didn't think that you would be so kind. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Haha, it's fine if you don't believe me. Actually, half of the reason I came here is for my sister. As for the secret realm, I just came here to take a look. If I'm lucky enough to find it, I don't mind accepting it. You make it sound so nice, Wei Dyer said impatiently, but her heart was filled with a strong sense of sweetness. By the way, sister, should I send you out first tomorrow? Or should I continue to look for the secret realm? Ling Xiao asked. Didn't Big Brother just say that it doesn't matter whether we find the secret realm or not? If that's the case, let's go out first. Moreover, even if we find the secret realm, it will be difficult for us to obtain it. There is a rank 3 spirit beast nearby and with our strength, it will be difficult for us to get close to it, Wei Dyer said while shaking her head. That's true. Then I will send you out tomorrow. If sister and Big Brother don't mind, you can come to my Ling family. I will take care of you in the future, Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Haha, you're really arrogant. My brother is a high-level mystic cultivator and I have also reached the mystic realm. Do you think that a small high-level mystic cultivator like you can protect us? Wei Dyer joked with a smile. Ling Xiao looked at Wei Dyer's smile and could not help but be stunned. He praised softly, Sister, you are so beautiful when you smile. When Wei Dyer heard this, her delicate face flushed red. Then she lowered her head and said softly, Really? Of course. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. Looking at Wei Dyer's delicate appearance, he was tempted and wanted to stretch his head down to kiss her. Don't try to occupy me. Wei Dyer suddenly raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao. Then she pushed Ling Xiao away and returned to Ling Shi's side with a laughter that sounded like silver bells. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. He was very proud of himself. It seemed that he would be able to get Wei Dyer soon. Just as Ling Xiao was about to walk back to the two of them, a strange feeling came over him and made him stop in his tracks. Why do I feel so cold? Ling Xiao looked at the giant tree and muttered to himself. He then was about to leave. Suddenly, a green vine wrapped around Ling Xiao's leg. It can't be, is this man-eating tree going to catch people again? Ling Xiao was shocked and immediately wanted to warn Ling Shi and Wei Dyer. At this moment, the green vine let go of Ling Xiao's leg. Ling Xiao did not expect the green vine to let go of him on its own. For a moment he could not think straight. Damn it, I better get out of this damn place. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart and wanted to run away again. However, the green vine wrapped around Ling Xiao's leg again. When Ling Xiao stopped running, the green vine let go of him again. Damn it, are you done? What are you trying to do? Ling Xiao could not help but curse at the green vine. Unexpectedly, the green vine bent and pointed towards the giant tree, as if it wanted Ling Xiao to go over. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. He did not expect this giant tree to be so intelligent. He was puzzled. Could it be that it wants me to help with something? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and walked to the side of the giant tree again. However, he found that there was nothing strange about the giant tree. Then he looked at the green vine. The green vine had actually shrunk into the tree and then came out again. It moved a few times just like a human moving his fingers. Don't tell me it wants me to enter the tree? Ling Xiao said to himself with an exaggerated expression. The green vine continuously shrunk into the tree and came out again, giving instructions to Ling Xiao. In the end, Ling Xiao could not resist the temptation and placed his hand on the giant tree. Suddenly, his whole body flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. Where is this? Ling Xiao was shocked. He did not expect to be in another place after touching the giant tree. This place seemed to be another world, filled with green vitality. The green vines interweaved and wriggled like snakes. There were also many white water droplets floating between the green vines. Each droplet looked so round and shiny, as if it was filled with a powerful vitality. At this time, a voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind, "Welcome to my world, little friend." "Who is it?" Ling Xiao asked nervously as he looked around. Then a green light flashed, and a kind old man with a head full of green hair and a green cane appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "You are?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. The kind old man stroked his green beard and laughed. "I am the spirit of the giant tree you just saw. You can call me LV Wang. Right now you are in my stomach." Ling Xiao couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't think that this giant tree really did have a soul. This continent really did have all kinds of souls. "You are a tree spirit? Not a tree demon?" Ling Xiao probed. LV Wang laughed. "Of course this old man is a tree spirit. How could I be a tree demon?" Ling Xiao didn't understand. "Then why did you let me enter your stomach? Don't tell me you want to absorb me?" LV Wang's face turned green. "No, it should be called black. His face was originally green." "Don't worry, little friend. This old man has no intention of harming you. This old man is here to thank you," explained LV Wang. "Thank you? You're not trying to trick me, are you? What do you have to give me?" Ling Xiao couldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. LV Wang replied, "This old man is a 10,000-year-old tree spirit. My collection is quite plentiful. As long as you want it, I naturally have it." Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately rubbed his hands and said, "That's great. First, give me 180 Shen weapons, the higher the better. Also, give me some gold coins, just a few tens of millions will do. As for spirit grass, the more the better. Let me say this first, if you don't have level 3 or above, don't take them out. For the time being I'll take these first." LV Wang was stunned speechless after hearing Ling Xiao's words. "What? Is it because you don't have that much? Since that's the case, then take out as much as you have. This young master has never seen such a stingy old man like you." Ling Xiao revealed a deflated expression. LV Wang sighed, "I don't have any of these." Ling Xiao's face darkened and he immediately roared at LV Wang, "Then you just said that your collection is quite plentiful and that as long as I want it, you'll have it. You smelly old man, even if you're lying, you don't have a draft. You're really wasting this young master's time. Forget it, this young master doesn't have time to waste with you. Let this young master go." Chapter 75. Lu Wang was stunned silly by Ling Xiao's scolding. He was a grand 10,000-year-old tree spirit, and his entire body was filled with treasures. But this brat actually didn't know what was good and only picked up the things he didn't have in his collection. If this was any other time, he might have immediately tossed Ling Xiao out. But when he thought about how he needed this brat's help, he could only endure. Lu Wang pointed at the sparkling water droplets. "This is 10,000-year-old tree sap. Although it isn't as rare as the 10,000-year-old stone bell sap, it's still extremely rare. Each drop can extend a human's lifespan by 100 years. There's also my 10,000-year-old tree root. As long as you humans still have a single breath left in you, you'll definitely be able to come back from the dead. And then there's my fruit." Lu Wang didn't get to finish speaking when he saw Ling Xiao's exaggerated expression. "Speak, what effect does this fruit have?" Ling Xiao wiped away his saliva, his eyes shining with a golden light. "If I won't say." "Fine, since you look down on me I'll send you out," snorted Lu Wang. Just now this brat was blind and misunderstood you. Look, please don't bother with this brat." Ling Xiao hastily lowered his posture and tried to curry favor with him. His face really did change quickly. Just a moment ago he had been filled with anger, but now he was smiling like an obedient child. "I think it's fine. This old man's things aren't able to withstand your torment. I'll send you out." Lu Wang pinched his beard. Seeing Ling Xiao's embarrassed appearance made him feel refreshed. Ling Xiao saw Lu Wang's expression and his heart changed. He put away his fawning expression and sighed. "Since that's the case, then send me out." Okay, replied Lu Wang. Then he paused and probingly asked, "You really want to leave?" "Of course, I don't like to force others. Since you don't have anything to give me, I won't be so shameless as to stay here." "All right, hurry up and send me out," Ling Xiao said righteously. Immediately, Lu Wang became somewhat anxious and once again tempted. 10,000-year tree milk, 10,000-year tree root. You don't want them?" Ling Xiao sighed and said, "Of course I want it, but it's not mine. Naturally, I won't take it by force. I'm known as an honest and kind little husband. I won't take what others like. Really? Lu Weng asked doubtfully. Ling Xiao nodded and said, of course. In fact, he was very nervous in his heart. If this old man really didn't give it to him, his losses would be huge. Lu Weng scratched his head full of green hair and said, I'll give it to you, okay? Really? Of course. Ah, that's good. Just give me 180 each for the 10,000-year tree sap, 10,000-year tree root, and 10,000-year tree fruit. I'm not greedy. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. I'm old and muddle-headed. Lu Weng looked at Ling Xiao's pleased expression and realized that he had been tricked. He couldn't help but let out a vexed cry and then said, you humans are just too crafty. Well said, well said. Ling Xiao cupped his hands with a proud smile. Lu Weng sighed and then solemnly said, I can give you everything you want, but I have a condition. As expected, it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao immediately thought to himself and then asked, please tell me. If it's too difficult, I won't be able to help you. Ling Xiao was extremely cautious. If this old monster that had lived for 10,000 years needed his help, then it definitely wouldn't be anything good. If he was asked to do something that he couldn't do, then he might as well make it clear from the start. Moreover, he didn't think that his luck was that good that he would randomly run into such a good thing. There was a saying that went like this, caution is the parent of safety. Lu Weng faintly said, little friend doesn't need to worry. My condition is very simple and it will also be of great benefit to you. Really? Ling Xiao asked in disbelief. Lu Weng said, little friend, listen to me first. Ling Xiao closed his mouth and nodded, indicating that he wouldn't interrupt. Lu Weng stroked his green beard and sighed, little friend, do you know why this mountain valley is covered in fog all year round? Ling Xiao shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. You can say that this place was created because of me. Lu Weng's expression darkened as he continued, 800 years ago, this place was just like any other valley. It was filled with sunlight, rain, trees, and spirit herbs, and the spiritual energy here was abundant. After that, an illusory demon appeared here and discovered my existence. It used an illusory technique to make me its demonic servant. Because illusory demons prefer to live in damp and foggy places, it manipulated me and made the spiritual energy I emitted gather with the morning mist every day, thus increasing the density of the fog. Over the days and nights, it finally turned into a valley that is filled with dense fog and has no sunlight or moonlight, becoming the territory of the illusory demon ruler. According to what you're saying, this illusory valley was created by you and the illusory demon? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. Lu Weng replied, that's right. Other than the occasional spirit beast that roams the valley, all the flowers and trees have withered without the nourishment of sunlight. Sigh. Lu Weng was originally a tree spirit, so it was the same type of plant as the flowers and trees. Because of it, not a single blade of grass grew in the entire valley, causing it to be extremely upset. This isn't entirely your fault, Ling Xiao consoled. Lu Weng sighed, sigh, you don't need to console me. Since this was caused by me, I will do my best to make up for it. Then how do you plan to make up for it? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. This is precisely the reason why I invited you in, Lu Weng said. What does this have to do with me? Do you really think that I can make the fog disappear and revive all living things? If I really had such a divine ability, I wouldn't have been captured by you today, Ling Xiao said unhappily. Little friend, today's matter was caused by the illusory demon. I had no choice, so don't take it to heart, Lu Weng explained before continuing. Once the fog is gone, there is naturally no need for little friend to do it. This old man has his own methods. Then what exactly do you want me to do? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. Lu Weng looked seriously at Ling Xiao. I need little friend to save my life. Ling Xiao was startled and then said in disbelief, what kind of joke is that? You're a tree spirit that can revive all living things, so why would you need me to save you? Furthermore, aren't you perfectly fine right now? Ling Xiao felt that Lu Weng's words were a bit ridiculous. The tree spirit's abilities were much stronger than his own, and he didn't believe that he had the ability to save Lu Weng. Furthermore, wasn't Lu Weng perfectly fine right now? Little friend, listen to me. This old man plans to absorb my tree spirit energy, and the fog will gradually disappear. At that time, I will use up my vitality to revive the entire valley. At that time, this old man's vitality will be greatly damaged, so I need little friend's help, Lu Weng explained. Ling Xiao heard Lu Weng's words and felt that they had some credibility. He asked, then what can I help you with? When the time comes, I want to reside in little friend's spiritual sea to recover my vitality. Lu Weng pointed at Ling Xiao's head. What? Reside in my spiritual sea? No, you clearly want to seize my physical body. You really are a tree demon, not a tree spirit. Ling Xiao was startled and immediately retreated. Lu Weng hastily added, Little friend, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I don't want to seize your physical body. If I really wanted to seize your physical body, do you think you would still be standing here talking to me? There's no need for me to waste my breath talking to you. Ling Xiao thought about it and felt that Lu Weng's words were correct. Lu Weng possessed remarkable abilities, and killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. Little friend, me residing in your spiritual sea will only be beneficial to you. Lu Weng tried to tempt him. Tell me about it. Ling Xiao was a bit tempted. When my vitality is greatly damaged, I will be in my weakest state. At that time, I will enter your spiritual sea in my tree spirit form and restore my vitality. Of course, I won't take up too much space in your spiritual sea. I've discovered that your spiritual sea is very large. It seems to be several times larger than a normal person's. That's also the reason I chose you. If a normal person were to forcefully enter my spiritual sea, their brain would explode and they would die, explained Lu Weng. Fuck, it's that dangerous? Die from brain explosion? Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and patted his chest. He had clearly been frightened. I'm talking about normal people. Little friend, you naturally won't have that kind of situation. Once I enter your spiritual sea, your consciousness will not encounter any obstruction or restriction. Furthermore, once you're strong enough, you'll be able to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that I've gathered to increase your cultivation speed. You'll also be able to touch my tree spirit chi, which will have the effect of increasing your lifespan. Once my vitality recovers, I'll be able to give you the 10,000-year tree sap, 10,000-year tree roots, and 10,000-year tree fruits that you want. Those things are definitely rare for you humans. Lu Weng earnestly looked at Ling Xiao. How do you know that my spiritual sea is several times larger than a normal person's? Asked Ling Xiao. Because you're the first human to break the illusory demon's illusion art. If it weren't for the fact that your spiritual sea is powerful, you definitely wouldn't have been able to escape its control, said Lu Weng. Could that really be the case? Ling Xiao asked in his heart. He had thought that it was because of the 3-part returning chi's automatic circulation. He hadn't expected that it would also be related to his spiritual sea. But then he thought about how he was a transmigrator, and how his 2 spiritual seas were gathered together. There might have been some sort of mutation that had caused his spiritual sea to be several times larger than a normal person's. Realizing this, Ling Xiao was tempted. Although he didn't know what kind of tree spirit Lu Weng belonged to, just based on the fact that it could increase his cultivation speed and increase his lifespan, no matter who it was, they would definitely be tempted. It had to be known that everyone in this world pursued the dream of immortality, but how many people were actually able to achieve it? Even if it was just extending their lifespan by a few years, many people would feel that it was a gift from the heavens. Ling Xiao sank into silence. Lu Weng didn't bother him. He knew that most people would find it very difficult to believe his words, and he would need some time to seriously consider them. After a while, Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Lu Weng. I can agree to your request, but I want to verify whether or not your words are true. How do I verify them for you to believe? Asked Lu Weng. Let me take a drop of the 10,000-year tree sap right now. If it works, then we'll have a deal. If it doesn't, then there's no need to talk about it, said Ling Xiao as he pointed at the star-like droplet of water. All right, no problem, Lu Weng readily agreed. Chapter 76. After Lu Weng agreed, a drop of 10,000-year tree sap floated in front of Ling Xiao. I don't know how many years I've existed for, but it can't be less than 15,000 years. I've only managed to condense 100 drops of 10,000-year tree sap, and each drop contains my essence energy. I'll give you 1 drop in hopes that you'll keep your promise. Lu Weng painfully looked at that drop of 10,000-year tree sap. These were more than 100 drops of 10,000-year tree sap that it had accumulated for more than 10,000 years. Each drop was where its profound chi resided. If 1 drop was lost, it would need at least 1,000 years to condense again. How could it not feel the pain? Seeing Lu Weng's pained expression, Ling Xiao impatiently opened his mouth and sucked in that drop of 10,000-year tree sap. Immediately, a cool and refreshing feeling spread throughout his body. Awesome! Ling Xiao couldn't help praising. Then something miraculous happened. A vast and pure energy spread throughout Ling Xiao's body. The three-part origin energy and the Vajra 5 transformation art both began to circulate, crazily devouring that pure energy. The pure energy was instantly divided into two. Half of it was absorbed into the Dantian, which was filled and warm. The other part of the energy was divided into the meridians. Several small meridians were instantly broken open. The other half was absorbed into every part of the body, which stimulated the activity of all the cells in the body. His limbs and internal organs were all nourished, especially the tendons and meridians. After absorbing the energy, they became more than twice as tough as before. They faintly glowed with a golden light. This was the sign of success in the second transformation of the Vajra 5 transformations formula, tendon refining. In the past, when cultivating the second transformation, refining tendons, he would need to absorb medicinal energy to strengthen his tendons. Now this drop of 10,000-year tree sap was the best tonic, allowing him to instantly make progress in the second transformation. Ling Xiao's mind shook and he didn't dare dally. He immediately sat down cross-legged and focused on absorbing this pure energy. After a while, Ling Xiao's entire body was covered with a green light, like that of a dragon. It was so vivid and lifelike that it was breathtaking. His skin was covered with a layer of pale golden light. The two colors intertwined, making him look very strange and holy. Ling Xiao's aura soared all the way from the initial stage of a high-level profound practitioner, all the way to the intermediate stage of a high-level profound practitioner. His aura didn't stop there, directly rushing all the way to the peak of the profound practitioner level, faintly showing signs of breaking through to the profound practitioner level. At this time, Ling Xiao's aura directly stopped. When Lu Weng saw this, he stroked his green beard and thought to himself, "This kid has a resolute temperament, and he's actually able to resist the temptation of breaking through. His future prospects are limitless, and it looks like choosing him isn't a bad choice." After a long while, Ling Xiao abruptly stood up. His aura was clearly more than twice as strong as before, and his entire body was circulating with a dense life essence. A faint fragrance that was faintly discernible made one feel refreshed. He could clearly feel that his body was brimming with vitality, as if his entire body was filled with inexhaustible energy and energy. Just like this, I've gained 100 years of lifespan? Ling Xiao spread out his hands and looked at himself in disbelief. He felt that his body had truly undergone a great change, but he still had to seek confirmation from Lu Weng. Of course, aside from the increase in lifespan, there are also great benefits. You'll understand them in the future, Lu Weng said proudly. This time Ling Xiao no longer doubted Lu Weng's words. "All right, I agree to your conditions. I'll let you enter my spiritual sea to recover." Ling Xiao immediately and straightforwardly agreed. He was incomparably happy inside. He had gained 100 years of lifespan for no reason at all. This was something that anyone could only dream of. After verifying it, he felt that Lu Weng's words were truly trustworthy. Perhaps letting him enter his spiritual sea really was a win-win situation. "Young friend, you'll rejoice in this decision in the future," Lu Weng said with satisfaction. "Let's talk about this later. Elder Lu, when are you going to disperse this fog?" Ling Xiao had even changed the way he addressed Lu Weng. He naturally had to show some respect after obtaining such benefits. "In 1 or 2 days. Once I retract my tree spirit chi, the fog will dissipate," Lu Weng said indifferently. "All right, then let me leave for now. If my friends don't see me, they'll probably be worried," Ling Xiao replied. Then he thought of Leng Shi and Wei Dyer outside. If they saw that he had disappeared, they would probably be worried. "All right, stay near me for the next 2 days. Don't run around. Once I've exhausted my energy, I'll naturally enter your spiritual sea. As long as you let nature take its course and don't resist, there won't be any danger. If you resist, then you'll have to bear the consequences," Lu Weng said. Following that, Ling Xiao's vision darkened and he once again appeared in front of the giant tree. "Damn, this is too miraculous." Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. At this time, Leng Shi and his sister, who had been looking for Ling Xiao, also discovered Ling Xiao. Wei Dyer ran a few steps and put her hands on her hips. She looked at Ling Xiao and said angrily, "Where did you run off to just now? Why didn't you respond? I thought you were eaten by a spirit beast." Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said, People have 3 urgent needs, ha. Your 3 urgent needs took too long. You actually spent more than 2 hours." Wei Dyer didn't believe Ling Xiao's words. "I've been holding it in for a few days. Alright, are you worried about me?" Ling Xiao laughed shamelessly and changed the topic. He didn't want to tell anyone about what happened just now because it was too unbelievable. No one would believe him even if he said it. Wei Dyer blushed slightly and spat, "Who's worried about you?" At this time, Leng Shi looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, "Brother Xiao, you've actually reached the peak of the Profound Realm?" He remembered that Ling Xiao was just a high-level Profound Realm cultivator who had just entered the Profound Realm. Now, after just a little more than 2 hours, he had actually reached the peak of the Profound Realm. He could suddenly reach the Profound Realm at any time. This really made him speechless. Wei Dyer looked at Ling Xiao once more and her expression changed. Then she said in agreement, "You really are at the peak of the Profound Realm. There seems to be a smell. It's very fresh. Could it be that you've consumed some kind of spiritual herb?" "What spirit grass? I, your little brother, am extraordinarily talented. Increasing my strength is a very common thing. Could it be that you guys didn't hear that I already broke through to the Mystic Knight rank 2.5 years ago? Now I'm just slowly recovering my strength, that's all." However, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer felt that Ling Xiao's words made sense. After all, they had heard of Ling Xiao's genius name. Maybe it was just as Ling Xiao said, he was only recovering his strength now. "Alright, since you're fine, let's go and eat something." Leng Shi didn't think too much and immediately changed the topic. The Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Fire Wolf caught a middle-stage second-level phantom leopard. It was enough to solve the problem of eating for the three of them. After eating the leopard meat, Ling Xiao said to Leng Shi and Wei Dyer, "Brother Leng, sister, are you really going to give up on the secret territory?" The two of them looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. They had already made it clear that they didn't want to look for the secret territory anymore. They just wanted to leave the Illusion Valley. They didn't know why Ling Xiao brought it up again. "Brother Xiao, are you planning to?" Leng Shi guessed. Ling Xiao nodded without denying it. "That's right. I'm a very curious person. Since I'm already here, I want to find out what's going on. Moreover, the fog in the Illusion Valley will probably dissipate in 2 days. After 1 or 2 days, the fog in the Illusion Valley would dissipate. At that time, they would be able to recognize the path to the secret territory." Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to see the secret territory. Thus he asked Leng Shi and Wei Dyer again. If they insisted on going out, he would send them out first. It would be more convenient for him to go alone. If they were still interested in exploring the secret territory, there was no harm in bringing them along. After all, Leng Shi and Wei Dyer weren't weak. The fog in the Illusion Valley will dissipate? That's impossible. The Illusion Valley has been around for hundreds of years. I've never heard of the fog dispersing. Brother Xiao, I think you should give up on the secret territory. I've heard that the secret territory is guarded by a rank 3 spirit beast. I'm afraid that even a spirit master would have a hard time dealing with it. Leng Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wei Dyer, who was beside him, also nodded. She thought that Ling Xiao's words couldn't be trusted. The Illusion Valley had been around for hundreds of years, maybe even thousands of years. How could it be dispersed just because Ling Xiao said so? This was simply too ridiculous. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. Anyway, no matter how much he explained, they wouldn't listen to him. He would just let them wait and see. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Leng Shi and Wei Dyer sat on the Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Fire Wolf respectively and left the Illusion Valley. "That's great. We've finally left this damn place." Wei Dyer couldn't help but exclaim as soon as they left the Illusion Valley. Yes, it was really dangerous this time. If Brother Xiao hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid that we would have died in the valley, Leng Shi said emotionally. After Wei Dyer came down from the Golden Wolf King, she turned around and looked at the misty valley in front of her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness as she said, "Yes, although that guy is a bit of a rascal, his abilities aren't weak. He was even able to subdue the Golden Wolf King. I hope that he can successfully find the secret territory. Oh, I hope that everything goes well for him. Come, let's go out." Leng Shi also looked at the Illusion Valley and patted Wei Dyer's shoulder. At this time, the Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Fire Wolf once again entered the mist. They wanted to return to Ling Xiao's side. Just as Leng Shi and Wei Dyer were about to leave, the Illusion Valley finally started to change. Leng Shi and Wei Dyer looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. Their mouths were wide open as if they couldn't believe that this was a reality. The mist above the illusory valley suddenly surged. Layers of mist rapidly surged towards the depths of the illusory valley. It was as if there was a huge whirlpool in the depths of the illusory valley that was devouring the mist. For a time, the birds and beasts in the psychedelic valley panicked and fled for their lives. The mercenaries and adventurers in the vicinity of the Illusion Valley all saw this shocking phenomenon. Look, the mist in the Illusion Valley is actually gradually disappearing. What's going on? Could it be that some kind of spiritual creature has just been born in the Illusion Valley? It's possible that the heaven and earth are changing. It's a pity that it's close to the depths of the mountain range, and there are many spiritual beasts that are ranked 2 and above. If we go there we will definitely die. I heard that the Green Wolf Regiment seems to be heading in the direction of the Illusion Valley. Could it be that they're the cause of this commotion? If that's the case, could it be that the Green Wolf Regiment has obtained some kind of spiritual creature? It's really disappearing. Wei Dyer said in surprise as she looked at the gradually thinning mist. Yes, I really don't know how this kid did it. Lung, she said with infinite emotion. Big brother, you can't be thinking that this is his doing, right? Wei Dyer asked in shock. If it's not him, who else do you think it is? Since he has already determined that the mist will disperse in 2 days, then he must know something. He just didn't tell us, Lung, she said calmly. After hearing Lung Shi's words, Wei Dyer's body shook, and her beautiful eyes looked into the depths of the valley with indescribable feelings. If you have feelings for him, then cherish it. He might be a good choice, Lung Shi said as he looked at the absent-minded Wei Dyer. He's just a kid, I don't like him, Wei Dyer said with a blush on her face. She then turned around and ran away. Chapter 77. On the other side of the valley, 3 low-tier second-order Greenwind cranes were flying towards the Illusion Valley from afar. Upon closer inspection, there were 3 people sitting on top of the 3 Greenwind cranes, 2 men and 1 woman. If others were to see this scene they would probably be shocked. Just who had the ability to ride on second-order spirit beasts? It was likely that none of the 3 great families of Meteor City had the ability or strength to do so. The most surprising thing was that the 2 men and the woman were all very young and very powerful. The most attractive one was the young girl sitting on the green wind crane in the middle. Her delicate face was covered by a white veil, revealing only a pair of beautiful eyes that were as clear as autumn water. Her skin was creamy, and a few thousand willow hair fluttered in the wind. There was a blue ribbon tied around her hair, like a butterfly knot, making her look extremely graceful. A light blue armor wrapped around her exquisite body, and a rusty red belt with a phoenix embroidered on it glistened, making her look noble and extraordinary. With a single glance, one would be captivated by her graceful appearance. Although her face was covered by a veil, it wasn't hard to imagine that her peerless beauty would definitely cause others to sigh in admiration. On the greenwind crane to her right sat an extraordinarily handsome young man. He was about 25 years old and wore a simple black martial robe. His hands were crossed in front of his chest, and despite the gusts of wind causing his clothes to flutter, he remained unmoved, appearing extremely confident and elegant. His eyes were focused on the young girl in the middle, and they were filled with a strong sense of love. From time to time, an enchanting smile hung on his face as he spoke. On the greenwind crane to the young girl's left was a tall and valiant young man. He was about 23 years old, and his appearance was extremely simple and honest. He only wore a short sleeveless shirt, and the veins on his powerful arms were like spirit snakes coiling around them. The sturdy muscles on his chest tightly stretched out his sleeveless shirt, and the pair of huge axes on his back was quite eye-catching. Junior sister, look at that valley in front of us. The handsome young man pointed at the illusion valley in front of them and spoke to the young girl in the middle in surprise. The young girl indifferently replied, I see it. Her voice was like the chirping of an oriole, one would never get tired of hearing it. However, her tone revealed a sense of rejection. At this time, the simple and honest young man said, 8th senior brother, isn't that the illusion valley? I think we passed by here last year. The handsome young man replied, That's right. It is said that this place has been formed for hundreds of years, and the fog has never dissipated. Now that it has dissipated, and the fog is rushing towards the depths. Did something happen over there? Master said that there must be a spirit object appearing when there's a heaven and earth anomaly. 8th senior brother, do you think there will be a spirit object appearing? The simple and honest young man scratched the back of his head and said. The handsome young man didn't answer him. Instead, he asked the girl in the middle, Junior sister, should we go and take a look? The girl frowned slightly then said lightly, Let's go and take a look. It's on the way anyway. Alright, let's go. The 8th senior brother seemed to be accustomed to the girl's indifference. He didn't mind and smiled. Subsequently, the 3 greenwind cranes flew towards the depths of the illusion gorge at full speed. In the depths of the illusion gorge, Ling Xiao was under a huge tree. Looking at the shocking scene in front of him, his heart was filled with shock. Layer after layer of fog covered the tree like a swarm of bees. If it weren't for the light barrier of the tree, he would have probably become a drowned rat by now. It looks like this trip to the mountain range really wasn't in vain. Ling Xiao couldn't help sighing inside. If he was still holed up in the back mountain of his family, he probably wouldn't have had such a fortuitous encounter. Big brother Cold Snake and my good sister should already be outside the gorge. This time they'll definitely be shocked. Haha, since they don't believe this young master's words, then I'll take the secret realm for myself. Ling Xiao smiled to himself. Half a day later, more than half of the fog around the Illusion Valley had dissipated, and they could now see up to 50 meters in front of them. The fog had already stopped surging, but it was gradually dispersing under the bright sun. It wasn't like before when there were layers upon layers of fog that obstructed their vision. Now it was like layers upon layers of veils had been lifted, gradually revealing the barren gorge within. The gorge was continuous, but there wasn't the slightest trace of life. Only in the deepest part of the gorge was a huge tree that towered into the sky. At this time, the huge tree gradually began to shake, and a ball of green light instantly began to spread out from its surroundings. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and muttered to himself, "Is it about to begin?" Following that, starting from the surroundings of the huge tree, the ground began to undergo a shocking change. The originally dry land gradually broke open, and the tender grass grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, it started from the tender shoots and then the lush green grass grew. Not long after, the grass actually grew to more than half a meter tall. Not only that, some unknown wildflowers and trees also grew in an instant, and their speed was not any slower than the grass. It seemed that in just an instant, the barren gorge was actually gradually filled with lush grass, flowers that covered the mountains and plains, and trees that were plucked out of the ground. A dense spiritual energy instantly filled the entire gorge, and one would feel refreshed just by breathing. When looked at from afar, the original illusory gorge had changed. The originally boundless mist had become verdant, fresh, and exuberant with vitality. It was like an aesthetically pleasing scene had appeared spontaneously, and it caused one to feel relaxed and happy. When the gorge changed, the huge tree in the depths of the gorge was also changing. It was originally so big that it would take more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it, but it gradually shrunk by several times, and the leaves that were before reaching into the clouds instantly withered and shrunk. Not long after, the huge tree that towered into the sky was only the size of an ordinary tree. At this time, the tree once again underwent a huge change, turning from a tree into a skinny, green old man. This old man looked extremely exhausted, and his bent, thin body looked like a candle in the wind, about to disappear at any moment. Young friend, I'm going in," the green old man said weakly. Ling Xiao looked at the current Lu Wang and something seemed to stir in his heart. Without hesitation he said, "Old Lu, please come in." Ling Xiao relaxed his entire body, sat down and closed his eyes. The green old man nodded slightly, and his entire body floated up, drilling into Ling Xiao's head. Whoosh! A green light directly drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly, and then as if he had lost consciousness, he blankly sat in place. Lu Wang smoothly entered Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. He looked at Ling Xiao's vast sea of knowledge and nodded with satisfaction. As expected, this child's sea of knowledge is several times larger than an ordinary person's. He is truly blessed by the heavens. Lu Wang looked around and then said, "Now this old man can rest in peace and recover his vitality." After saying this, Lu Wang instantly turned into a small tree and began to take root in a corner of Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. Not long after, a small part of Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge turned green, and it seemed to be brimming with vitality. His sea of knowledge also gradually began to change. An hour later, the 3 green-winged cranes hovered in the air above Ling Xiao. "There's someone down there," the honest-looking young man said as he pointed at the seated Ling Xiao. "Let's go down and take a look," the handsome young man replied, and then took the lead to instruct his green-winged crane to fly down. Soon after, the young woman and the honest-looking young man followed on their green-winged cranes. Before the green-winged crane had even landed, the 3 of them jumped off its back. "Who are you? Do you know what just happened here?" The handsome young man lightly shouted at Ling Xiao. His expression was extremely arrogant, and anyone who heard him would feel extremely displeased. At this moment, Ling Xiao was still in a state of consciousness and didn't hear the handsome young man's words at all. He was still sitting cross-legged. "Eighth senior brother, he seems to be cultivating," the honest-looking young man reminded. "Humph, a little high-level profound practitioner dares to put on airs. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now? The handsome young man snorted coldly with extreme displeasure. Ling Xiao still didn't move. At this time, the young woman to the side couldn't help but feel displeased by Ling Xiao's actions. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know fear. The handsome young man frowned and shouted. He raised his hand and a golden ray of light smashed towards Ling Xiao. This move was actually a powerful profound scholar-level move that could release profound energy. Just as the golden ray was about to land on Ling Xiao's body, a blue ray flew out from the other side and directly scattered the golden ray. Junior sister, what are you doing? The handsome young man looked at the young woman in confusion. That blue ray just now was clearly released by the young woman. The young woman lightly said, "Don't waste time here, look around and see if you can find anything." The handsome young man unwillingly looked at Ling Xiao and obediently nodded to the young woman. Just as the three were about to leave, Ling Xiao let out a light groan and woke up. Old Lu should have gone in by now, right? Ling Xiao shook his head and muttered to himself. Eighth senior brother, junior sister is awake. The honest-looking young man pointed at Ling Xiao and said softly. Ling Xiao looked up and was surprised. Someone actually came, I didn't even know. The Illusion Valley had only changed for half a day, and Ling Xiao didn't expect that someone would actually come here. Do you know what just happened here? The handsome young man once again asked Ling Xiao arrogantly. What happened? I don't know. Ling Xiao casually replied. Then, his eyes lit up and he stared straight at the young woman wearing light blue satin. He praised in his heart, what a beautiful girl, this figure is really speechless. When the handsome young man heard Ling Xiao's casual reply, his heart was in a bad mood. Then he saw Ling Xiao actually looking at his junior sister with that vulgar gaze, and an indescribable anger rose in his heart. The young woman felt unnatural under Ling Xiao's gaze and immediately snorted in displeasure. Stinking brat, you actually dare to offend my junior sister. Dig out your own dog eyes and I'll spare your dog life. The handsome young man angrily cursed. Ling Xiao withdrew his gaze and dryly laughed. Brother, don't be angry. Isn't it just looking? It's not like there's any loss. I apologize to this young lady here. He then looked at the young woman and said, Young lady, this young man was impolite. This young man was just attracted by the young lady's heavenly beauty, please don't take offense. Bastard, how can my junior sister be blindly praised by a barbarian like you? The handsome young man's face slightly twisted, and a golden light shot out from his hand towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 78. Ling Xiao's words were genteel, but in the ears of the handsome young man, it sounded like he was flirting with his junior sister. He immediately launched an attack at Ling Xiao, wanting to make this annoying brat disappear before his eyes. Damn, it's not against the law to say something, right? Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and immediately moved to dodge the attack of the handsome young man. Boom. That golden light exploded not far away, making a burst of noise and raising a cloud of dust. Oh. You can actually dodge 8 senior brother's attack. The simple and honest young man said in astonishment. The young girl also revealed an astonished expression. The handsome young man also didn't expect that this little high-level profound practitioner could actually dodge his attack, but this made his heart even more determined to kill. It seems that this brat can already release his Xian energy externally and reach the Mystic Knight level. But even so, in my eyes, he is still a mere ant, unable to withstand a single blow. The handsome young man pondered and then both of his hands began to emit a golden light. He laughed sinisterly and said, Let's see how you can dodge my 2 fists. Xiao xiao. Another ray of golden light condensed into 2 large fists, which smashed towards Ling Xiao. This time, the speed of the 2 fists was twice as fast as the previous one. Come at me for real, this is going to take my life. Ling Xiao shouted. When he wanted to escape, he discovered that he was locked down by the other's imposing aura. He didn't have time to escape and the 2 golden lights directly exploded on his body. Ah! Ling Xiao screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew more than 10 meters away and fell into the grass, not getting up again. Can't withstand a single blow. Let's go and see if there are any spirit items nearby. The handsome young man said disdainfully and then smiled towards the young girl. He thought that Ling Xiao would undoubtedly die after receiving his attack, so he didn't go up to check. The young girl glanced at the direction where Ling Xiao fell and then nodded. The 3 of them then left. After the 3 of them left for a while, Ling Xiao let out a light cry and bounced up from the ground. Damn, luckily my body is tough or else I would really die here. I didn't expect that guy to be at Mystic Knight rank at such a young age. He seems to be even stronger than Brother Lungshi. Looks like he has at least the strength of a high-level Mystic Knight. The other two's aura are very strong, especially that girl. I actually can't see through her. Could she be a spirit master? That's impossible, Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked in the direction in which they had left. Just now, he had received an attack from the handsome young man and was indeed injured, but it wasn't to the extent of taking his life. Right now, his Vajra 5 transformation art's second stage, refining tendons, was already at the middle stage. He could withstand an attack from a middle stage Mystic Knight and be fine. Just now, the handsome young man only used half of his strength, so Ling Xiao was safe and sound. The reason why he chose to pretend to be dead was because he didn't have the confidence to defeat the three of them. If it was just the handsome young man, he could try his best. However, the three of them were much stronger than him, so he could only choose to avoid them. In any case, a wise man knows when to fight when the odds are against him. Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who was all brawn and no brains. Although that girl covered her face from her figure, she is definitely a super beauty. This kind of beauty is suitable to be my wife. Next time I see her, I definitely won't let her go. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied for the rest of my life. Ling Xiao thought about the girl just now, and his heart surged with an unprecedented desire to possess her. However, before that, I still have to think of a way to improve my strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I can't even beat the flies around her, how can I chase after her? Ling Xiao thought about it from another perspective, and in this way he encouraged himself to cultivate diligently. At the same time, he sat down and began to cultivate his mystic art. Ling Xiao didn't forget to improve his strength at all times. It was precisely because he knew that every super expert reached the peak through unremitting efforts, and not just relying on Tenbin alone could decide everything. If he didn't work hard, he might be able to become an expert in the end, but it was impossible to reach that kind of super expert. Ling Xiao had consumed a drop of the 10,000-year tree's sap, and his profound energy had long reached the peak of a high-level profound practitioner. If he hadn't suppressed his energy, he was afraid that he would have already become a low-level profound practitioner. At that time, he didn't choose to break through, mainly because he wasn't ready yet. His essence and chi hadn't merged yet, and if he had forcefully broken through, it would have damaged his foundation. Regarding this, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He planned to wait until he was in his best condition, then he would choose to break through. Now he was trying his best to compress his energy, purify his profound energy to a certain degree, and then split the profound energy to break through the first stage of the three parts returning to origin chi, the second stage of the channel opening realm. There were 365 blocked meridians in his body, and Ling Xiao had already opened 34 of them. He only needed to open another 331 to cultivate the three parts returning to origin chi to the second stage, and enter the third stage, the wide acupoint realm. Every time he broke through a stage of the three parts returning to origin chi, Ling Xiao's profound energy would circulate faster and faster. This was greatly beneficial to his cultivation, and his advancement was also very fast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone from a cripple to a high-level profound practitioner in just a few short months. Another day passed, and Ling Xiao barely managed to open another meridian. He had already opened 25 meridians in his body. 2 hours later, the Gold Wolf King and the Blue Fire Wolf returned to Ling Xiao's side, and they even brought back a second-tier low-level spirit beast for Ling Xiao to enjoy. After eating the meat, Ling Xiao's profound energy was very abundant, and his mental state was excellent. Alright, it's time to find that secret realm. Once I find it, I can go back. I believe that the old master won't blame me if he sees me advancing so quickly, right? Ling Xiao sat on the Gold Wolf King's back, and leisurely headed towards the depths of the desolate mountain range. 2 days later, Ling Xiao arrived at the boundary between the outer and inner regions of the mountain range. Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered many second-tier mid and high-level spirit beasts, and there were even groups of them. Fortunately, the Gold Wolf King and the Blue Fire Wolf were there. If they could win, they would fight, and if they couldn't, they would run. Otherwise, they would also become food for the spirit beasts. In front of him, there was a huge, bottomless chasm that deeply separated the outer and inner regions. Under the dark bottom of the chasm, gusts of cold wind surged up from the chasm, causing Ling Xiao to unconsciously shrink his body. It's so cold, the other side should be in the depths of the mountain range, right? Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the mountain range across the chasm. According to the map of the secret realm should be nearby. It can't be under this chasm, right? Ling Xiao held his chin as he pondered. Ling Xiao remembered that the map of the secret realm from Wei Dyer indicated that the final location of the secret realm should be around here. As for the specific location, it wasn't stated, but it was said that there was a third-tier spirit beast nearby. This caused Ling Xiao to be in a bit of a dilemma. Xiao Jin, feel around and see if there are any strong spirit beasts nearby. Ling Xiao patted the head of the Gold Wolf King and asked, Master, there are a few spirit beasts of the same rank as me nearby, but I haven't found any that are much stronger than me, the Gold Wolf King replied. Spirit beasts were very sensitive, and they could sense the aura of all spirit beasts within a radius of 100 miles. Strange, it can't be on the other side, right? Maybe this is just a scam? Ling Xiao thought doubtfully. Forget it, let's take a look around here first. Ling Xiao made up his mind, and then he rode the Gold Wolf King around to see if he could find anything. After walking around for a long time, he didn't find anything, so he had no choice but to find a place to rest. At night, the cool breeze was like water and the beautiful moon was like a plate. Within the mountain range, the roars of spirit beasts rang out incessantly. Ling Xiao gnawed on some dried meat as he rested against a tree. The Gold Wolf King was not far away, and it breathed in at the beautiful moon. It spat out a beast core the size of half a fist. The beast core emitted a faint golden aura, and the aura of a wolf king spread out, causing the Cyanfire wolf to prostrate on the ground, its eyes filled with reverence. Rays of gentle light descended from the beautiful moon, shining directly on the beast core. The beast core gradually showed signs of surging. So this is how spirit beasts cultivate. Ling Xiao looked at the Gold Wolf King and finally understood how spirit beasts cultivated. Suddenly there was a commotion not far away. Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant, and the Gold Wolf King also withdrew its beast core, revealing its sharp fangs. The Cyanfire Wolf King did the same. Immediately after, a two-headed lion crazily ran towards Ling Xiao's group. Master, this fellow is even stronger than me. The Gold Wolf King immediately sent a message to Ling Xiao. What a strong fellow, but it doesn't look too good. Did it encounter a spirit beast even stronger than itself? Ling Xiao worriedly looked at the 4-meter-long two-headed lion. Master, hurry up, it's coming towards us. The Gold Wolf King bared its fangs and stared at the two-headed lion as it sent a message to Ling Xiao. No rush, it's only a bit stronger than you. We don't need to be afraid of it. Ling Xiao pulled out his sword, secretly on guard. The Gold Wolf King and the Cyanfire Wolf King retreated to Ling Xiao's side. Roar roar. The two-headed lion continued to run, howling at Ling Xiao and the two wolves. The two wolves also howled, wanting to fight the two-headed lion to the end. Who knew that just as the two-headed lion was about to reach Ling Xiao's group, it suddenly changed directions and didn't attack them. Little brother in front, can you help me block that two-headed lion for a bit? I'll reward you handsomely. A loud voice came from not far away. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. This voice actually contained a powerful Shen energy, causing him to feel a sense of oppression that made him unable to disobey. It was the same aura that he had felt when he faced the Li family patriarch and the Lan family patriarch in the inner courtyard of the Ling family. It's definitely a spirit master, Ling Xiao thought. Following that, the voice came again. Little brother, can you help block it? This time the voice was getting closer. It was obvious that it was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Jin, Xiao Yen, blocked that two-headed lion. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before ordering. The two-headed lion had already run in another direction. The Gold Wolf King had the wind attribute, so it instantly caught up to the two-headed lion and blocked it. The Cyanfire Wolf King followed from behind. The two-headed lion was forced to stop and immediately opened its mouth to spit out thick flames at the Gold Wolf King and the Cyanfire Wolf King. After this block, the person who had spoken finally arrived behind the two-headed lion. Good fellow, I've had a hard time chasing it. Chapter 79. Ling Xiao looked over and saw an ordinary-looking old man wearing a gray robe appear in front of him. This old man was around 60 years old and was slightly chubby. He wasn't tall and looked very ordinary at first glance. However, when you saw him attack, you wouldn't think that he was just an ordinary old man. He roared and grabbed the twin-headed lion's tail with one hand. The twin-headed lion seemed to be very afraid of this old man and immediately roared. It ignored the Gold Wolf King and Cyanfire Wolf as it tried to run away. You still want to run? You've lost all my face. The old man snorted coldly and moved forward again, his old hand immediately grabbing the twin-headed lion's tail. Following this, Ling Xiao saw a scene that shocked him. The old man actually pulled the twin-headed lion that weighed a few hundred kilograms with his bare hands and flung it away. Boom. The huge lion's body heavily smashed into a large tree, causing the tree to break. The twin-headed lion roared and crawled back up, wanting to escape again. Unfortunately, the old man had already arrived in front of it. With a loud roar, his fist heavily smashed into the lion's body. The old man didn't stop there and continuously threw out a few punches, each one landing on the lion's body. The twin-headed lion let out a series of pitiful cries. In the end, it didn't even have the strength to fight back and softly fell to the ground. When the Gold Wolf King and Cyan Fire Wolf saw this scene, they quickly retreated to Ling Xiao's side, their bodies trembling slightly. "Master, this human is very strong." The Gold Wolf King transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. "Yes, I know." Ling Xiao replied as he gripped his sword tightly. Now, he was 100% sure that this person was a spirit master, but he just didn't know what level he was at. In terms of aura, this person was almost on par with his grandfather, but he didn't know who was stronger or weaker. The twin-headed lion was beaten to death by the old man's bare hands. Following this, the old man turned his head and called out to Ling Xiao, "Young man, let me borrow your weapon. I forgot to bring it when I left." Ling Xiao's face darkened. This old man was really impolite. Did he not know that the weapon in his hand was a mid-tier Tier 2 weapon worth several thousand gold coins? However, when he thought about how the other party was a spirit master, why would he care about his two small weapons? Thus, he threw the blue crystal sword at the old man without hesitation. After the elder received the blue crystal sword, he flicked the blade with his finger, making a crisp sound. "Oh, not bad. It's a pity that the quality is a bit low," the elder evaluated the blue crystal sword. Then he waved the blue crystal sword to dissect the twin-headed lion. Not long after, the twin-headed lion was dissected by the old man. The old man pulled out the sinister blue veins and the row of sharp fangs. The old man put them all into his bag. "Young man, there are still a lot of things here. Do you need them?" The old man turned around and asked Ling Xiao. The entire body of the high-tier Tier 2 twin-headed lion was a treasure. Other than the blue veins and fangs, the lion's brain and fur, these were all worth a lot of gold coins. The old man only took the blue veins and the fangs. He didn't want the rest. Ling Xiao paused for a moment before saying, "Old man, there are still a lot of good things here. Don't you want them?" These things are useless to me. Bringing them along will only be a burden. Young man, if you need them, you can take them. However, leave a few pieces of lion meat for me to roast." The old man laughed and threw the blue crystal sword back to Ling Xiao as he spoke. "Then I won't be polite." Ling Xiao replied. He then took the lion's brain, fur, and a few other valuable things. Then he cut out a large piece of meat and called out to the Golden Wolf King and Cyan Fire Wolf to divide the remaining lion meat. "Young man, are these your spiritual beasts to protect you?" The old man had been paying attention to the two spiritual beasts for a long time. When he saw Ling Xiao instruct the two spiritual beasts to divide the lion meat, he was shocked. Ling Xiao said proudly, "These are spiritual beasts that I tamed a few days ago. I felt that their strength was not bad, so I let them follow me." "Ah, young man, you need to be sincere. These two spirit beasts are much stronger than you, so I don't believe that you can subdue them. They should have been raised by your elders since you were young, right?" The elder smiled with his eyes narrowed. A high-tier Tier 2 Wind Wolf and a mid-tier Tier 2 Cyan Fire Wolf were both much stronger than Ling Xiao. The old man naturally didn't believe that Ling Xiao was telling the truth. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and didn't explain. He then found some dry firewood nearby and started a fire. He placed the lion meat on it to roast. "What is your name, old man?" Ling Xiao felt bored and couldn't help but ask as he roasted the meat. "My surname is Li. People call me Elder Li," the old man replied. "Elder Li?" Ling Xiao was confused. He felt that this name sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. "Young man, what should I call you? You came to the mountain range alone to train. This place is the closest to the inner area, and there are many Tier 2 and above spiritual beasts here. Don't you feel afraid?" The old man who called himself Elder Li sized up Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, "Elder Li, you can just call me Ling Xiao. I sneaked out here to train. It's not good for me to stay at home and train." "You're a descendant of the Ling family?" Elder Li asked in astonishment. "Yes." "Elder Li, are you also from Meteor City?" Ling Xiao asked. Ling Xiao felt that the old man in front of him didn't have any malicious intentions. He seemed very easygoing, so he didn't mind telling the truth. If this old man really wanted to do something to him, then even 10 of him wouldn't be his opponent. Haha, I'm also from Meteor City, and I'm old friends with your clan's leader Ling Tsang. Elderly stroked his beard and laughed. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. When did the Ling family raise these two spiritual beasts? So you know my grandfather. Then I'll have to call you Elderly, Ling Xiao said in a flattering manner. This person was a spirit master, a first-class expert in Meteor City. If Ling Xiao could build a relationship with him, then it would only be beneficial. Oh, so you're Ling Tsang's grandson. Not bad, not bad. You're so young and you're about to break through to the mystic realm. It seems that your Ling family will have another strong person in the future. Elderly was stunned for a moment before praising Ling Xiao. Elder, you're flattering me. Here, this meat is for you, Ling Xiao said modestly as he handed over the roasted meat. Elderly couldn't help but take it and eat it in big bites. Ling Xiao roasted another piece for himself and asked, Elderly, did you come to the mountain range to catch this twin-headed lion? That's not it. My goal is to go to the other side and get some good materials to forge a few weapons, Elderly replied casually. He didn't have the slightest arrogance of an expert at all. Forge weapons. Ling Xiao murmured, then looked at Elderly with wide eyes and exclaimed, Elder, you're Meteor City's chief refining master, Masterly? What chief refining master? It's just a title given by others, Elderly said with a wave of his hand. So it's Masterly. This junior has been disrespectful, Ling Xiao quickly said respectfully. The old man in front of him was Meteor City's only third-tier refining master, Master Li Kong. In Meteor City, Li Su enjoyed a very distinguished status. All the major clans had to treat him as a distinguished guest because most of the high-level weapons in Meteor City were forged by him or his disciples. More importantly, he was the only one in Meteor City who could forge a third-tier profound weapon. For any martial artist, having a weapon in hand would greatly enhance their battle prowess. Especially the higher the level of a weapon, the more unexpected it could be used to kill the enemy. Therefore, most martial artists would carry a weapon with them in order to enhance their battle prowess. Refining masters who could forge high-level weapons were very rare, so their status was especially noble. Especially a third-tier refining master like Li Su, he enjoyed a supreme status. What Masterly? You're not bad. Just call me Elderly like before. When we return to Meteor City, I'll refine these two weapons and upgrade them. They should be able to reach the high second tier. It can also be considered as a credit for helping me block the twin-headed lion, Li Su said with a wave of his hand. Then many thanks, Elderly, Ling Xiao replied. He was very proud in his heart. He didn't expect that the old man he randomly met was actually the most famous refining master in the city. Moreover, he even promised to help him upgrade his weapons. This made him very happy. There were many second-tier weapons in Meteor City, but high second-tier weapons and above were very rare. In the clan, those deacons only carried middle second-tier weapons. Until now, no one had used a high second-tier weapon. When Ling Xiao asked the Grand Elder for a weapon, he knew that the Grand Elder had a collection, but the Grand Elder didn't give it to him. He wanted to wait until he reached the middle stage of the profound realm before he was willing to let him use it. It could be seen that the value of a high second-tier weapon was very extraordinary. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem very satisfied with this. He asked tentatively, Elderly, do you think my weapon can be upgraded to a third-tier profound weapon? Weapons were divided into 5 levels and 10 ranks. They were mortal, profound, spirit, sacred, and divine. Every 2 ranks was a rank, and those that reached the 3rd rank were called profound weapons. Hearing this, Li Su's face darkened. He said unhappily, do you think that profound weapons can be forged at any time? To forge a profound weapon, other than using high-grade materials, you also need the beast core of a 3rd-tier spirit beast. A 3rd-tier spirit beast is equivalent to a spirit master. Do you think you can catch one so easily? So that's how it is. Elderly, don't blame me for not being sensible. Ling Xiao hurriedly apologized. In his heart, he was despising 3rd-tier refining masters. If Li Su heard what Ling Xiao said in his heart, he was afraid that he would immediately slap him off. The dignified chief refining master of Meteor City was looked down upon by such a kid. It was really a great irony. Alright, Elderly, do you still accept disciples? What do you think of my aptitude? Ling Xiao asked while rubbing his hands. He was thinking that since refining masters were so popular, why not learn it himself? With his aptitude, he would be able to learn it quickly. Li Su looked up and down at Ling Xiao and said, let's talk about it after you break through to the profound night realm. Refining masters are the same as alchemy masters, They both need to be martial artists with fire attributes to learn. Moreover, I advise you not to put your mind on this. I believe that Ling Tsang will not allow you to take me as your master. To become a refining master requires a lot of energy, and this will delay your cultivation. If you don't have the patience to learn, it will only ruin your future. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said, "Then forget it." He thought that with such a handsome person like him going to forge iron, it would only damage his image. If he was an alchemy master, he would consider it. Chapter 80. When Ling Xiao woke up on the next day, Li Su was nowhere to be found. However, from his conversation with Li Su last night, he knew that Li Su was about to enter the inner region of the mountain range. According to Li Su, there was a bridge not far from here that led to the depths of the inner region. However, this bridge was abnormally dangerous, and the slightest carelessness could cause one to fall into the abyss. Even after crossing the bridge, the spirit beasts in the inner region were at least at the second level, and third-level spirit beasts were also common. In the depths of the inner region, there were also fourth and fifth-level spirit beasts. He advised Ling Xiao not to casually step into the inner region of the mountain range. Ling Xiao knew that what Li Su said was the truth, and he didn't have the courage to enter the inner region for the time being unless he became a high-level mystic cultivator and had the ability to protect himself. Ling Xiao continued to search for the secret realm. He was thinking that if he couldn't find the secret realm in 3 days, he would give up and go back. He had been out for more than a month, and if he didn't go back soon, his family and the old master would be worried. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. There are no third-level spirit beasts around here. Where could it be? Ling Xiao still hadn't found anything, and he was becoming more and more uncertain about this so-called secret realm. Forget it, it seems like it's really just a scam. I'd better go back, Ling Xiao muttered to himself in disappointment. He had completely given up on continuing to search for the secret realm. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, the blue flame wolf growled a few times at the golden wolf king. Then the golden wolf king transmitted a message to Ling Xiao, "Master, little flame found something." "Found what?" "Let's go take a look," Ling Xiao said in surprise. Before long they arrived at the edge of the abyss, and the blue flame wolf kept growling at the bottom. Ling Xiao shrank back and walked to the edge of the abyss. He stuck his head down to take a look, and gusts of cold wind blew at him, making him feel cold. Didn't find anything? Ling Xiao took a few glances and saw that there were only some weeds at the bottom of the cliff and nothing else. Just as he was about to shrink his head back, his pupils shrank and he immediately exclaimed, That's Een wind grass." More than 10 meters below the cliff, there were 3 gray grasses which were obviously Een wind grasses. The Een wind grass was a high-rank 3 wind attribute spirit grass. When Solitary Eagle pledged allegiance to him, he gave him a stalk of Een wind grass. He didn't expect it to grow under the cliff of the abyss at the border of the 2 worlds. Moreover, there was more than 1 stalk, there were 3 in total. If he hadn't obtained the Een wind grass from Solitary Eagle before, he would have only regarded these 3 stalks as ordinary weeds. After all, they were small and inconspicuous, making it hard for people to notice them. However, Ling Xiao wasn't overwhelmed by this sudden joy. He hurriedly retreated because he knew that a place with chilling wind grass would usually have chilling wind beasts. Chilling wind beasts were powerful rank 3 spirit beasts. Even if he and his 2 spirit wolves joined hands, they still wouldn't be a match for them. "Xiaojin, can you see if there are any particularly powerful fellows nearby?" Ling Xiao asked the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King sensed for a moment and said, "Master, I really didn't find any powerful fellows." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then he muttered to himself, "Could it be that there aren't any Een wind beasts guarding this place?" This time Ling Xiao hesitated. 3 high-rank 3 Een wind grass. This was a spirit grass that could be auctioned for an astronomical price. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't tempted, but he was also afraid that there were powerful spirit beasts guarding them. He was afraid that they would be eaten before he could obtain the spirit grass. "Master, I want to eat those 3 stalks of grass. They can increase my combat strength," the Golden Wolf King said. The Golden Wolf King was a variant 3-eyed wind wolf. In addition to having the metal attribute, it also had the wind attribute. If it ate the high-rank 3 Een wind grass, it would definitely be able to greatly increase its strength. Ling Xiao asked again, "Are you sure that there aren't any powerful fellows nearby?" "Master, there really aren't any." "My senses can't be wrong," the Golden Wolf King replied with certainty. "Damn, let's go all out." Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together and made up his mind to obtain these 3 in wind grass. As the saying goes, seeking wealth amidst danger. Without any risk there wouldn't be any benefits. Ling Xiao looked for some grass vines nearby, then he tied them together tightly. After he made sure that there were no problems, he walked back to the abyss and tied the grass vines to a big tree. Xiaojin, you must watch it carefully. Don't let anything break this grass vine. Otherwise your most handsome master will die, understand? Ling Xiao solemnly told the Golden Wolf King. Yes, master. The Golden Wolf King replied. Following that, Ling Xiao also tied the grass vines to his body and slowly climbed down the cliff. Gusts of Yin wind and evil qi surged up from below. Ling Xiao had no choice but to circulate his profound energy to protect his body, but he still felt extremely cold and uncomfortable. The Yin qi is really heavy. No wonder it can grow Yin wind grass. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart and carefully climbed down. If he was the slightest bit careless and fell into this bottomless abyss, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save him. At this time, 3 low-ranked 2 green wind cranes flew past in the sky. There are 2 spirit wolves down there. A simple and honest youth sitting on a green wind crane said in astonishment. What's so strange about this? We're about to enter the inner area. There are many high-ranked spirit beasts here. A handsome youth sitting on another green wind crane replied. Only the veiled girl in the middle didn't say anything. Weren't these the 3 people Ling Xiao met a few days ago? There are still people down there. The simple and honest youth was surprised again. This time the handsome youth curled his lips and didn't reply. It was obvious that he was getting impatient with the simple and honest youth. 8th Senior. The simple and honest youth called out to the handsome youth. Junior, what's wrong? The handsome youth replied impatiently. Isn't that the person down there the one you killed a few days ago? The simple and honest youth asked. How is that possible? The handsome youth didn't believe him, but he still looked down. It really is that stinking brat. He didn't die. This time I'll make sure you die without a burial. The handsome youth's killing intent surged. He didn't think that his opponent would be able to survive his attack. He was furious. Just as the handsome youth was about to order his green wind crane to fly down, the girl finally spoke. She nervously said, Let's go, it's a rank 3 lightning eagle. Screech. Not far away, a large black eagle let out a cry and flew towards them. As soon as the black eagle cried out, the 3 green wind cranes began to sway. It was obvious that they were extremely afraid of the eagle. However, just as the 3 of them were about to retreat, they saw the eagle fly down the cliff. The Golden Wolf King and the Cyan Flame Wolf howled at the black eagle, but they were constantly retreating. They knew that this eagle was far stronger than them. Master, there's a powerful fellow coming. The Golden Wolf King didn't forget to send a mental message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already very close to the 3 in wind grasses, but as soon as he heard the Golden Wolf King's mental message, his hands trembled and he slid down a few meters, passing the in wind grasses. Damn, what a huge eagle. Ling Xiao looked up and saw a black shadow that blotted out the sky swooping down on him. He was horrified. Not daring to hesitate, Ling Xiao grabbed onto the vines and used all his strength to climb up. He didn't even dare touch the 3 in wind grasses. Nothing was more important than his own life. Unfortunately, he still wasn't fast enough. The lightning eagle's claws were already reaching for him. Crap. Ling Xiao let out a startled cry. Being in midair, there was nothing he could do. He could only allow the lightning eagle to do whatever it wanted. The lightning eagle grabbed Ling Xiao's body with a single claw, and with another cry, it directly pulled Ling Xiao into the air. The vines binding Ling Xiao were instantly torn apart. Haha, damnable bastard, it seems even spirit beasts don't want to let you off. The handsome youth in the air couldn't help laughing when he saw this. Quick, it's flying towards us, the girl cried out once more. She didn't dare to hesitate and urged her green wind crane to flee. The other 2 youths also didn't dare to linger and also urged their green wind cranes to flee. Screech. The lightning eagle cried out once more, and a wind blade shot out towards the handsome youth's green wind crane. The green wind crane didn't even have time to dodge, and its wings were cut by the wind blade. It let out a startled cry and immediately began to fall. No. Junior brother, save me. The handsome youth cried out, and before he could stabilize himself, he also fell from the sky. He was several hundred meters in the air. Even a spirit master would die if he fell from that height. 8th Senior brother. The honest-looking youth called out, and immediately had his green wind crane fly down to catch the handsome youth. Whoosh! The handsome youth landed on the honest-looking youth's green-winged crane, and his face was deathly pale as he let out a sigh of relief. "You guys quickly flee down, I'll deal with it." The girl took out her soft sword and stood on the green-winged crane as it charged towards the lightning eagle. Ling Xiao, who was under the claws of the lightning eagle, looked at the valiant and formidable girl in blue, and thought to himself, "How beautiful!" The rank 3 spirit beast already had its own consciousness, and it knew that someone was challenging its overlord's dignity in the air. It once again spat out a wind blade towards the girl. However, the girl's strength was not ordinary, and the soft sword in her hand also sent out a blue light. Boom! It was as beautiful as a blue firework in the air. How terrifying! Could it be that girl also has the strength of a spirit master? Ling Xiao looked at the clash in front of him and his heart went wild with shock. "Eighth senior brother, let's go support junior sister." The honest-looking youth asked the handsome youth behind him. The handsome youth was a bit scared and he said, "It's better not go. Junior sister's strength is far above ours, and I believe that she can escape the lightning eagle." He had been scared out of his wits by the lightning eagle just now, so how would he dare to go up and fight? Wouldn't that be seeking his own death? No, what if something happens to junior sister? The honest-looking youth disagreed, and then he urged the green-winged crane to fly up again. "Are you crazy? If you want to go, then go by yourself. Put me down first." The handsome youth anxiously shouted. Boom boom. A few more energy clashed in the air. "AI? Eighth senior brother, I've misjudged you." The honest-looking youth sighed and unwillingly watched the battle in the sky. He then forced the green-winged crane to descend, and the senior brother on his back jumped to the ground. After the handsome youth jumped down without hesitation, the honest-looking youth once again urged the green-winged crane to fly up. At the same time, he took out the 2 huge axes on its back and shouted, "Junior sister, I'll help you." Chapter 81. The simple and honest-looking youth's pair of silver axes shone brilliantly. With one look, one could tell that it was at least a second-tier mid-tier weapon. He stood on the back of the green-winged crane and brandished his axes. 2 earthy yellow rays of light shot towards the lightning eagle from behind. He had originally thought that it would cause some damage to the lightning eagle, but who knew that the lightning eagle seemed to have grown eyes on its back and dodged upwards, using its claws to block the attack with Ling Xiao. The pitiful Ling Xiao was directly hit by the 2 earthy yellow rays of light. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take 2 solid hits. He let out a startling scream and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was tossing and turning. He was clearly already seriously injured, but he still roared at the simple and honest-looking youth. "Big guy, can your eyes work a little better? Are you trying to murder me for money?" "I didn't do it on purpose. Sorry, I just wanted to help my junior sister." The simple and honest-looking youth apologized apologetically. "Senior brother, you go down first. You're not its match." The young girl on the green-winged crane on the other side called out to the simple and honest-looking youth. At this time, the lightning eagle no longer paid attention to the young girl and directly turned to pounce at the simple and honest-looking youth. It was obviously angry that it had just been ambushed. "Damned mongrel, I'm not afraid of you." The simple and honest-looking youth was not afraid of the lightning eagle pouncing at him. Instead, he slapped his huge axe to meet it. "Senior brother, run." The young girl immediately cried out in alarm. She condensed a strong Shen energy in her hand and swung her sword through the air. A blue sword aura that was 10 times stronger than what a normal high-level Shen cultivator could use flew towards the lightning eagle. The lightning eagle seemed to have been prepared. Its body nimbly tilted and it dodged the attack. At the same time, its huge wings danced and actually flashed out 2 purple rays of lightning towards the simple and honest-looking youth. Thunder attribute attack. Ling Xiao, who was under the claws of the lightning eagle, cried out in alarm. Generally, attributes were divided into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, there were also other attributes such as wind, lightning, light, and darkness. Of the 9 attributes, the one with the strongest attack power wasn't the metal or fire attributes, but the lightning attribute. Heavenly lightning had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those who possessed the lightning attribute would also need to absorb the power of heavenly lightning to cultivate their bodies, allowing their bodies to reach the pinnacle. Then, they would be able to use heavenly lightning as their strongest attack. However, this Type 3 lightning eagle seemed to only be able to use its own attributes to attack. It had yet to summon the heavenly lightning to attack. Even so, its attacks were still terrifying. The purple lightning crackled and the surrounding air was torn apart. The simple and honest young man's expression changed. The green wind crane didn't even have time to dodge, so he could only grit his teeth and wave his pair of gigantic axes, sending dozens of profound energy to meet the lightning. Boom. The simple and honest young man's move was completely useless, and he was directly engulfed by the lightning. The lightning directly struck his body, causing him to let out a blood-curdling screech as he flew down from the sky. Fortunately, his mount, the green wind crane, caught him in time, allowing him to survive. However, looking at his charred and miserable state, it was impossible for him to continue fighting. "Senior brother?" The young girl cried out, and her beautiful eyes revealed a dense killing intent. She waved the flexible sword in her hand repeatedly, and streams of water-like spiritual energy converged. She can actually gather spiritual energy? This, impossible. Ling Xiao's expression was filled with shock as he watched the young girl actually gather the spiritual energy in the air. It must be known that this was a powerful move that only super experts of the king stage could use. At the profound practitioner stage, one could condense profound energy to cultivate. Once the profound energy reached a certain level, one could force the body to release it, and this was equivalent to successfully breaking through to the profound scholar stage. At the spirit master stage, one could mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. At that time, the body would not be cultivating profound energy but spiritual energy. However, a spirit master could only absorb spiritual energy to cultivate, and could not mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack. If one could use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attack, then it would only be possible after reaching the king stage. The young girl in front of him was at most a low-level spirit master, but she could mobilize spiritual energy to attack. This was too unimaginable. The handsome young man below stared at the battle in midair and muttered to himself in shock. "Junior sister is going to use that move. It's really terrifying. I believe that she can definitely kill this mixed fur beast." On the other side, the Golden Wolf King and Cyanfire Wolf continuously howled. They were both worried for Ling Xiao, especially the Golden Wolf King. This concerned its life, and if Ling Xiao died, it could only be buried with Ling Xiao. The spiritual energy around the young girl continued to gather, and her aura continued to rise, creating an enormous pressure in the surroundings. The veil covering her face was soaked by the sweat on her cheeks. It could be seen that it was not easy for her to use this move. The lightning eagle obviously sensed the power of this move. It raised its head to the sky and let out a cry, spitting out a few wind blades. Its wings flapped at the same time, and a few bolts of lightning mixed with the wind swept towards the young girl. What an intense battle. I'm afraid that even a high-level mystic cultivator would be smashed to smithereens if they were hit by one of the bolts of energy. Ling Xiao was under the eagle's claws and forgot about his own safety. He looked at the shocking battle in front of him and thought in shock. Just at this moment, the young girl cried out in surprise. She swung her flexible sword. The already condensed water spiritual energy was like a ball of water. It contained a powerful destructive power as it collided with the lightning eagle's wind blades and thunder lightning. Boom boom. The incomparably swift and fierce attack made an explosive sound in midair. The huge water spiritual energy ball dispersed the wind blades and lightning and continued to smash towards the lightning eagle. Screech. The lightning eagle cried out in shock and flapped its huge wings. Another few bolts of lightning shot out, and at the same time, its claws loosened and Ling Xiao fell from midair. The lightning eagle escaped the powerful attack, but many feathers on its lower abdomen were shaken off. "Ah, save me." Ling Xiao waved his limbs like a tortoise in midair and cried out. This was a few hundred meters in the air. If he fell like this, there was no way he could survive. Damn it, didn't they say that good people will be rewarded? How could such a good person like this young master have such a short life? Heavens, you really have eyes but can't see. Ling Xiao fell into endless despair and roared angrily. He was unwilling to accept this. He had died twice at such a young age. No one wanted to die. "Elder Lu, come out and save me." Ling Xiao was at his wit's end. He thought of Lu Wang in his sea of consciousness and kept calling for him. Unfortunately, Lu Wang didn't respond. As his body fell faster and faster, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and accepted the call of the god of death again. Suddenly he fell onto something soft and fluffy. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and shouted, "Could it be that this young master didn't die because of his luck? If you don't want to die, then shut up." A clear and melodious voice rang out next to Ling Xiao's ear. Ling Xiao finally saw the situation clearly. He was sitting on the azure wind crane, and it was the young woman who had been fighting the lightning eagle that had saved him. Very many thanks for saving my life. Ling Xiao hurriedly thanked the young woman who was half reclining on the azure wind crane, but in his heart he was thinking, what a fragrant smell and what a great figure. The young woman didn't have time to pay attention to Ling Xiao. She used a forbidden technique and powerlessly clung to the azure wind crane, urging it to escape. The lightning eagle was the overlord of the sky, and it was no match for the young woman. On the ground there might be a chance for survival. Unfortunately, the difference in level between the green wind crane and the lightning condor was just too great. Moreover, the girl's extremely powerful attack had completely enraged the lightning condor. Although it hadn't been hit in a vital spot, it had still caused it to lose quite a few feathers. It swore to kill this damned human. With a few flaps of its wings, it instantly arrived in front of the azure wind crane. This time the lightning eagle didn't use any elemental attacks. It just pecked at the azure wind crane with its beak, and its claws weren't idle either. It directly clawed at the azure wind crane's wings. The azure wind crane let out a cry and its body swayed. The young woman on its back and Ling Xiao rolled into a ball and were about to fall to the side. Fortunately, Ling Xiao managed to grab onto the azure wind crane's feathers in time, and he used his other hand to hold onto the young woman's delicate body. The lightning eagle looked at the young woman and Ling Xiao's miserable struggle, and it seemed to be even more pleased with itself. It once again pecked at the azure wind crane's neck, and a large piece of flesh was pecked off. The azure wind crane swayed a few times, and then directly fell to the ground. The young woman on its back and Ling Xiao both cried out in surprise. The young woman's veil was blown away by the wind. A beautiful face suddenly appeared right in front of Ling Xiao. That tender face was as smooth as jade, and her beautiful eyes that rippled with autumn waves were flowing with a luster that made people feel pity for her. Her eyelashes that were as long as butterflies could make any man fall in love with her. She had a delicate nose, and her lips that were half opened and half closed exhaled like orchids. Her facial features matched perfectly, as if she was filled with an immortal aura that no one could bear to profane. She was as calm as water. Coupled with her light blue silk dress that was like water, her sleeves fluttered in the wind. She was like an otherworldly fairy that descended from the heavens. Her beauty was dazzling. So beautiful. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the young woman who was only 17 or 18 years old, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was as if some part of his heart had been touched, and an unprecedented feeling welled up. The young woman frowned slightly. She didn't pay any attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, she kept thinking about how to save herself. Screech. When the lightning eagle saw that the two of them hadn't fallen off the azure wind crane's back, it screeched, and a wind blade flew towards the azure wind crane. Shoo. The azure wind crane was cut into two halves by the wind blade. The young woman and Ling Xiao both cried out in alarm and fell off the crane's back. Damned beast, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be so lucky this time. He immediately pulled the young woman into his embrace and whispered to the young woman, "Hold on to my body tightly." Then he let go of the young woman and slapped the hidden arrow on his other arm. Shoo. A small arrow flew out from Ling Xiao's arm. Screech. The lightning eagle was caught off guard and was struck in the abdomen by the arrow, letting out a screech. The lightning eagle didn't die just like that. Instead, it became even more vicious. With a flap of its wings, two bolts of lightning shot towards Ling Xiao and the young woman. Not good. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. He quickly turned around with the young woman in his arms, using his body as a shield in front of the young woman. Boom. Ling Xiao was struck and let out a wretched cry. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto the young woman's perfect and flawless face. The two of them rapidly fell. At this time, the lightning eagle also struggled a few times before its large body also began to fall. Clearly, the poison from the arrow had taken effect. Chapter 82. In midair, Ling Xiao was still holding the beautiful girl. He had been struck by the lightning eagle and his body rapidly fell. Below, the golden wolf king and the cyanfire wolf howled as they chased in the direction Ling Xiao had fallen. On the other side, the honest-looking youth who had been heavily injured by the lightning eagle had barely managed to consume a medicinal pill. When he saw his junior apprentice sister fall, he hurriedly urged the green-wind crane to chase after her. Quick, fly faster. The honest-looking young man ignored the wounds on his body and gritted his teeth as he urged the green-wind crane. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and the speed at which the two of them were falling was too fast. He couldn't catch up in time. The two of them hadn't fallen to the ground. Instead, they had fallen into the abyss. "Go down, we have to catch them," the honest-looking youth roared once more. He was extremely anxious. His junior apprentice sister had an extremely high status in the sect. If anything happened to her, they would definitely suffer the wrath of the sect. The green-winged crane let out a cry and spread its wings in pursuit. The green-winged crane chased down for nearly 100 meters. Just as it was about to catch up, it let out a tearing cry and actually stopped chasing down. Instead, it quickly flew up as if it had encountered something terrifying. "What are you doing? Hurry up and catch them." The honest-looking youth viciously slapped the green-winged crane's body. But the green-winged crane still ignored him. It continued to let out a cry, and no matter how the honest-looking youth urged it, it refused to go down. "Damn beast." The honest-looking youth angrily roared and viciously punched the green-winged crane. He could only watch as his junior apprentice sister and Ling Xiao fell into the bottomless abyss. Junior apprentice sister. The Golden Wolf King and the Cyanfire Wolf ran to the edge of the abyss and also howled. "Oh whoa." The two of them were abnormally pale as they fell. The girl was so frightened that her face had lost all color. She tightly hugged onto Ling Xiao's waist. Although she was much stronger than Ling Xiao, when faced with a life-or-death situation she would still be afraid just like everyone else. "What should I do? What should I do?" Ling Xiao kept shouting in his heart. This time he was completely helpless. The two of them didn't know how long they had been falling. The girl even fainted in Ling Xiao's arms. Although Ling Xiao was holding the beautiful girl, he didn't feel the slightest bit of joy in his heart. He looked at the girl in front of him and revealed a poignant smile. 2 deaths is better than 1 death. Just as the two of them were about to land on the ground, Ling Xiao let out a loud shout and spun around with the girl in his arms. He lifted the girl's body up and placed himself under her. Boom. The two of them fell to the ground. Half a day later, above the abyss, the two youngsters were having a heated argument. "Junior brother, you should give up on this idea. We should hurry back to the sect and ask for help. Maybe junior sister will still have a chance to survive," said the handsome young man to the simple and honest young man. The simple and honest young man's injuries had stabilized after consuming a medicinal pill. However, his face was still extremely pale and his hair was charred black. He glared at the handsome young man and said, "If you want to go back, then go back yourself. If I can't find junior sister, then I definitely won't go back." "Why are you so stubborn? The green-winged crane doesn't even dare to fly down. What if you go find junior sister?" The handsome young man said in a bad mood. "Yes, I am stubborn, but I'm not as cowardly as you. I was wrong about you before. You aren't worthy of being my senior brother," the simple and honest young man angrily said. Then he dragged his heavily injured body to find some grass vines and tied them together. He planned on personally going down into the abyss to find her. "I don't have any guts. What do you know? You clearly know that you aren't a match for the lightning eagle, but you still went up. You're clearly courting death. Look at you now, how have you helped junior sister? Aren't you just dragging her down?" retorted the handsome young man, unwilling to be outdone. "Bullshit, don't make excuses for yourself. If you want to go, then go by yourself. I definitely won't go back until I find junior sister," said the simple and honest young man resolutely. The handsome young man's face twitched and his fists were tightly clenched. A wave of killing intent surged out of him. Who? After a while, the handsome young man still didn't have the heart to do it. He turned his head and called out to the green-winged crane that had originally belonged to the simple and honest young man. Then he jumped onto the crane's back, no longer carrying the simple and honest young man, and directly flew into the air. The simple and honest young man turned around and looked at the distant handsome young man. He muttered to himself, "What a cowardly person. No wonder junior sister didn't take a fancy to you." Following that, the simple and honest young man continued to tie up the grass vines. Within the dark abyss, the keen wind and baleful aura were extremely heavy. Waves of corrosive air wafted out, causing people to feel extremely nauseous. On the ground, a man and a woman were lying there. Weren't they Ling Xiao and that young woman? Not long after, the young woman who was lying on top of Ling Xiao slowly opened her eyes. "Am I dead?" the young woman muttered to herself. Following that, she felt something pressing down on her body. She hurriedly looked down and saw a handsome youth under her body. "Ah!" The young woman let out a startled cry and hurriedly crawled up from Ling Xiao's body. It seemed that she was very concerned about skin contact between men and women. However, when she saw the trace of blood at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth, she paused for a moment and then used her hand to move Ling Xiao's arm. "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" The young woman called out twice, but there was no response from Ling Xiao. She extended her delicate hand and gently probed Ling Xiao's nostrils. That. The young woman withdrew her delicate hand in shock. Her expression was even paler from fright. She looked at Ling Xiao and then raised her head to look up. When they were falling, the two of them were clearly hugging each other as they fell. How could this youth in front of her be pressed down by her body? The answer was obvious. This youth died to save her. Just when the young woman was at a loss of what to do, a burst of strange cries came, causing her beautiful face to pale in fright. She took out a few medicinal pills from her bosom and swallowed them. Then she walked over and dragged Ling Xiao's body to a clean place to hide. She used a forbidden technique. For at least a month, she wouldn't be able to use her spiritual power. Right now, she was no different from an ordinary person. Facing an unknown situation, she was also very afraid. What should I do now? The young woman sat with her hands hugging her legs. She looked at Ling Xiao in front of her and thought. Gradually, the young woman became too tired. She closed her eyes and fell asleep again. At this moment, Ling Xiao's body underwent an astonishing change. His body was surrounded by a faint green and yellow halo. It appeared very holy and pure, illuminating the surrounding ground. In Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, a small tree emitted a strong vitality. A few strands of green energy came from the tree's roots towards Ling Xiao's damaged limbs and internal organs. Wherever the green energy went, the damaged meridians and internal organs gradually showed signs of recovery. At the same time, the two major profound techniques in Ling Xiao's body started to circulate at the same time. The three-part origin returning qi circulated the profound energy in his dantian and fed it back to Ling Xiao's body. The Vajra 5 transformation technique absorbed the green energy from his sea of consciousness, nourishing and repairing the muscles in his body. Those damaged meridians, tendons, internal organs. Under the cooperation of the small tree in his sea of consciousness and the two major profound techniques, they gradually began to recover. After his heart absorbed the green energy, it started to beat again. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao finally walked through the gates of hell and woke up. Where is this? Ling Xiao struggled to get up. Unfortunately, all the bones in his body were broken and his internal injuries were extremely severe. He couldn't get up at all. Am I not dead yet? Ling Xiao felt pain all over his body and doubtfully muttered to himself. Ling Xiao felt himself and found that he was still alive. It was just that he had suffered a very serious injury. It's good that I'm not dead. As long as I'm alive, there's hope. Ling Xiao secretly rejoiced. At this time, the young girl's soft voice came from beside him and asked, You're not dead yet? Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment and then said weakly, I'm not dead yet, but I can't move. Can you help me take out the dew-returning pill and qi-replenishing pill from my bosom and let me take them to heal my injuries? The young girl didn't say anything and directly threw a few pills to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the pills and said with a bitter smile, Can you help me put them in my mouth? My limbs are all broken. The young girl replied and put the pill in Ling Xiao's mouth. When the pill was at his lips, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and gently closed it. Unexpectedly, the young girl's finger was also in his mouth. The young girl let out a soft cry and quickly retracted her hand. Cough cough. Ling Xiao almost swallowed the pill that the young girl had stuffed into his mouth. He coughed a few times and spat out some blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The young girl blushed and lowered her head to apologize. After Ling Xiao swallowed the pill, he faintly smiled and said, It's fine. I was the one who offended you first. After the young girl responded, she didn't say anything else. Following that, the scene fell into silence. All that was left was the sound of a cold wind blowing and the strange cries of unknown spirit beasts. By the way, can you open a hole so we can go in and take shelter from the wind? The lying Ling Xiao was the first to break the silence. I can't. I don't have any spiritual power. The young girl faintly replied. After listening to the young girl's reply, Ling Xiao then remembered the young girl's extremely powerful move. He knew that the young girl's situation was only a bit better than his. He didn't say anything else and began to concentrate on healing his injuries. Ling Xiao operated the two mysterious techniques at full speed to absorb the pill he had just swallowed. Suddenly, a powerful medicinal power was divided. The two mysterious techniques were like hungry wolves pouncing on the food and immediately swallowed the medicinal power. What kind of pill is this? It must be a higher level pill than the dew-returning pill and the qi-nourishing pill. Ling Xiao immediately felt that the pill that the young girl fed him was extraordinary. The dew-returning pill and the qi-nourishing pill didn't have such powerful medicinal power. These two kinds of pills belonged to the high level of the first level and were extremely precious in Meteor City. However, the pill that the young girl fed him was at least at the second level, otherwise it wouldn't have such a powerful medicinal power. With enough medicinal power, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and focused on healing his injuries, hoping that his body would recover as soon as possible. However, not long after, a black shadow slowly walked out from the darkness. What's that? The young girl looked at the two lights in the darkness and exclaimed. In the darkness, a black shadow slowly walked out. The young girl picked up the flexible sword beside her and was on guard. What appeared in front of her was a dark black spirit beast. Apart from its pair of big eyes, the rest of its body was almost integrated with the darkness. When it came a little closer and looked carefully, it could be seen that it was more than a meter tall and had 6 small beast legs. The last 4 slightly larger legs were inserted into the ground to support its body, and the first 2 slightly smaller legs were raised high. Its head was very big and its eyes were as big as lanterns. It also had 2 antennae, and its body was dragging a round tail. From its mouth came a strange cry, Gigi? Black devouring ant. The young girl recognized the identity of this spirit beast and cried out in alarm. Black devouring ants were a rare dark attribute spirit beast. They liked to stay in the dark cliffs and ravines. They were spirit beasts that lived in groups, and their numbers were very large. This black devouring ant was only a meter tall and seemed to only have the strength of the high level of the first level. If it was a second level black devouring ant, it would be at least 2 meters tall. Right now there was only one black devouring ant here. It seemed to be a scout that had come out to find prey. Even so, the young girl felt very bad. Now that she had lost all of her spiritual energy, she was just like an ordinary person. It was impossible for her to be a match for the black devouring ant. The black devouring ant didn't launch an attack. Instead, it constantly waved its antennae and let out GG sounds, as if it was observing the situation of its prey. Don't be afraid, I have a hidden arrow on my arm that contains a large amount of poison. Take it and shoot it. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said. At this moment his body was quickly recovering, but it still wasn't completely healed. He couldn't even stand up to fight, so he could only use the hidden arrow again. This hidden arrow was his ultimate life-saving move. He didn't want to use it unless he had no other choice. This was because the hidden arrow could only be used 5 times. The first time was used on the illusory demon, the second time was used on the lightning eagle, and only 3 times were left. When the young girl heard Ling Xiao's words, she immediately went to look for the hidden arrow on Ling Xiao's arm. The black devouring ant saw that its prey had moved, so it also began to move. It shook its body and attacked the young girl and Ling Xiao. The young girl finally took off the hidden arrow on Ling Xiao's arm and turned around to directly shoot at the black devouring ant. The black devouring ant was immediately hit by the arrow. It stopped its body and repeatedly let out strange cries. However, just when the young girl thought that the black devouring ant would undoubtedly die, the black devouring ant actually ran over again. Why is it useless? The young girl turned pale with fright and cried out in alarm. The hidden arrow in her hand shot out again. The last 2 arrows of the hidden arrow landed on the black devouring ant's body. The black devouring ant was shot repeatedly and 3 small holes opened up on its body. It was in so much pain that it went berserk. It sped up its footsteps and smashed one of its slender legs towards the young girl. The young girl couldn't dodge in time and her body was fiercely whipped into the air. Then she fell heavily onto the ground. The black devouring ant still didn't seem to be satisfied as its slender leg continued to smash towards the young girl. The pitiful young girl screamed continuously from the black devouring ant's abuse. The light muslin on her body was torn in many places and streaks of blood gushed out. At this time Ling Xiao's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. He lay on the ground and gritted his teeth. His mouth kept shouting madly, faster, faster. The 2 great profound arts in Ling Xiao's body circulated rapidly. The profound energy washed the damaged muscles in his body again and again, and the light around his body became more and more dazzling. Finally, after the 2 great profound arts absorbed the medicinal power of the pellets, his body quickly healed. Those injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Done. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise as his body bounced up from the ground. He didn't think too much as both his legs swept up a fierce profound energy and fiercely kicked towards the black devouring ant grass in the wind. Pupiyo. Ling Xiao consecutively kicked the round tail of the black devouring ant a few times. The black devouring ant was kicked away by Ling Xiao. Chapter 83. Damn brat, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao looked at the young girl covered in wounds and his heart was bleeding. His eyes were red with anger as he struck towards the black devouring ant once again. Countless palm shadows struck towards the black devouring ant's round tail. Every palm contained all of Ling Xiao's profound energy. Boom boom. GG. The black devouring ant did not even have the chance to react as its round tail was smashed into pulp by Ling Xiao's palms. A large amount of black liquid flowed out from its round tail. Not long after, the black devouring ant died under Ling Xiao's frenzied attacks. Huff huff. Ling Xiao gasped for breath as he dragged his still not fully recovered body to the side of the young girl. The young girl's body was covered in wounds as fresh blood flowed out continuously. You have to hold on. Ling Xiao helped the dying young girl up. Without hesitation, he took out his dew-returning pills and energy-nourishing pills and fed them to the young girl. His hands continuously transferred profound energy to the young girl. After the young girl barely swallowed the pills, Ling Xiao carried her on his back and picked up the blue crystal sword and silver ghost blood blade that were not far away before leaving the place. If they did not leave now, they might not be able to leave anymore. They did not walk far before they encountered a few black devouring ants. One of them was especially large with a body over 2 meters tall. It was obvious that it was a black devouring ant that was above rank 2. Fortunately, these black devouring ants only circled around the vicinity and did not find anything out of the ordinary. They carried the corpse of the dead black devouring ant and left the place. At this time, Ling Xiao carried the young girl to a hidden place with difficulty. Using his blade and sword, he opened up a 2-meter deep hole in the cliff wall and carried the young girl in. After settling the girl down, Ling Xiao moved some stones from the outside and covered most of the cave entrance. Then he climbed into the cave. After entering the hole, he isolated himself from the cold wind and felt a little warmer. Ling Xiao took out the piece of crystal that he obtained from the illusory demon. Instantly, the hole became slightly brighter and he could at least see the environment inside the hole. Ling Xiao looked at the girl with pity, his eyes filled with an unprecedented gentleness. The young girl had lost all of her spiritual power, and there were many injuries on her body. Her complexion was extremely pale, and she seemed to be in a terrible state. What do you think? Ling Xiao asked softly. The girl curled up in a daze and said, "Cold? So cold?" Without saying a word, Ling Xiao took off the animal skin he was wearing and draped it over the girl's body. However, the girl was still trembling and her condition did not improve. Ling Xiao touched the girl's forehead and felt that it was burning hot. "She's having a fever," Ling Xiao exclaimed. Then he placed his hand on the girl's wrist and transferred a stream of dark force to her. However, his own condition was not very good. The profound energy he had transferred over was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was simply not enough. Ling Xiao looked at the girl's pitiful appearance and his mood was terrible. It could be said that his entire heart was tied to this girl. She was the first girl that had moved his heart. Even though Bai Yushi, Luo Qingxuang and Wei Dyer were not bad, they had never truly moved Ling Xiao's heart. The feeling he had towards this girl was completely different from the feeling he had towards them. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carry the girl in his arms. The girl's faint fragrance assaulted his nostrils, causing Ling Xiao's heart to be in a mess. Why are you still thinking about this at a time like this? Ling Xiao gave himself a slap, then swallowed a few medicinal pellets and started to calm his mind. His body started to circulate the 3-part origin returning technique and the Vajra 5 transformation technique. On one hand he was recovering his condition and on the other hand he was repairing his body. At the same time he was generating a large amount of heat to dispel the cold for the girl. Gradually, Ling Xiao entered a state where he forgot about himself and the profound energy in his body was circulating at high speed. The girl felt the warmth of the heat and hugged Ling Xiao's waist tightly. Her head kept burrowing into Ling Xiao's arms until she found a comfortable position. Not long after she fell asleep in Ling Xiao's arms. A large amount of medicinal energy was absorbed and divided by the 2 great profound arts. The various hidden injuries and injuries in his body were all healed. When Ling Xiao's body was healed, the Vajra 5 strength technique stopped circulating. Only the three-part origin returning technique was still devouring the remaining medicinal energy, transforming it into profound energy and guiding it to his dantian. The ball of bright and clean energy in his dantian became more and more condensed. Pure profound energy gathered one after another, and the extra was divided to attack the meridians. In an instant, another 2 to 3 small meridians were attacked, and the profound energy circulated even faster. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been meditating, but he felt that he was in an extremely wonderful state. The energy in his body surged and continuously flowed around his body, giving him an indescribable feeling of comfort. It was as if the profound energy in his body could be controlled by him at any time, and could break out of his body at any time. Finally, Ling Xiao realized something. Profound energy could be forced out of the body and condensed into form to attack. Wasn't this the sign of breaking through to the profound night realm? Now that his mental state and profound energy were both extremely stable and sufficient, if he didn't break through, when would he have to wait? Ling Xiao made up his mind. The three-part origin returning technique in his body revolved crazily. He controlled the profound energy to continuously surge between his meridians. One after another, the profound energy was extracted from his dantian, and finally gathered together to attack the space between his palms. Boom boom. Ling Xiao's palms blasted towards both sides, and instantly 2 explosive sounds rang out. The 2 sides of the cave entrance were blasted out by Ling Xiao's profound energy, forming 2 huge pits that were over a meter deep. Ling Xiao's mouth was agape as he looked at this astonishing destructive power, and muttered to himself, "Reach the profound night realm?" However, before he had the time to think, there was another change in his body. One by one, the profound energy was like a wild horse breaking free from its restraints, unceasingly attacking Ling Xiao's body. In a moment, Ling Xiao's meridians expanded by more than a fold, and those tiny meridians were opened up by another 10 or so. From the original 34 meridians, he opened up as many as 52 meridians. He was one step closer to the third stage of the three-part origin returning technique. Not only that, along with the increase of Ling Xiao's strength, his sea of consciousness also expanded by quite a bit. That little tree in the sea of consciousness took the opportunity to absorb Ling Xiao's profound energy, and after a while, it actually grew a little, and the green vitality was even more exuberant. After another 2 hours, Ling Xiao finally withdrew all the profound energy in his body to his dantian. The ball of light in his dantian expanded by more than a fold, and the profound energy circulating was very abundant. Moreover, this profound energy actually had a few colors and looked extremely beautiful and holy. Finally became a profound night, Ling Xiao lightly exclaimed, and only felt that his body was filled with energy. He couldn't help but want to jump up and cheer, but then he remembered that he was still hugging a beauty in his arms, and only then did he stop his actions. He looked at the young lady who was still sleeping soundly in his arms, and only felt very happy and fulfilled in the depths of his heart. Between the outer and inner periphery of the desolate mountain range, there was a huge chasm. The chilly wind and evil wind kept surging upwards, and the strange cries of spirit beasts rang out from time to time. In this desolate place, there were 2 wolf spirit beasts, one gold and one green, howling non-stop as if they were whining about something. Under the chasm, it was always in darkness, the weeds and shrubs were withered, and everywhere was filled with corrosive air. In a hidden place, in a cave entrance covered by stones, a man and a woman were snuggling up to each other. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was beautiful and alluring, but both of them looked a little battered and exhausted. Needless to say, they were Ling Xiao and that young lady who had been on the verge of life and death. Ling Xiao didn't dare to move and only maintained sitting cross-legged. His body kept circulating the profound energy to disperse the chilly wind, and provide enough warmth for the young lady in his arms. Both of them didn't know how long they had been in a protective stalemate, until the young lady was a little tired from sleeping, and then she turned her body slightly. Ah! She pulled the wounds on her body, and she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. "You're awake." Ling Xiao patted the young lady's shoulder lightly and asked gently. The young lady hesitated for a moment, and then let out a shocking cry, "Ah!" Then she wanted to escape from Ling Xiao's embrace. Who knew that this movement of hers would pull the wounds on her body, and she sucked in a breath of cold air. Her legs went soft, and her body fell into Ling Xiao's embrace again. Previously, Ling Xiao only cared about providing the young lady with heat and his own breakthrough, so he didn't take a closer look at the young lady's body. Now that he saw it, The hideous wounds couldn't cover up the delicate skin that was originally tender and elastic. Bastard, let me go. The young lady's internal injuries hadn't healed, and her external injuries were quite severe. She couldn't muster any strength at all and could only weakly call out. Ling Xiao lightly sighed and put away the lustful thoughts in his heart. He lightly patted the young lady's shoulder and comforted her. You're heavily injured, don't move around, okay? I don't need you to care. You're such a despicable person who takes advantage of others, you'll be punished by the heavens, woo-woo. The young lady bit her red lips and scolded, and her beautiful eyes flowed with tears of grievance. Ever since she was young, she had never suffered such grievances. She had actually been taken advantage of by a strange man, and a desire to die rose in her heart. Hey, don't cry. I'm doing this to save you, Ling Xiao explained. He was depressed in his heart. Wasn't it just a hug? It wasn't like they did anything, so what loss was there? Was there a need to curse like this? Ling Xiao's words made the young lady cry even harder. She said with tears in her eyes, You shameless villain taking advantage of others when they're down, you won't die a good death. As the young lady cried, she kept cursing Ling Xiao. Are you done cursing? I've saved you time and time again, and it's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you're still cursing me. What kind of manners are you? Ling Xiao fiercely pushed the young lady to the side and scolded her fiercely. The young lady pushed to the side and retorted while crying, You saved me so you can insult me? I'd rather you kill me and give me a clean death. What? You should feel it yourself. How did I insult you? What an unreasonable woman. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and then he shouted, somewhat speechless. It turned out that this woman had really misunderstood what he had done. Ling Xiao knew that the young lady hadn't realized what was going on, and he didn't bother comforting her. It would be better for her to think about it. Thus, Ling Xiao kicked away the rocks at the entrance of the cave and walked out. Seeing Ling Xiao walk out angrily, the young lady thought back to Ling Xiao's words and immediately sensed if there was anything wrong with her body. After a while, she finally realized that she might have misunderstood Ling Xiao. Although her body was covered in injuries, these were all caused by the black devouring ants. And when she was unconscious, she vaguely remembered that she seemed to be leaning against a warm harbor, bringing her safety and warmth in this endless dark and cold place. Chapter 84. Did I really blame him wrongly? The young girl lay on the ground and stopped her tears as she muttered to herself, But he hugged me, so he also violated me. The young girl found an excuse for herself. She still didn't want to forgive Ling Xiao, but she felt much better in her heart. Next, she wanted to take out her healing pills from her bosom, but her hand was split open. Just as she raised it, she felt another wave of pain. She couldn't help but let out a miserable cry. The young girl helplessly looked outside the cave, but unfortunately she didn't see Ling Xiao's figure. Next, she heard the strange cries of spirit beasts coming from outside. She couldn't help but think of the black devouring ants, and her heart couldn't help but feel fear. Before she was injured, she was a powerful spirit master, but after being injured, she was no different from an ordinary person. She would also feel fear and worry. The young girl wanted to call out to Ling Xiao, but she couldn't let go of her girl's modesty. She didn't call out and only muttered to herself in disappointment, What a stingy man! Squeak, squeak. Another wave of spirit beasts sounded, and it seemed to be getting closer and closer. The young girl's face was deathly pale, and she couldn't help but muster all of her strength to call out, Hey, where did you go? In this kind of dangerous situation, she could only rely on Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she would have to face the spirit beasts devouring. She was worried that Ling Xiao really wouldn't leave because of her. What would she do? Now you know I didn't do anything to you. Really? Ling Xiao faintly walked in from outside the cave. In fact, he had been guarding the cave and hadn't left even half a step. He was just giving her space to think. Stingy man. After the young girl saw Ling Xiao, she felt a bit more at ease. However, she still muttered in a low voice. In the sect, her senior and junior brothers all adored and cared for her, but this man was so fierce to her. This made her very unhappy. If she had her current strength, she would immediately teach him a lesson. Speechless, Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't treat such a lofty beauty with common sense. The more he tried to please her, the more she would think of him as a lowly person and wouldn't value him. Therefore he planned to do the opposite. He liked her, but he didn't have time to wait on her. The young girl turned her face away and asked in a low voice, Can you help me get the pill? Medicinal pills? Ah. I still have a few. Ling Xiao took out dew-returning pills and qi-nourishing pills from his lapel. Those low-tier medicinal pills of yours are too slow. I have mid-tier second-tier medicinal pills here, she replied. Oh, where is it? I'll get it for you. Ling Xiao put away his medicinal pills and replied. He had previously taken the pill that the young girl had given him, and it was indeed much better than his dew-returning pill and qi-nourishing pill, otherwise he would not have recovered so quickly. On my belt. The young girl's face turned red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. If it weren't for Ling Xiao's good hearing, he wouldn't have been able to hear it. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and immediately nodded, I'll help you get it. After saying that, Ling Xiao leaned over and touched the young girl's body. Ah! Before Ling Xiao's hand even touched her, the young girl couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Oh, I haven't touched it yet. Do you still want to take it? Ling Xiao asked as he placed his hand in front of the young girl. In fact, he really wanted to touch it, but in order to prove that he absolutely didn't have the intention to violate her, he could only endure. You can take it but don't touch it. The young girl's face became even redder, and her tender face looked like it was dripping blood. It was very cute. Then I'll take it. Ling Xiao replied, and his large hand directly touched the young girl's bosom. In an instant, a refreshing feeling caused Ling Xiao's beast blood to boil. He secretly said in his heart, Oh my God! Ling Xiao couldn't help it, and his large hand deliberately touched her, taking advantage of the young girl. Ah! The young girl's delicate body couldn't help but lightly tremble. Did you find it? The young girl asked weakly. She didn't know why she would feel that way when touched. She turned her face away, closed her eyes, and didn't dare to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao touched her a few more times, and then reluctantly took out a small bottle from her bosom. He said, I finally found it. But in his heart, he was secretly exclaiming, how could it be so easy to find? Ling Xiao poured out 2 medicinal pills, and the medicinal fragrance of the pills immediately filled the entire cave, making people feel refreshed. As expected of a second-stage medicinal pill. Such a small pill should be worth at least 10,000 gold coins. Ling Xiao secretly said in his heart. Following that, he fed the medicinal pill to the young girl. The young girl's jade lips lightly touched his palm, causing his heart to ripple. After the young girl ate the medicinal pill, Ling Xiao didn't care whether she was willing or not. He hugged her body. The young girl was startled. What are you doing? Ling Xiao shook his head and didn't reply. Instead, he helped her sit up so she could feel a bit more comfortable. The young girl knew that she had once again misunderstood Ling Xiao. She didn't even dare look at Ling Xiao. By the way, what's your name? Ling Xiao was speechless, so he asked the girl. The young girl hesitated for a moment, and then pursed her lips. Yun Mingqi. Ha, you really are like your name. You even have the same name as my mother. The two of us really are fated, laughed Ling Xiao. Who's fated with you? The young girl grumpily asked. Then she curiously asked, What's your mother's name? Although the young girl was powerful, she was still only 17 or 18 years old. She also had the curiosity of an ordinary girl. Meng Shiyun. Doesn't Meng and Yun have the same name as you? So Mingqi, we really are fated. Right, I'm called Ling Xiao. Don't forget, said Ling Xiao. Inside, he was thinking that since the heavens had allowed him to meet such a peerless beauty, he definitely had to take her as his wife. Otherwise, if he let such a beautiful wife go, the heavens wouldn't forgive him. That's just a coincidence. You're thinking too much, said the young girl. She was thinking, this fellow really is a scoundrel. But his name really does match his character. He always has that annoying smile on his face. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. In any case, that's what I think, said Ling Xiao. You must be hungry. I'll go find something to eat. I don't want to stay here by myself, said the young girl. Don't worry, this place is very well hidden. Ordinary spirit beasts won't be able to find it. I'll be back soon, okay? Comforted Ling Xiao. But Yun Mingqi hesitated. She was too shy to say that she was afraid. I have to go out and find something to eat, otherwise we'll all starve to death here. But don't worry, I'll make sure to seal up the cave. I'll be back soon, be good. Ling Xiao walked up to Yun Mingqi and patted her shoulder. Afterwards, he draped a piece of beast skin over her body. Without waiting for Yun Mingqi to agree, he turned and left the cave. Afterwards, he placed a few more stones over the cave, leaving only a few holes for ventilation. Only then did he leave. Yun Mingqi blankly stared at the departing Ling Xiao. Then, looking at the beast skin wrapped around her body, Her heart couldn't help but ripple. Unfortunately, his strength is a bit lacking. Yun Mingqi's eyes were filled with sadness and she couldn't help but sigh. After Ling Xiao left the cave, he saw that this place was covered in endless darkness. Gusts of Yin wind and baleful qi made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Shrinking his body, he circulated his fire attribute energy to warm himself. For a moment he didn't know where he should go to find food. This damned place, could it be that it's a land of death? Cursed Ling Xiao in disappointment as he looked at the vicious environment. Right before we fell, wasn't there a green wind crane that was shot down by the lightning eagle? It should be nearby. Let's look around and maybe we'll be able to find it. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that before they had fallen, the handsome youth's mount had been shot down by the lightning eagle. Hoping to get lucky, he walked over to where it had originally been injured. When Ling Xiao returned to his original location, he found that the devouring black ant he had killed was nowhere to be seen. Fuck, looks like there's definitely a nest of devouring black ants nearby. This is bad. The green wind crane has probably been carried away by them. Ling Xiao's mood suddenly became terrible. But he still insisted on looking around. Sitting around and waiting for death wasn't a solution. Ling Xiao hadn't walked very far when he heard a strange GG sound. This was clearly the sound of devouring black ants. It was very noisy, and it seemed that there wasn't just one devouring black ant. It was possible that it was a group. Ling Xiao held his breath and stealthily walked over. As expected, he saw a dozen high-level first-rank devouring black ants walking in rows. In the middle, there were 4 devouring black ants that seemed to be carrying something. In the darkness, it was difficult to see what it was. When the devouring black ants came closer, Ling Xiao was able to clearly see what they were carrying. It was actually the level 3 lightning eagle that he had shot down with the hidden arrow. It's a pity that it's not a green wind crane. This lightning eagle is poisoned and can't be eaten. Ling Xiao lamented in his heart. He paused for a moment and then thought, however, the level 3 lightning eagle has a beast core. That's a good thing, I definitely can't let it go. Ling Xiao recalled that a level 3 spirit beast could already condense a beast core, and the value of a beast core was immeasurable. It could be used as the core of a level 3 weapon, allowing the weapon to add a powerful attack attribute. It could also be used to devour and absorb energy to advance, but it had to be of the same attribute. No matter which benefit it was worth it for Ling Xiao to snatch this lightning eagle's beast core. What's more, the devouring black ants in front of him were only high-level first rank. He had already broken through to the Mystic Night realm, so killing these dozen devouring black ants shouldn't be a problem. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao drew the blue crystal sword and with a loud shout, he waved a powerful sword chi towards the dozen devouring black ants. In an instant, the blue crystal sword emitted a dazzling golden light. Rays of metal attribute sword chi flashed, and it was as sharp as a blade. Xiao xiao xiao. Chi chi chi. Wherever the sword chi went, a few devouring black ants would become souls of Ling Xiao's sword. After being attacked, all of the devouring black ants panicked, and they all rushed towards the enemy that had suddenly appeared. Ling Xiao's confidence soared after his first move succeeded, and he charged towards the devouring black ants. Come, let me fight to my heart's content. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared. This was his first battle after breaking through to the Mystic Night realm, and he wanted to use these devouring black ants as a touchstone to see just how strong he had become. Chapter 85. Sword Trace. Tyrant Style First Form. At this moment something strange happened. The blue crystal sword in Ling Xiao's hand was no longer shining with a golden light, but a ball of raging flame. The flame was like a dragon blasting out one after another. The entire place was covered in flames and scorching hot. The black devouring ants were dark attribute spirit beasts, so they were most afraid of fire attribute attacks. The flame that Ling Xiao blew out burned their bodies. All of the black devouring ants screamed and struggled. Out of the dozens of black devouring ants, only 3 were left. The 3 black devouring ants didn't even dare to look at the food they were carrying. They let out strange cries and disappeared into the darkness. What's going on? Ling Xiao blankly looked at everything he had caused. He didn't understand why he could use fire attribute attacks. When Ling Xiao broke through to the Mystic Knight rank at the age of 15, he already knew that his attribute was metal. Now that he broke through the Mystic Knight rank again, being able to use a metal attribute attack wasn't strange in the slightest. However, this sword scar of his was a fire attribute attack. Moreover, the attack energy wasn't any weaker than the metal attribute. This meant that both his metal and fire attributes were equal. He just didn't understand why he could have fire attribute. Could it be a mutation that happened after he transmigrated? Ling Xiao sunk into deep thought. Normally, people only had a single attribute. Even if they had two attributes or multiple attributes, they would only have one attribute that was especially pure. It was rare to see two attributes or multiple attributes that were equally pure. If the two attributes or multiple attributes were equally pure and all of them were extremely pure, then this type of constitution was extremely rare. Moreover, it was almost invincible within the same rank because they could attack their opponent regardless of attribute, catching them off guard. However, this kind of constitution had a big drawback. The higher the rank, the harder it was to break through. It was several times harder than a single attribute fighter. Why was this said? This was because when a martial artist reached the Spirit Master level, their body would change to cultivating spiritual power. To advance to the Spirit Master level, one needed to accumulate spiritual power of the same attribute. A martial artist with a single attribute only needed to absorb spiritual power of a suitable attribute to advance. As for a martial artist with two or more attributes, they needed to absorb two or more attributes at the same time to advance. Naturally, the time needed would be much longer than normal martial artists. As for whether it was good or bad, let's not talk about it for now. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and a flash of understanding flashed in his mind. Could it be because of the three parts returning to origin chi? If that's the case, then I'll at least have ice and wind attributes. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao put away the blue crystal sword and punched out with his bare hands. Shoo! A layer of silvery white frost appeared on his fist and flew out. Boom! A deep hole covered in frost was blasted out of the cliff beside them. There really is an ice element. Ling Xiao exclaimed with a wild laugh. Then he used the wind god's kicks, wind-catching shadow. The shadows of his legs gave off a sharp gust of wind, cutting the nearby soil and the corpses of the black devouring ants into pieces. Haha, the three parts returning to origin chi actually cultivates three elements at the same time. They are the cloud-pushing forces fire element, the heavenly frost chi's ice element, and the wind god's art's wind element. Adding on my original metal element, I now have 4 elements. When I fight with others, I can change my element and surprise my enemies. Suddenly, Ling Xiao laughed out loud, feeling extremely proud of himself. At this time, there was a burst of noise from the darkness not far away. It was obvious that more black devouring ants were coming. Let's get the beast core first. Ling Xiao noticed the commotion and quickly took out the lightning eagle's beast core. With a wave of his hand, a sharp wind blade flew towards the lightning eagle's head. The lightning eagle's head was cut open, revealing a fist-sized beast core. This beast core was clearly twice the size of the Golden Wolf King's. The main reason was that the Golden Wolf King hadn't broken through to the 3rd rank, so the beast core was a bit smaller. Ling Xiao went down to retrieve the beast core. Just as he was about to leave, the black devouring ants arrived. This time there were actually over 10 of them. They formed a dense black mass that filled the entire valley. Fuck, is there a need for such a large formation? Ling Xiao couldn't help letting out a strange cry when he saw this group of black devouring ants. He felt his hair stand on end. The majority of these black devouring ants were at the high level of the 1st rank. Only the 2 at the front had reached the low level of the 2nd rank, and they were already 2 meters tall. GG. The 2 black devouring ants at the front let out 2 strange cries, and the group of high-level 1st rank black devouring ants behind them crazily charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just about to turn and run, but then he thought that if he ran back he would definitely draw these black devouring ants to the cave entrance. That would bring disaster to Yunmingqi. Come, let me kill to my heart's content. Ling Xiao took out his blade, a powerful battle intent surging within him. Just as the first wave of black devouring ants was about to reach him, Ling Xiao's blue crystal sword shot out, once again using sword scar. Countless flaming sword shadows slashed at the black devouring ants. At the same time, the silver ghost blood saber in his other hand slashed out with a chilling glare. A frosty saber shadow slashed forward. GG. The 2 moves were used at the same time. Flames soared into the sky and ice flashed. More than a dozen black devouring ants were killed. Quite a few of them were instantly killed by the fiery light. Their corpses were even set ablaze and emitted a foul stench. Quite a few of them were cut in half with sparkling snowflakes on their corpses. The power of the Mystic Knight rank is actually not ordinary. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of confidence. If he was still a high-level profound practitioner, it would already be pretty good if he could kill two at once. Not to mention that the defense of these black devouring ants was not weak. Now that he was at the Mystic Knight rank, the killing power of his moves had also increased by more than 10 times. Because the black devouring ants were especially afraid of fire attribute attacks, after the first wave was killed, the other black devouring ants did not dare to move forward. The two black devouring ants at the very front waved their antennae, as if they were communicating with each other. Ling Xiao did not have time to waste with them here. His battle intent was surging, and he directly charged towards the two rank 2 black devouring ants. As the saying goes, to catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. If he killed these two black devouring ants, the rest should retreat. Ling Xiao brandished his sword and blade, and a dazzling golden light swept towards the two rank 2 black devouring ants. These two rank 2 black devouring ants were not as easy to deal with as high-level first rank ones. They could already use profound energy to attack. Thick black fog revolved around their antennae, and immediately after 4 rays of black fog flew towards Ling Xiao's golden light. When the golden light reached the black fog, it was actually corroded, and it still flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao saw this and retreated and exclaimed, "Dark attribute attack, and it also carries a corrosive poison. Looks like I can only use fire attribute attacks." Ling Xiao put away the silver ghost blood blade, and only used the blue crystal sword to attack the two black devouring ants with a sword trace. The two rank 2 black devouring ants once again used their antennae to attack. Unfortunately, their dark attribute was countered by Ling Xiao's fire attribute. The black fog that flew over was directly burned by the flames, and the fire sword chi even attacked the antennae of the two black devouring ants. GG. The two black devouring ants were slow to react, and before they could retreat, their antennae were chopped off by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's killing intent rose and he only used fire attribute attacks. Streams of fire instantly flew towards all the black devouring ants in front of him. There were many black devouring ants and it seemed like they could not be killed. "Come, I'll kill as many as you come." Facing the swarming black devouring ants, Ling Xiao shouted. He finally used the second form of the tyrant style, Sword Flowing Cloud. Sword Flowing Cloud, the sword chi was melodious like flowing water. It was different from the overbearing force of the sword trace, and this move was very suitable for a battle where the few could win against the many. Streams of flames continuously flew towards the swarm of black devouring ants, and everywhere they went, the black devouring ants would be injured by the flames. These black devouring ants would immediately start burning the moment they came into contact with the flames, and they would let out miserable cries. For a moment, the entire place was filled with an especially unpleasant burning stench. After a round of killing, most of the black devouring ants were killed by Ling Xiao, but there were a few that took advantage of the chaos to escape. Stopping his attacks, Ling Xiao took in deep breaths. After this battle, his profound energy consumption was especially large. Without thinking, he threw the last of the chi-nurturing pills into his mouth to recover his profound energy. In this harsh environment, if he used up all his profound energy, it would be an extremely dangerous thing to do, because he did not know when another strong spirit beast would appear to attack. Ling Xiao did not dare to stay in the same place and hurriedly ran back. Who knew that after walking a few steps, he would see a black shadow on top of a withered tree on a cliff that was a few meters high. What's that? Ling Xiao immediately became vigilant. Taking a closer look, it was actually the corpse of the green wind crane that was hanging on the withered tree and had not fallen. "You really made me look for it." Ling Xiao was overjoyed and with a wave of his hand, a wind blade flew upwards. The withered tree was cut in half, and the withered tree branch and the green wind crane fell together. Ling Xiao immediately jumped over and carried the giant green wind crane's corpse. Then without stopping he immediately ran back to the cave he came from. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the cave, Yun Mingqi's scream could be heard. Ling Xiao could not help but become anxious. He raised his speed to the limit, and instantly arrived in front of the cave entrance. He saw another two black devouring ants moving rocks in front of the cave entrance. It was obvious that they had discovered Yun Mingqi's location and wanted to go in and capture her. Damn thing. Ling Xiao threw the green wind crane to the side, and instantly unsheathed the blue crystal sword. A fiery light flashed. The two black devouring ants were immediately beheaded. Ling Xiao moved the remaining rocks away and ran into the cave. "Mingqi, don't be afraid, I'm back." When Yun Mingqi saw that Ling Xiao had returned, She actually ignored the pain on her body and threw herself into Ling Xiao's embrace, crying bitterly. It was obvious that she was scared out of her wits. Ling Xiao's heart was melted and he immediately patted her back and comforted her. "I'm sorry, it was my fault. It's fine now, don't be afraid." After crying for a while, Yun Mingqi gently pushed Ling Xiao away and stammered, I'm fine now." Chapter 86. Ling Xiao knew that Yun Mingqi was embarrassed and didn't point it out. He immediately said, "You should feel much better after taking the pill. Let's roast some food and then change places. There are many black devouring ants nearby, so we can't stay here for long." Okay. Yun Mingqi was like an obedient wife and lightly nodded her head. After Ling Xiao comforted Yun Mingqi, he went outside the cave to roast the Greenwind crane's corpse. The Greenwind crane's body was huge and aside from its feathers, there was still quite a bit of meat left. It was enough for the two of them to maintain for a while. Ling Xiao roasted some of it and brought it into the cave for Yun Mingqi to eat. "Come, I'll feed you. Eat more and you'll feel better." Ling Xiao knew that Yun Mingqi's limbs were inconvenient, so he immediately fed her. His tone was as gentle as coaxing a child. Yun Mingqi hesitated for a moment, but she still ate the meat that Ling Xiao brought over. Ling Xiao happily watched Yun Mingqi eat. He smiled and said, "You look so beautiful when you eat." Yun Mingqi's face was slightly red, and she ignored Ling Xiao and continued to eat. After a while, a large piece of meat fell into her stomach. "Do you still want to eat? There's still a lot outside," Ling Xiao lightly asked. Thank you, but no need." Yun Mingqi gratefully replied. "That's good. I'll go eat a bit and then we'll leave," Ling Xiao said and then left the cave. Yun Mingqi couldn't help but smile as she watched Ling Xiao's departing figure. Her beauty was incomparable. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't have the fortune to see it. After Ling Xiao was 70% full, he roasted the rest of the crane meat dry. Then he took off the last piece of underwear on his upper body and divided it into two halves. One half wrapped around the crane meat, and the other half wrapped around the spirit herbs and the beast core that he had obtained earlier. Then he returned to the cave. This time, when Yun Mingqi saw Ling Xiao's appearance, although she was worried, her reaction wasn't as intense as before. However, her eyes were still filled with vigilance. Ling Xiao shook the bag in his hand and explained, "Clothes are used to wrap dried meat." Only then did Yun Mingqi relax her guard. She lightly said, "Put it on." Yun Mingqi was talking about the beast's skin wrapped around her body. This was originally given to her by Ling Xiao. "I'm fine, my body is very strong." Ling Xiao patted his sturdy chest, then squatted down and said, "Can I carry you out of here?" Ling Xiao asked in a pleading tone. He didn't want to offend the beauty again. Yun Mingqi had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. Following this, Ling Xiao carried the nimble Yun Mingqi on his back. The soft and fragrant scent on his back made his heart flutter. Although he had already carried Yun Mingqi on his back twice, the first time he didn't have the mood to enjoy it. He only cared about escaping. But now he truly felt the refreshing feeling of having a beauty on his back. Yun Mingqi, who was on Ling Xiao's back, also felt a strange impact. Her body became more and more limp. She discovered that this man of the same age as her had sharp and resolute edges, and his skin was as smooth and tender as a young girl's. His entire person seemed to be extraordinarily handsome. At this moment, she quietly developed an inexplicable feeling for this man who had saved her time and time again. A deep sense of dependence made her calmly accept his care and frivolity. For a moment, she felt that her life seemed to be a lot more substantial. Facing this unknown environment didn't feel that it was so scary. Between the deep ravines, there was only a wide path. There was no choice but to go forward or backward. Ling Xiao knew that there was a black devouring ant swarm behind him, so he naturally didn't dare to go back. He could only go forward, hoping to find light and water. Of course, it would be better if he could find a way out, but the possibility was almost zero. The two of them hadn't gone far when they heard an impatient sound behind them. Needless to say, the black devouring ant swarm was chasing after them. Just now, Ling Xiao didn't kill them all, and he sent a few back to get reinforcements. This time there must be even more black devouring ants. Ling Xiao's footsteps gradually quickened. Yun Mingqi said softly from behind, "How about you put me down and run by yourself?" "Bullshit, even if I die, I won't let anything happen to you," Ling Xiao scolded very firmly. He instilled the wind attribute into his feet, and coupled with the cloud shadow footsteps, he ran faster and faster. Yun Mingqi, who was on Ling Xiao's back, didn't look down on Ling Xiao because of Ling Xiao's vulgar words. Instead, she felt a warmth in her heart. The two of them didn't know how long they had been running for. They could no longer hear the black devouring ants behind them, but the evil wind they were facing was getting heavier and heavier. Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of profound energy, and felt that the front seemed to be even more dangerous, so he stopped moving forward. You sit first, I'll open a hole. Ling Xiao put Yun Mingqi down, and then with a few elemental attacks, he opened another hole in the cliff. This hole was wider and deeper than the previous one, to make it more convenient for the two of them to stay in. Yun Mingqi looked at Ling Xiao's elemental attacks and couldn't help but ask, "You broke through to the profound night level?" Before the two of them fell, Ling Xiao's strength was only at the peak of high level, and now that Yun Mingqi had lost all of her spirit energy, she couldn't see through Ling Xiao's true strength at all. She only saw Ling Xiao's fist techniques and exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I broke through by luck." Ling Xiao nodded disapprovingly. To be honest, if it was in the past, he might have shown off a bit. However, Yun Mingqi was the same age as him, yet she already had the terrifying strength of a spirit master. This made him, a genius that only appeared once in 100 years in Meteor City, feel inferior. How could he still show off? Ling Xiao carried Yun Mingqi and put her in the hole, and like before he found a few boulders to block the hole and then climbed in himself. After entering the hole, Ling Xiao felt a bit warmer. He was currently naked, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had just broken through to the profound night level, he would have probably been frozen to death by the increasingly dense wind evil qi. "I still have some pills here, eat one to recover your profound energy," Yun Mingqi said faintly. After speaking, her charming face blushed, as if remembering the scene where she was taken advantage of by Ling Xiao. "I'll leave it for now, the situation here is very bad, so I'll save some if I can. I'll be fine after meditating for a bit," Ling Xiao said, and then entered into a meditative state. The two of them didn't know that their situation was becoming more and more dangerous. Under the endless chasm, the wind evil qi surged, and the dense wind evil qi soared into the sky. In the tens of meters wide ravine, there was a group of black spirit beasts walking. These spirit beasts were like an army lined up neatly, and their numbers were terrifying. They advanced in a single direction, and along the way they made chirping sounds that were extremely ear-piercing. These thousands of spirit beasts were the black devouring ants. In the middle of this group of black devouring ants, there was an especially large one. When it stood up, it was actually over 3 meters tall. Two soft and thick antennae that were like spirit snakes constantly swayed, and its lantern-sized eyes were filled with a cold and fierce light. Without saying, this was the black devouring ant king, a high-level spirit beast that had already reached the low 3rd rank. Beside it, there were tens of 2-meter-tall 2nd-rank black devouring ants. These tens of black devouring ants majestically guarded the black devouring ant king's side. In front and behind, there were 1st-rank black devouring ants opening up the path and bringing up the rear. Not far away from this group of black devouring ants, there was a cave that was blocked by rocks. Within it, there was a man and a woman. The man was currently sitting cross-legged, cultivating, while the woman was staring at the man, her beautiful eyes occasionally filled with confusion. Weren't they Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi who were in dire straits? "Those damned black devouring ants are following us," Ling Xiao cursed as he awoke from his meditation. "Don't tell me we're going to keep advancing?" Yun Mingqi faintly asked. "If we don't advance, are we just going to wait for death?" From that sound, I'm afraid there's a large group of black devouring ants. This time they must have come out in full force. Ling Xiao helplessly sighed. Yun Mingqi glanced at the entrance of the cave and revealed a poignant smile. "Perhaps we won't be able to escape death in the end." Ling Xiao looked at the forced smile on Yun Mingqi's face. Her gaze and her smile were both filled with a melancholy radiance. It was just like a poem from the ancients. Once a city is toppled, then a country is toppled. Perhaps Ling Xiao felt that the word, toppled, wasn't enough to describe Yun Mingqi's celestial beauty. Ling Xiao's heart ached and hot blood rushed to his head. He hugged Yun Mingqi and his thick lips pressed down on her jade lips. Boom. Yun Mingqi felt as if she had temporarily lost the ability to think. She only knew that she had been disrespected. Suddenly Ling Xiao pushed Yun Mingqi away. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His lips were stained with blood, and it was obvious that he had been bitten by Yun Mingqi. "If you continue to disrespect me like this, I'd rather bite my tongue and commit suicide." Yun Mingqi was extremely resolute. Although she had gradually changed her view of Ling Xiao, she still couldn't change her traditional way of thinking. Moreover, she still couldn't say that she loved Ling Xiao. It was just that this was the first time she had gone through thick and thin with a man, and she had an inexplicable feeling towards him. "I'm sorry I couldn't control myself. Who told you to be as beautiful as a fairy?" Ling Xiao revealed a sincere expression as he apologized. Yun Mingqi coldly snorted and turned her face away. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils. She couldn't help but be curious as to what it was that was so fragrant. She only saw Ling Xiao take out an embroidered box from his bag. He opened the box and inside was a small green flower. This flower was only the size of a pinky finger, and it was as dark as ink. It was as clear as water, and it was exceptionally eye-catching. This is a water blue flower. With a single glance, Yun Mingqi recognized what the spirit grass in Ling Xiao's box was. The water blue flower was a high-grade second-level water attribute spirit grass. It had the effect of strengthening muscles and bones, and was extremely beneficial to water attribute martial artists. It could allow water attribute martial artists to comprehend water attribute martial arts at a faster rate. It was comparable to a low-grade third-level spirit grass, and was an extremely rare spirit grass that was hard to find even with tens of thousands of gold. Chapter 87. This aqua blue flower was the one Ling Xiao had found in the pool where he had killed the dark striped leopard when he first entered the mountains. He had always carried it with him and had never lost it. He also had a dozen or so level 2 spirit herbs on him, all of which were harvested in the mountain range during this period of time. "That's right, this is the aqua blue flower." Ling Xiao nodded his head and then handed it over to Yun Mingqi, saying, "Eat it." You want to give it to me?" Yun Mingqi asked in surprise. Ling Xiao said with certainty, "Of course, right now you really need it to heal the wounds on your body. Otherwise it won't look good for a long time." Ling Xiao didn't take out the aqua blue flower before, mainly because he didn't think that he would have such a healing spirit herb on him. If he hadn't seen it when he took off his clothes to wrap his flesh, he wouldn't have remembered. On the way here with Yun Mingqi, he had already thought of giving this aqua blue flower to Yun Mingqi. This way it would speed up the healing of her wounds and not leave behind any future problems. It would also make it easier for them to escape together. Ling Xiao was a person who cherished flowers. The value of a level 2 spirit herb was not ordinary, but how could it compare to the smile of a beauty? Yun Mingqi gratefully looked at Ling Xiao, then picked up the aqua blue flower and put it in her mouth to chew. "Today's kindness I will return it tenfold in the future," Yun Mingqi said to Ling Xiao after she finished eating. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. "This is something I am willing to do. It doesn't matter if I return it or not, I just hope that you will give me a chance to pursue you." Yun Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and didn't say anything else. The medicinal effect of the potion began to take effect. A wave of pure energy began to spread throughout her body, and a faint blue light appeared. The wounds on her body began to heal at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. As expected of a level 3 spirit herb, this healing speed was truly astonishing. However, at this time, the black devouring ants had already arrived near them. An ear-piercing sound made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Hearing this voice, Yun Mingqi involuntarily shrank back. Ling Xiao gestured for them to be quiet and held his breath, hoping to avoid being noticed by the black devouring ants. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao still underestimated the senses of the black devouring ants. Their antennae were even better than their eyes. They had discovered them just before they walked past the entrance of the cave. "Looks like we can only go all out." Ling Xiao noticed that there were already black devouring ants moving the rocks at the entrance of the cave. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "How about, you leave first?" Yun Mingqi faintly said. "I said I won't leave you unless I die." Ling Xiao shook his head and said firmly. Yun Mingqi's heart trembled. She didn't know why, but when she looked at Ling Xiao again, there was a change in her heart. At this moment, a surge of pure energy flowed into Yun Mingqi's body. She felt her entire body relax, and the spiritual energy in her body could circulate freely. I have spiritual energy now," Yun Mingqi happily said. She hadn't thought that the aqua flower would not only heal her wounds, but also activate her spiritual energy. Who would have thought that after she cried out, the spiritual energy in her body would once again stop absorbing? "How do you feel?" Ling Xiao vigilantly looked at the entrance of the cave and asked Yun Mingqi. "I rejoice for nothing. I can only recover the strength of a low-level cultivator. Yun Mingqi unhappily replied. She had thought that her body would completely recover, but who would have thought that with just a few surges of spiritual energy, she would recover a bit of her strength and the medicinal effect of the aqua flower would be exhausted. Not bad. Catch the sword will kill our way out. Ling Xiao replied and threw the blue crystal sword to Yun Mingqi. At this time, the black devouring ants finally entered the cave. But the entrance was extremely small and only 2 black devouring ants could enter at a time. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and chopped down with his silver ghost blood blade. The cold blade light killed the black devouring ants that entered the cave. Oh no, there's so many black devouring ants. Ling Xiao pulled Yun Mingqi with one hand and ran out of the cave. Who would have thought that when he saw the black mass outside, his heart would go cold? How were they supposed to fight? Once the other side surged forward, they would be crushed to death. The 2 of them had no choice but to retreat back into the cave. What do we do? Yun Mingqi was at a loss. Don't worry, I'll hold them off for a bit. Ling Xiao stood at the entrance of the cave and replied. The silver ghost blood blade in his hand continuously chopped out of the cave. All the black devouring ants that entered the cave were killed by Ling Xiao one by one. But there were just too many black devouring ants as if they couldn't be killed all at once. Ling Xiao's hands were tired from killing them. At this time he suddenly saw an extremely large black devouring ant and tens of smaller black devouring ants heading towards the cave entrance. Balls of poisonous black fog shot out. As long as you were touched by it, you would be eaten. Ling Xiao consecutively sent out tens of flames, temporarily dispersing the black fog. Then he turned and grabbed Yun Mingqi's hand, chopping towards the cave wall. He only hoped that they could dig deeper into the cave and prolong their survival. This time we're dead for sure. Ling Xiao continued to attack forward. Dirt and stones continuously fell from the cave, making his entire body a mess. The black devouring ants swarmed in one by one, as if they would only stop after eating the 2 of them. Mingqi, it looks like we'll have to die together. Ling Xiao knew that he had no power to reverse the situation, so he turned around to protect Yun Mingqi behind him. At this time Yun Mingqi stepped forward and grabbed Ling Xiao's thick palm. She lightly said, If there's a next life, maybe I can give you a chance to pursue me. With those words, I'm willing to die. Ling Xiao replied. He snatched back the blue crystal sword from Yun Mingqi's hand and swung it towards the black devouring ants. Shadowless blade, leaving scars. The sparkling blade light intersected with the fiery sword light. The black devouring ants that entered the cave were either chopped to death or burned to death. The smell of burnt flesh was suffocating. Ling Xiao's blade and sword were in his hands. He was like a god of death as he stood in front of Yun Mingqi. Yun Mingqi's beautiful eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao's imposing back, her heart constantly trembling. In such a hopeless situation he was willing to die for her, to block everything for her. Even someone with a heart of stone would be melted by his love. Kill. Ling Xiao threw caution to the wind. With a loud roar, he charged towards the black devouring ants, brandishing his blade and sword. The saber light and the sword radiance shot out in all directions. The surrounding rock cliffs were blasted open one after another. Sand and pebbles were sent flying but not splashing. One by one, the black devouring ants died under Ling Xiao's blade. Ling Xiao's body was drenched in sweat. Just as Ling Xiao was about to exhaust his strength, the cave entrance suddenly began to shake. Boom boom. Boom boom. Suddenly the cave began to shake as if it was about to collapse. Rocks began to fall. Not good. Ling Xiao's expression greatly changed. He turned around and pushed Yun Mingqi to the ground, using his body to protect her. At this time a large boulder fell from above, directly pressing down on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao let out a heart-wrenching scream. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto Yun Mingqi's face. No. Yun Mingqi's eyes were filled with tears. This was the second time this man had sprayed blood on her face. Moreover, each time it was to save her. The blood was hot and intense, as beautiful as summer flowers. Yun Mingqi was truly conquered by Ling Xiao's sincerity. At this moment she was hopelessly in love with this man she had just met. She silently prayed in her heart that if there was a next life she would marry him. The ground of the cave suddenly caved in. Countless rocks fell. Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi also caved in. Boom boom. Above the abyss, a simple and honest young man with grass and vines tied to him was slowly climbing down. This was Yun Mingqi's senior apprentice brother, Shi Tianho. He had been weaving vines here for 3 days and 3 nights. In order to go down and find his junior apprentice sister, he had become extremely haggard. His eyes were bloodshot, his body was filled with a stench, and his hair was messy and unsightly. Shi Tianhou was an honest and righteous person. Like all of his fellow apprentices, he liked their junior apprentice sister. But he knew that he was not worthy of her, so he always treated her as his own little sister. Moreover, his junior apprentice sister had a transcendent status in the sect. Even if he could not find her alive, he would only be satisfied after finding her corpse. Just as he was descending tens of meters, waves of yin qi blew over, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. But his heart was firm. He clenched his teeth and slowly climbed down. At this time, two people suddenly appeared in the sky. These two people did not have mounts. Instead, they flew over. If anyone were to see this, they would definitely be shocked. Because this was something that only those who had reached the king stage or above could fly. In Meteor City, there had never been a king stage expert. Only the Ling clan's grand elder could take that step. It was just that no one knew if he had succeeded or not. The two people in the air were both old men in their 50s or 60s. One was dressed in a black robe, tall and thin, with a long black sword on his back. His eagle-like eyes emitted a bright light, and his whole body was filled with a fiery aura. The other was dressed in a gray robe, slightly shorter than the black-robed old man. He was slightly plump, with a heavy saber tied to his back, emitting a yellow light. His aura was not any weaker than the old man beside him. "Senior apprentice brother, the place that Yi Feng said is nearby, right?" The gray-robed old man asked the black-robed old man beside him. "I think so." The black-robed old man lightly nodded. "Okay, let's go down and take a look," the gray-robed old man replied. The two of them began to descend. Suddenly, the two of them saw Shi Tianhou, who was climbing down. "Tianhou." The gray-robed old man's expression lit up. Without hesitation, he flew towards the descending Shi Tianhou. The black-robed old man also followed. Shi Tianhou paused for a moment. He wiped his sweat and continued to climb. However, at this time, on the cliff that he was climbing down, a black snake as thick as a human quickly scuttled towards him. Shi Tianhou was in a daze. He did not notice that the black snake was opening its bloody mouth and biting towards him. "Evil creature, die." A cry of alarm rang out. An earthen yellow light shot over. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.